안녕하세요. 팀 팔콘입니다.
저희가 준비해온 걸 상대의 전략에 맞춰서 좀 변경했어야 됐는데 그냥 그러지 못하고 그냥 준비한 것만 신경 쓰다 보니까 그거에 매몰된 것 같습니다.
코리아 때는 이제 저희가 준비를 잘 했는데 이제 저희가 그 준비한 거를 못 보여줘가지고 아시아는 이제 그거를 최대한 많이 보여줄 수 있도록 거기에 포커스를 두고 열심히 했던 것 같아요. 다른 팀 힐러보다는 이제 아마 러쉬 쪽 운영에서는 저희가 제일 잘하는 것 같아요.
딜러로서 일단은 팀을 가장 받쳐주기 위해서 안 보이는 곳에서 이제 좀 필요한 역할을 많이 해낼 거고 눈에 안 보이는 차이를 최대한 내보도록 하겠습니다. 우선 제타가 잘하는 팀은 틀림없고 지금 특히 더 잘하는 것 같긴 하지만 결국에 이런 해외 가는 메이저 대회에서는 매번 마지막에 미끄러지기 때문에 결단력이 없다? 3등일 것 같습니다.
다들 열심히 하시는 건 알겠는데 더 열심히 하셔야 될 것 같습니다.
힘든 점은 조금 있는데 그래도 뭐 할만하다고 생각하고 자 이것 때문에 뭐 진다 이런 느낌은 아직 못 받고 있어가지고 솔직히 유리한 거는 맞는데 투탱이 그것 때문에 저희가 졌다고 이런 느낌은 못 받았어가지고
처음 프로를 시작했을 때부터 항상 잘한 모습만 보여줬다 생각해가지고 이제 그게 당연하게 팬분들한테도 뭔가 당연하다는 이미지가 되지 않았나 싶어요.
뭐 대회가 됐든 스크림이 됐든 다들 저희 팀이랑 하면서 막 할만하다 느낄 때가 많긴 하던데 늘 할만하다 생각했으면 좋겠어요. 결국에 저희가 이길 거기 때문에.
일단은 다들 많이 증명하고 싶을 텐데 네, 이번에 꼭 저를 이겨서 증명해 보시길 바라겠습니다.
I just want to say I hope everyone keeps supporting us and hopefully we'll qualify to China and win.
이번 코리아에서는 좋은 성적을 거두지 못해서 좀 많이 아쉽지만 그래도 아직 큰 무대가 많이 남아있고 저희 팀 더 잘할 수 있으니까 그냥 끝까지 믿고 응원해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
저희 팀이 늘 휘청거리고 성적이 압도적으로 늘 좋은 건 아니었지만 결국에 어딜 가든 괜찮은 성적을 내기도 했고 그리고 우승도 가장 많이 했으니까 이번 대회도 저희가 흔들리더라 하더라도 믿고 다들 응원 부탁드리겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 제타 디비전입니다.
지난 코리아 진짜 너무 아쉬운 경기였다 생각하고 진짜 아쉬워할 틈 없이 바로 아시아를 준비해야 되는 이 상황이라서 약간 뭐 엄청나게 막 미련이 남고 그러진 않았던 것 같습니다.
일단 저희 결승을 하고 너무 속상하고 아쉬웠긴 했는데 아무래도 이제 바로 아시아 경기들이 남아있다 보니까 다음에 더 보완할 수 있게 더 나아질 수 있도록 그냥 파이팅 했던 것 같습니다. 사실 제가 근데 그런 포지션은 사실 아니고 이 어머니라는 게 가끔 뭐 음식물 치우고 그런 거 해가지고 사실 어머니인 거지 제가 인게임에서 뭐 많은 걸 하진 않거든요. 그래서 약간 오해가 있는 것 같은데 제가 그런 역할은 아닙니다.
저희를 무서워하는구나 라는 생각을 했습니다. 자기들끼리 뭐 분명하면 뭐 어쩌겠습니까. 저희가 무섭다는 걸 뭐 돌려서 말한 것 같아요. 마음처럼 되진 않을 거예요. 네, 저희가 올라갈 거니까.
일단 아무래도 이번 시즌에 이제 중국 리그가 새로 생기기도 했고 그래서 되게 항저우에서 하는 경기가 되게 좀 더 의미가 있다고 생각을 해요. 제가 또 항저우에서 경기를 해본 기억도 있고 그래서 좀 더 가고 싶은 욕심이랑 거기서 또 좋은 결과를 내고 싶다는 욕심이 큰 것 같습니다.
규시에 선수가 밥을 사준다 했기 때문에 그래서 대회를 뛰고 이제 이긴 후에 밥을 먹고 싶네요.
일단 저희 힐러 출신이 이제 O2라는 팀이라서 시너지를 이제 조금씩 이제 진짜 나오는 것 같아서 이제 또 O2 딜러들이거든요, 여기 둘이 또. 그래서 출신지가 같은 이제 4명이기 때문에 시너지가 좀 많이 사는 것 같습니다, 요새 더.
저는 일단 개인적으로 그냥 자신감이 좀 많이 올라온 것 같고요. 뭐 많은 사람들이 딜러는 자신감이다 이렇게 얘기하는데 맞는 것 같고 그냥 뭐 자신감 많이 올라와서 그냥 쏠 거 쏘고 맞출 거 맞추고 해서 좀 그렇게 된 것 같습니다.
이번 아시아 때는 좀 진짜 후회 없이 재밌는 경기 할 수 있도록 많이 노력 중입니다.
이번 아시아는 저희가 다 이제 서열 정리해서 이제 결승까지 쭉 갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 제가 다 머리 맞춰서 다 죽여보겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 크레이지 라쿤입니다.
기존 작년에는 라쿤과 팔콘이 거의 확정적으로 메이저를 갔다고 생각했으면 이번에는 그래도 제타도 견줄만한 상대가 아닌가 생각해서 그냥 견제해야 될 팀이 하나 더 늘었다 말고는 뭐 딱히 달라진 건 없는 것 같아요.
견제되는 팀은 뭐 아무래도 팔콘이지 않을까 싶습니다. 팔콘 팀들이 제일 잘하기도 하고 만났을 때 제일 좀 쫄깃쫄깃한 경기력도 나오고 좀 재밌기도 하고 그래서 뽑게 됐습니다.
원래 팔콘 선수들은 잘하니까 뭐 딱히 별 생각 없고 웨이는 그냥 무시하면 될 것 같고 그리고 제타 같은 경우에는 뭐 최근에 들어서 폼이 좀 많이 올라오긴 했는데 다시 원래 알던 대로 딜러 폼들이 다시 돌아가는 것 같아가지고 딱히 기대는 안 되는 것 같아요.
진짜 이제 미친 생존력, 미꾸라지 같은 생존력을 보여드리겠습니다. 너네 슈초롱 잡고 싶어도 못 잡을걸?
이번 아시아 때는 곧 좀 꾸준하게 잘할 수 있도록 많이 노력하겠습니다.
전승 우승으로 목표로 하겠습니다.
솔직히 저는 힘들게 이기는 게 더 재밌는 것 같아서 치열하게 우승하고 싶습니다. 저는.
수민이 형이랑 팀 생활을 해오면서 수민이 형이 되게 인성적으로 저보다 좋은 것 같고 이제 인게임에서도 좀 더 이제 약간 에임이 좋지 않나라고 생각합니다.
일단 저는 크레이지 라콘에서 일단 멘탈적으로 일단 멘탈 코치 역할을 제일 많이 하고 있고 그리고 이제 저희 팀이 이제 힘들면 그때 다시 투입하는 느낌으로 하고 있습니다. 한 명 뽑자면 그 초롱 선수를 좀 약간 겉으로는 약간 멘탈 강한 척 하는데 속으로는 되게 열이거든요. 그래가지고 제가 그걸 캐치해가지고 케어해주고 있습니다.
맥스가 말로만 그렇게 하지 솔직히 도움은 하나도 안 되고요. 네.
솔직히 그 우승했을 때는 알고 봐서 재밌긴 했는데 그 팔콘이랑 경기하고 나서 뛰셨을 때는 진짜 깜짝 놀라긴 했어요. 난입하는 사람인 줄 알았는데 알고 보니까 저희 감독님이셔서 되게 좋아하셨던 것 같습니다.
저희 팀이 힘들 상황은 없겠지만 아무래도 그런 위기가 있다면 이제 저로 인해 극복하는 그런 모습을 보여주고 싶습니다. 결승전에 가게 된다면 제가 다 부수겠습니다.
저번 연도에도 아시아 우승했듯이 똑같이 이번에도 아시아 꼭 우승하겠습니다.
너네 우리 못 이겨.
봉황의 날개로 비상하는 동북아의 허브 공항. 따뜻한 환영의 연꽃이 피어난 하늘길. 지붕과 처마, 곡선과 창호로 만든 빛의 공간. 소통을 담은 전통 자기와 연적의 형상화. 수직으로 상승하며 변화하는 곡선의 미학. 역동성과 균형감 속에 몰입되는 공간의 철학. 카스피해의 초승달로 떠오른 희망의 게이트. 경복궁과 청와대를 품은 장중한 아름다움. 메이든 타워와 쉐키칸 궁전의 독특한 형태와 패턴. 카타르 전통 모자 가피아 패턴을 담아낸 혁신적 창조. 물 위에 흐르는 베트남 전통배의 유유함. 미래지향적인 문화 엔터테인먼트의 결집. 히림 건축이 만들면 도시에는 랜드마크가, 사람들의 마음엔 작품이 된다. 히림 건축, 작품으로 압도하다.
We are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Hello gamers, we are back with the final day of OWCS Asia's main event for Stage 1. We've got one more spot to give away at the Hangzhou Major, but two teams who are vying for it with both Zeta Division and Falcons desperate to get to that LAN.
So charitable are we that we are giving away our last spot here. You get a spot to Hangzhou.
It should have been us, Avril.
A spot to Hangzhou, and that's it actually, because there's only two. You only get 2 spots to go to Hangzhou out of Asia, and actually every single region. Of course, we still have China to play through after Asia has completed, so we can find out who our final 8 teams are going to Champions Clash at the end of the month. But right now, this opening game, Zeta versus Falcons. You win this one, you lock in your ticket.
Yeah, this is do or die for so many of these teams, or both of them rather. However, we're slightly fearful for Falcons' performance coming into this. They did really struggle a lot going up against Crazy Raccoon yesterday. We were expecting a banger in our winners finals. Since OWCS has started as an entity in esports, it's been about this clash of the titans, Falcons versus Crazy Raccoon. But yesterday, and the last time these teams met as well, back in OWCS Korea, Falcons have failed to show up. They barely load into the server. Yesterday it was for Han Binston all the way down, which was absolutely wild. Whereas Zeta Division, they seem to be a little bit on the up, even if they haven't been able to quite bring it to Crazy Raccoon.
It's been a tough one for Zeta because they've kind of always been that third place team. You know, we've had the obvious winners before. We've had the Bridesmaids coming in second, and then there's Zeta coming in third. I mean, how far down the run are we going? We've got the bridesmaid of the bridesmaid. I haven't been to enough weddings. Look, I'm sorry. I don't know.
The
I don't know
makeup artist of the bridesmaid.
Yeah, you get to be the flower girl. I don't know, throwing petals on the ground before everyone walks in. At that point, though, Zeta, they haven't really had many opportunities to even go for a #1 spot. They haven't been to that many grand finals. Individually, a lot of their players have been to at least a lot of different grand finals. I'm mostly talking about Pelican and Violet here. The rest of them still have yet to play through that many finals between the rest of them. Bernard's had a little bit more experience than some of the others beyond that. But really, for Zeta Division, a lot of the difficulty and journey is even just making it to the grand finals in the first place. And Falcons have been one of the teams consistently in their way. Zeta have had a better record against Falcons than they have against Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon are currently in the finals, which for whoever ends up going against them, it will be a very challenging grand final indeed. But even this losers bracket final, very high stakes on the line. You could argue that this is in some ways the more important game, even in terms of the stakes on board. This is the game that qualifies you into Champions Clash. Going into the final, you'll be playing for obviously the title of being the best team in Asia and subsequently probably the world. And beyond that as well, also the first seed and second seed determination going into Champions Clash as well.
Yeah, incredibly important. This is the big prize. Like there is prize money on the line. There's a 35k prize pool for this event. Don't get me wrong, but for these teams, there's a hunger for glory, especially on Zeta Division, who have never been to one of those majors before, as we talked about. They really want to get that ticket to Hangzhou. And right now, it feels like it's their best chance that they've had in a long time. This is the weakest Falcons have looked in a while. There's blood in the water. If only Zeta are brave enough and strong enough to try and grasp at it.
Yeah, they've been able to take down Falcons at least 3 times in the past couple of years, but Falcons have won way more especially when we also consider the old FTG era of this team as well before they became Zeta. So there's a few more games even down in that direction. So it's been quite the journey where this team has been always a top team, but given that only 2 spots are available coming out of Korea, coming out of Asia for these lands, they just always missed out. They played in EWC last year as well. They had a pretty good run, 3rd, 4th overall. Lost out on another opportunity to get into the grand final. So will it happen today? Like that, we've played through the entirety of the stage of Stage 1, went through Korea, Japan, Pacific, played through the Asia group stages, and now we reached the end of our playoffs in the Asia main event.
Let's go look at how the bracket shaped up. As you can see, it's been fairly one-sided thus far. Every single matchup we've had, with the exception of Crazy Raccoon versus Zeta Division, has been 4-0, with one map going the way of Zeta Division, putting them pretty strongly in 2nd place right now here in Korea. Wei unfortunately exited the bracket unceremoniously despite a last hurrah on Havana. We've got big dreams for Zeta Division, because during OWCS Korea's seeding weekend, they actually beat both Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons. But in subsequent interviews with Crazy Raccoon, they said that after that kind of tragic weekend for them, Coach Moon got real mad, and they were kind of scared straight by Coach Moon thereafter. And since then, it's been the straight and narrow for the lads.
You always have a Team Falcons that seems to be able to turn things around sometimes, though. I do have to hesitate and say sometimes, because they didn't quite do that yesterday, but we have in tournaments in the past where they may have fallen to the lower bracket, came back much stronger, have had just the opportunity to change things around. That's what the lower bracket does offer them, the opportunity now to come into Day 3, Championship Sunday, race day, to see if they can really nail themselves on the podium once more. I mean, technically speaking, they're top 3 already, so I guess maybe that analogy doesn't work, but can they get themselves to the top 2? Because that's what we're talking about here. Top 2 is what matters. Top 3 is a nice feeling. The top 2 goes to LAN. Take a look at our map pool again. Pretty standard stuff here. Some rare maps that we don't get to see a lot of, but starting to pick up a little bit more now, like, you know, the Blizzard Worlds, and even start to see OWCS coming on through. Haven't really seen much of Route 66 yet. Gibraltar still seems a little rare. Havana gets picked all the time, so Flashpoint seems pretty popular in Korea as always. Always a very standard 2nd or 3rd map choice. So, yeah, let's see if we get something new today. Maybe Numbani thrown in there.
Well, for one of our teams, it's going to be an absolutely marathon day. 2 first to 4 series in a row. That's why we're as thorough as it gets here in Asia, Avril. No flukes, no quick sweeps here. You've got to earn an entire 4 maps worth of victories before you can get to the end of a series.
It's going to be a long day for whoever ends up winning between Falcons Zeta Division. The possible 14 maps up for grabs for those teams, given that if you win this one, and it goes to 7, and the next one goes to 7, and it just might, for a team like Falcons or even Zeta, their chance to actually beat Crazy Raccoon, I don't think it's going to be a quick one. It will be quite the slog. It will take quite a few maps, but will Falcons get their act together? Because you said this as well. We mentioned our broadcast yesterday, it just wasn't a good look. Very ugly performance. Arguably worse than their performance in the 0-4 they lost to Crazy Raccoon previous to this. Now, the 2 most recent games they've had versus Crazy Raccoon, 0-8 total record with a 0-4 performance both times.
I mean, we also were surprised because it wasn't just an ugly performance, it was a mystifying performance, with the Han Binston being front and center 2 series in a row. And Hanbin ain't no fearless. Hanbin is a fantastic tank player, but Winston isn't really a part of that repertoire, and as much as Team Falcon seem to be trying to force it, they look much better when Hanbin's on a more comfortable pick.
Now, how do things change up for Zeta Division as well? A very good game yesterday. Going into Wei, of course, Wei just couldn't quite match up to Zeta the second time around. Very different from what we saw in the Korea domestic playoffs, where Zeta kind of struggled a little bit against Wei, and Wei really put Zeta to the sword, but Zeta had no issue still coming out on top. This time around, it was just all lights out. Nothing in terms of resistance coming through from Wei. You'd also say that Zeta had a reasonable game versus Crazy Raccoon. They lost they gained 1 map rather, losing 1 in 4, which was a better look than what Falcons delivered. So can they carry that through today to beat Falcons, knowing that they had a much better performance versus Crazy Raccoon?
Expected starting roster here from Team Falcons, mostly Zeta, who are going to be doing their substituting today. Stalker, we need to see big things from him. As much as it's unfair to put so much of it on one person's shoulders, Stalker has been the person on Team Falcons recently who has been rising up to really carry these games. On the other side, we're starting with Alpha, which is a departure from yesterday where Pelican started.
I think that was really just due to the maps here. And I think Alpha probably could have started yesterday. We had Oasis as map number 1. You can play far there. A lot more standard for Alpha to be starting on the map 1s. He might come in for the other maps as well. But Pelican, player of the match yesterday as well, by the way. Absolute amazing performance, particularly on that last map, which showed just how high level that Genji was, even against someone as incredible as Who Are You on that Genji, which that might have been our last Who Are You match. Time will tell if he'll end up coming back to the region or not. And take a look at this now. Above just the map win rates here, between these two teams that I'm including the FTG era of Zeta Division here in OWCS, the record stands at 8 wins for Falcons, 3 for Zeta Division. Now, the good news for Zeta is some of those wins did come a little bit more recently for them. Okay, so we do have a loss to Zeta from Falcons in that seeding match period of gameplay before we got into the Korea playoffs. Even had the Suit Cup as well, which is the invitational tournament that we had in December of last year. So despite not being part of the OWC circuit, was still a win that Zeta had over Falcons recently.
Zeta Division going to be gripping onto those. We talked about how Team Falcons, they like a little rescue in the lower bracket. Catch themselves before they fall off completely. And this is going to be where they have to dig in their heels and really bring it against a team that is no way when it comes to how much of a pushover they may be. Zeta Division has so much pedigree on their roster. They are used to these high-stakes situations. Lijiang Tower as well at the beginning, which makes a lot of sense as to why Alpha Yi is in. It's going to be Farah all the way down, potentially.
Yeah, it will be Farah for sure. And this is pretty standard for Alpha Yi to start on. He's going to be quite the threat. It does call into attention, if you are Falcons, it may just be worthy of throwing in a Farah ban map number 1. I think that's one of the more valuable bans. You get to target ban a strong player on the other side of Zeta straight away. It's always good, in my opinion, to sort of go for these individual target bans for specific substitutions, right? If you only have a player coming in for very specific maps to play very specific heroes, I think that's worthy of a target ban. Now, look, what happens if that happens? Alpha just moves towards the Echo. And then you have to be prepared for him playing Echo. Possibly he moves onto the Genji, but you might prefer those alternatives because it does at least ruin Zeta's game plan slightly. Maybe not entirely ruin, but you know, it'll stifle it a little bit. If the plan is to play Alpha and Farah and you impact that with a ban, then yeah, something might change.
The most adaptation that you can force for free, the better. And Stalker's more than happy to try and take that Echo versus Echo duel. Has been putting plenty of the hours in across many officials that we've seen thus far. And often I'm singing Stalker's praises because seemingly Stalker's sometimes one of the few people that get into the server for some of these Falcons games. I've had my questions about so many members, although throughout their histories, every single member of Falcons has been at the top of competition. They're all either big award winners or champions in their own right. Proper, of course, legendary for the inaugural year of his performance in Overwatch League, getting both MVP and Rookie of the Year at the same time, finishing second place behind Dallas Fuel. Humben, of course, one of the squad that defeated him that year, so no hard feelings there. Fielder, I believe, was also on that squad. So for Falcons, there's pedigree, but there's also age here, and sometimes it feels like Crazy Raccoon are just sweeping them out of the way fairly easily.
And that would be the fear today, is that Crazy Raccoon late in the grand finals might just sweep both of our current teams on screen out of the way. So both need to really step up in a strange kind of way like that. I kind of feel like it would be good. I hate that I'm having to say this, but it might be good to see one of these teams 4-0 and just kind of stomp the other one, because what that would signify is the potential for that winning team to then take it to Crazy Raccoon in a very stellar grand final. However, best case scenario here would actually be, for the audience at least, and for us, would be to get 2 close series. Although that would mean that would have to mean some serious gameplay improvements from both heading into the grand finals. And or whoever we get, hoping that it will be strong. Very split decisions coming through from the audience here. 53 Falcons, 47 Zeta. And it does feel that way. Normally, you would probably have said that Falcons edge out Zeta, but given how they looked yesterday, might not be the case. I think Zeta might even have an advantage, and definitely not a consensus found in the audience yet.
Yeah, and I'll give it Zeta, in my brain, are coming into this as kind of a favorite just for recent performances. This is the first time as well, I believe, in one of our predictions here in our English cast that we've seen better than like a 75-25 split. It's the first time that the audience truly are in caught in indecision. Three Kingdoms. Ooh, nice reference to the ancient Chinese mythos there.
Yep.
Bang a strategy game as well.
They got the right colors too, actually.
Yeah,
funnily enough, they do. Although I don't know how lore accurate that is. Maybe I should say historically accurate, because actually a real thing. But no, I don't think they. I don't know. Did they? I'm not a big historian if they've actually used these specific colors, or if we're just too video game pilled, because that's just how it be in video games.
Might be too video game pilled.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, maybe we can get a Chinese history expert in here to to let us know how accurate it is in terms of the history.
Well, as far as the Three Kingdoms looking right now, one kingdom stands tall, literally and figuratively, and Lip is just gigantic compared to everyone else, but also the fact that Crazy Raccoon are just that much better than everyone else currently, based on results, based on how stable the team looks, based on their level of play, the low quantity of mistakes that they are making compared to everyone else. Map number 1, here come the hero bands. Remember as well, by the way, that these are symmetrical teams in terms of styles. Both will favor the Malga, both have off-tank players, both have very strong capability to bring out various DPS picks. More so, I would say, on the Falcon side, specifically looking over towards the flex DPS, or is going to be a little bit more limited.
Oh.
And there's not going to be any Pharah Echo kind of banning. The Genji ban's quite interesting in that. I'll talk about the Ramattra in a second as well, but the Genji ban is quite interesting in that Pelican usually plays the Genji, although that is still Alpha East here. They have a very overlapping hero pool. It won't impact Zeta as much in this particular map as it might impact Falcons. It'll push Proper onto something else. You may end up seeing Proper on the Sojin for this map and Stalker on the flex DPS, something like an Echo, as you alluded to. Maybe a Tracer. They might have to make that change. So we'll see how things move on forward as we head into map number 1 here, the lower bracket.
For a spot among the stars, one last ticket to Hangzhou to board that train. Zeta Division and Team Falcons have it all to play for.
Starting things out is going to be Night Market, very diva heavy. This is what we wanted to see yesterday. Of course, the big tell will be how many of these players decide to go something like a Winston. We've seen the Harbin Winston, we've seen the Burnout Winston, but really, it's two off-tanks playing against each other today, unless something like Diva gets banned out, which would impact both teams. Both teams really should be playing very similar choices.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of mirror exchanges here between the tanks, at least. When it comes to DPS, though, it's going to be Stalker versus Alfie up in the air, both with similar ideas of what territory they want to control. But exchanging this fire, we might see Violet really trying to third-party these engagements, as Flora's coming in with a charged rail, caught by Proper, isn't able to get the headshot off.
Of course, one of the other reasons why you would ban the fire we talked about, but if you didn't want to ban the fire, you could still just counter with the Echo, which is what Stalker's going to do out the gate. Harbin, receiving a bit of pressure here, is just barely going to make it out alive.
Well, barely making it out alive means a lot of ult charge at least. That's going the way of Chio mostly. Using that Mini Blaster to heal on up. And now Flora's going to be escorted around the outside. This is going to allow for some easy entry onto the point. Tax now by Hanbin as Stalker just lies in wait for Alfie to try and expose himself while the remainder of the team is busy. Flying up above the team now. That means that they're still within the LOS of Violet, able to collect all these heals. And it seems like Team Falcons are going to be pushed towards the back of point now.
And they're losing heals to Chio very quickly, and that was largely due to the fact that we saw Harbin go down low. You noted that Chio looked up and was able to lap up all of those heals quite fast. The first ult will be Orbital Ray coming through from Team Falcons. Stalker not that far behind, looking for a kill. Flora
Nice, excellent comms there, the focusing beam. However, can't finish Finn. It seems like the Mega Pack may well have been taken away before Finn could actually manage to get onto there. Now Alpha Yi going to be a little bit less harassed and can be a touch more free with this floating. Gotta wait, though. Seems like the remainder of Zeta Division not ready to try and make an entry.
And that's a problem because we're 62% and counting on the cap itself and no ults are seen yet. Zeta can't make a move yet. They're losing the neutral trades. Not able to actually get opening picks at all. They're the team that are constantly picked out.
Full passivity for days here. An exchange of orbital rays between Finn and the other Juno. Flora around the back has a rail ready to go. Going to be 2 divas in their face potentially here.
Fielder.
But Alpha is already taken out. Fielder, Stalker taken out of a duplicate mech and then taken out from a baby diva form itself. A long range direct would be all you want here. Almost pulled in to the Mega. Alpha E decides to go for Green Passion and instead peel out for their Anna. Hunman's not going to be able to remake in the subsequent sequence of events. And Proper now just doing their best to hold down the fort on the point, just trading HP for percentage points as the break comes in to be a better off tank here and really just dash in and out. There should be Zeta Division flipping on over. They took their bloody time with it, Avril.
All the way to 99%. Yeah, I mean, even the additional remake in there from Harvard despite dying. Proper getting that final kill and now opening up with the overclock to try and find the first one. Falcons only need something to advantage them to maybe win this round.
Violet taken down, lack of healing now. It's only Finn who's going to be available. Flora pops the overclock. Harman's the only target that's presenting themselves though, and that's too much meat to try and get through. Stalker desperately under siege, but goes back to the loving arms of the healers. And now look at this, caught in a corner. The focusing beam transferred between target after target, and Zeta will just be torn aside from all angles. The piranhas, they swarm and they gnaw at the flesh.
Yeah, much better than neutral here. Team Falcons, slightly earlier ultimates, but well, definitely earlier when looking over towards Shio. But they didn't even have to use that early ult advantage. We never saw a situation where Falcons were pressured to actually initiate first. Happy to just take these duels, take these trades, out-damage Zeta Division, find opening picks, and for Zeta to be constantly behind in that regard. And then finally when ultimates come online, we're looking at 70% plus 80% on the actual map itself. And it's quite dire because even when they flip it, Falcons have already found the 99. Maybe a little embarrassing though for Team Falcons to have 2 divas on board when Stalker copied over towards diva and still not yet a single matrix to stop Alpha Yi on the Rocket Barrage. With Ram banned here on Control Center or on Lee Jung in general, on Control Center here we're going to see Armin move towards the Malga quite quickly. Bernard should probably have expected this a little bit, but perhaps he's just happy to play the diva into the Malga, which is not too bad.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of a Diva as a counterplay to Malga in previous matches for Zeta Division. For now, though, it is going to allow Team Falcons to have quite a bit of real estate on the point, and we've got to be careful because Zeta, they gave away real estate in the last sub-map, and it really came back to bite them.
Well, the fact that Stalker just has complete outdoor control right now, he has coast. And this is the ground that both the fires will be fighting for.
Oh,
nice double
nasty.
hit. Double shot into the air. That would have been the second follow-up after already hitting Alfie previously. And Alfie, of course, had no support there. Noticed that Stalker had fielded in his pocket the entire way through.
Oh, however, Stalker taken out at range by Florence. The body shot with the rail was enough, and Team Falcons once again are in control in good time. Alfie will be back in short order. Violet's just going to wrap on up here with Bernard to try and take away all of these different angles. Nothing gained off a bionic grenade, and that's actually a little bit of an opening here for Hudbin to use an overrun. Less fear of that Ana means more bruising, cruising for the Malga. Pops the cardiac overdrive. Down low is Alpha Yi. Finally gets a little bit of attention, but now it needs to be split between the supports. Just all of the cover usage here was solid, but Finn's not going to be able to survive for long as Stalker grabs both of those healers in the back. Zeta Division with a last-minute flip here, but all damage taken is permanent. If Team Falcons can play this slow and survive, they should be able to win out.
They have lost the point, though, and that's the problem. They don't have a tank here, so despite Zeta Division losing double supports, still enough HP on Burner, specifically available to keep the point alive, and Falcons losing a bit of confidence there to maintain control. And only 29% for Falcons as well. Flores, in fact, found so much early pressure here.
Big overclock fielder, super low, could be finished off here. That's a nice collect coming through from Flora. Beautiful play. Getting the poke damage as well as a headshot onto fielder to just send Team Falcons packing.
Yeah, 28% ahead in the overclock charge is Flora above Proper. Do note that he is shooting into Hanbin. You get a lot of free ult charge, a lot of free rail charge off of shooting the Malga. Proper's got a little bit more of a difficult matchup here, having to shoot into a Diva with Matrix. And now it's Falcon's turn to look towards ultimates. Time to build them online. Fielder 99 going down. It's tragedy.
Yeah, this just needs to be called now. Question is, can Stalker get out of this? is playing around the outside. Alpha Yi not keen to really press up too hard onto it.
Falcons now looking at nearly 5 ultimates. This is almost a reverse situation of what we saw in Night Market. Set a division. Not having to use too much here. Sitting on quite a big bank themselves.
Kitsune rush. Alpha Yi thought that maybe with Banana they could do enough damage. And certainly, yes, the Hanbin. But the remainder of the damage could be too much to bear. Flora going low, but instantly healed up. Good attention to detail from the Stage Division healers for the moment. Violet going to be the only one surviving as Flora just plays around the margins. Not sure where that self-destruct is going. Doesn't seem like it's grabbed too much, but Violet's been grabbed in the meantime by Fielder using those Q9s to the best of their ability as Stalker tracks away with a focusing beam. Alpha Yi's back in the mix right now, but they are going to be in significant danger. Fielder's going to hold them at risk.
Probably not the best D.Va player, Stalker, but certainly on the Echo, incredible is what we saw. They're able to get the D-Mech long-range kill, the baby D.Va there as well. Coming out of the form, absolutely performs. Needed the copy as well, given that Hanbin dies so fast in that fight. Solo Nano Barrage put on top of only Hanbin. Stalker had to hold down the fort as a tank. Now opportunity to catch up. 93% of division, 54 encountered for Falcons. Now what's on board for anybody? Flora is the closest, but it's full neutral territory now.
A good rail could be everything. Flora super close to an overclock, grabbing Stalker just with the bare minimum of the primary fire itself. Shio's down, Fielder's gone as well. Surely this is going to a third. Two Falcons have just been decapitated by Zeta Division, surgically destroyed.
Looking like the round is over for sure. 1-1. We're going to head over towards our final round. See how Gardens fares. We're seeing Stalker again come through, likely on the Echo straight away. Alpha Yi, knowing that, most likely will still come through on the fire. Very good. Garden, arguably the best of the 3 rounds for the fire. Control Center, arguably the worst. And considering that, Zeta Division still come out quite strongly. A lot of that coming down to Flora taking advantage of the matchup. Yes, Malga probably is a little bit more suitable for something like a Control Center. But Burner and Zeta Division, knowing that D.Va is going to be probably a little bit more of a slower style there, with less input from Bernard, outside of mitigating Hanbin's effectiveness. It's got to come down to players like Flora to take advantage of the fact that he's going to get lots of free rails and find that early overclock, find the early pick on a Stalker in that last fight as well, and be the player to kind of carry the team.
Becoming the carry on the mind of both Alpha Yi and Stalker right now. Early positioning going to be jostled for here. No major differences between these compositions apart from, of course, the DPS setup. Flora's going to be a little bit more annoying here. Playing Mosquito on the Tracer, going in after a Sojourn. It's going to be very risky, though.
Both teams happy to go for the D.Va here as well. Flora, kind of uncharacteristically, going to go for a Tracer, not one of his normal heroes. Has been heavily criticized in the past as well for not quite being on par with top Tracer players. The good news for him is that he won't be up against any other Tracers, at least not yet. Zeta are very quickly losing control of the point. In fact, this cap is likely to come through. It has.
Flashbacks to first point, where it really was so difficult for Zeta to just take this D.Va versus D.Va and get any real space in the aftermath. Losing the D.Va mech's not going to help at all as well. Violet, Flora already down, just going to be chasing out Burner over here. Does get a quick remake, yes, but I think that's just going to be additional ult charge on offer once again.
Just self-staggering there. Yeah, it's additional ult charge. He has to fly off the map. It's a self-stagger. Very rough to see. Now Zeta Division. You don't want to see them too far behind. Flora smartly moving back over towards the Sojourn. There's another problem with playing Tracer in this matchup. Despite there not being a Tracer on the other side, Proper too happy to land those rails onto Flora. Now Flora significantly behind. It'll be Proper's turn to do the carrying work on this overclock.
Overclock, good to go. Proper falling low though. Might not want to take the risk right at the moment. As Fielder ready to go with a rally as well in the back half. Let's have a look if they're going to pop it right here. Fielder feeling very frisky. Bernard's lost the mech. There's going to be a big shield in the way for additional covering fire. Instantly, of course, smashed by the damage of the exploding Mechazoid as Proper pulls out the overclock. Defense Matrix smothering them, and now guess what? There's a shield in their face. The mitigation is huge. The Hanbin's fists are huger, larger than Violet's head at least, as the orbital ray just tries to keep Team Falcons in this. Flora's feeling frisky. Nasty stuff from Flora. Fielder still getting it done here with the Brigitte. The mace to the face is more than enough. Stalker's off the map. Can't play out of that one, bruv. Alpha Yi puts him in a briny grave.
Yeah, but the work has been done. Thankfully, Zeta Division were not able to have enough players alive to tank. Advantage of Stalker going off the map there. Thankfully for Falcon's POV, obviously Bernard staying alive on the remake was huge. Just didn't quite get taken down. I saw the Baby Diva go down to minimal HP, nearly won. A singular further shot would have been required. Flanking barrage though, looking for a solo, we'll get it.
Alpha Yi cooks Chio. Fielder's already gone as well. All the damage done is permanent, and they're working with limited health pools. Humbin's barely got any remaining to start with. Over, of course, onto a Baby Diva. Even with the overhealth from a perk that's never to be seen, Zeta Division need absolute perfection to win this map now.
It's a successful flanking barrage, but now, as you say, 100% is the catch-up margin for Zeta Division with, at least at the moment, not as much to work through as they would like for it. Now asymmetric in charge 2 Proper. Of course, Flora had the late swap onto the Soju, so while Proper had the overclock, Flora had to wait. Now it's his turn to make this work. Both will struggle somewhat during this overclock, given the presence of both Divas on the teams to deny most of that damage.
Defense Matrix really can mess with this. Out comes the overclock. Flora moving first. Disengagement, the name of the game right now. Maybe an attempt to try and get Flora off the map, but Flora smartly disengages. Where's Stalker going? Just going to be moving back onto that rear Mega, I imagine, as Violet just disengages with the rally in the back pocket if someone desperately needs to be saved.
Now it's Violet's turn. So what he can do with this rally as well, Hanbin.
Oh, getting rid of that mech. That's huge. That's a self-destruct. It is going to still get Alpha Yi. Alpha Yi wasn't able to get behind the shield in time. Or maybe it was moved, unfortunately, by Violet in the midst of all of this. Isolated on the edges. Fielder has proven himself quite the warrior on the young Lindholm. Not able to be saved in time, though, by Stalker. The defense matrix wasn't brought out at the right moment. Down to only a little bit of HP. It's not ideal, but you might be able to take out at least Bernard. The other tank gone away. Falcons, they're just coalescing around this orbital beam. As extra gift head over from the side of Stalker. Doesn't even need to remake. Back over to the Echo form. Alpha Yi's going to go in through the window, but Team Falcons are already in control, and they've got an overclock to try and mess with all of the respawns. Probably going to lock down the bridge, and yeah, you're firing into a defense matrix, but that means that they're not touching the point. Falcons are back.
Falcons. Really nice finish to map number 1 here. Didn't quite go their way in Control Center. Night Market, you would say, far cleaner gameplay. Things got a little bit tricky on guard, and certainly after Flora went back on the Soju, you could see how different it looked for Zeta Division. It looked like they were back in contention, but a 0 to 99 deficit is so extreme. Certainly comebackable, but requires you to play perfectly, and unfortunately for Zeta Division, couldn't quite nail that perfect gameplay. A very cheeky self-destruct kill onto Alpha Yi slowed things down considerably, and then given that, okay, Hanbin doesn't get the remake in that final fight, Stalker once again will find the copy onto Diva, will find that secondary tank to hold down the line, getting enough time for the rest of the team to build some more ultimates, find their reinforcements, then close out the map with an overclock, securing the bridge, as you say, and now securing map 1 in the lower bracket finals.
Both our teams are super hungry for it. Zen Division going to choose where we go next. Find out after this break. We're back for map number 2. It's a glorious trophy that's on the line, but also plane tickets to Hangzhou and Zeta Division. They need to get themselves back in this series, Kev.
Zeta Division at least looked competent on map number 1. Certainly not out of the race in terms of either the map score. Obviously, only a 1 map loss in a potential 7 map series. But beyond that, yeah, I mean, they looked good enough, competitive enough, that I think they have a strong shot at doing whatever it is necessary to make this a close series. They can definitely win this series. Slow starts don't mean slow finishes here. And as we move forward, plenty of good maps available for Zeta Division. I do want to bring up, though, that looking over to our first map, the bans pretty inconsequential, which means we have saved the majority of the really impactful bans for later on in the series. What kind of bans are we talking about here? Ana is going to be another big one. Violet, as we saw on Lijiang, far more propensity right now to go towards the Ana than what Fielder is doing. Falcons, far more likely, far more willing to want to play into the Juno Brig. That will continue likely for the majority of the series. Lucio Ana is also on board for Falcons, but neither team has really opted towards that specific direction yet. Even with Finn, he's looking over towards Juno. He's not looking towards his own Lucio Ana composition. Obviously, that would then be Violet playing the Lucio. And it seems like Finn is mostly dodging away from the Ana for now, and Ana duty is being largely relegated over towards Violet. So we'll see if an Ana ban comes through at some stage. I do believe that will be more impactful against Zeta and less impactful for Falcons, given how the playstyles are sort of rounding out. But Harry, as we look at King's Row here, it's been a bit of a staple for both teams, because both teams kind of like to pick this map. I do want to say, though, Falcons don't look nearly as good on King's Row as the other teams.
Yeah, we had the win rates up just now. 80% win rate for Zeta Division, 40% for Team Falcon. Shout out to the guy in chat, second at Lijiang Tower finish. Like, yeah, they're going to King's Row. And Pelicans in, of course. This is one of Pelicans' maps. I guess all maps, apart from control maps where you play Pharah, are Pelicans maps. So Alfie's been subbed out.
And it's the classic, though, the Lijiang into King's Row combination. We're back to 2016. That's basically the exact order of play every single tournament. So there is that, but we do expect, obviously, for Pelican to get subbed in for a couple of different reasons. Obviously, May is a pretty big deal on this map, or it certainly can be, and that is a large specialty for Pelican. But beyond that, the Genji is going to be a huge factor here as well. The Genji that we saw yesterday for Pelican was absolutely monstrous, and Torb and everything else that he will bring to the table is going to be quite important for this map. And I think it's safe to say that we basically are going to be able to easily tell you what the bans are. We've seen it multiple times before. Every single time this map gets played, regardless of whether it's any of the 3 of the teams between Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, and Zeta Division, it's always Zarya May banned. So it doesn't really matter who bans first or who bans second. Zarya May likely will both be banned. It'll only be strange if we see one of those heroes not banned. So what does this mean? Both teams obviously here want to play Diva. Even when Crazy Raccoon are on this map, they sub-max in. So it's an off-tag map. It's an off-tag map for all 3 of our top 3 teams. They all want to play some form of off-tag between the Diva and the Sigma. Potentially the Zarya. Of course, with the Zarya obviously always being banned, you don't get to see the Zarya anymore. But yeah, it seems like all 3 of our top 3 teams all have the same consensus on what the necessary bans on King's Row should be.
Yeah, we talk about the IQ bell curve of playing Diva, like your bronze player, just play Zarya to counter Diva, and then the highest IQ, you gotta play Zarya to counter Diva, so we ban Zarya May, just play the beams into Diva. We get rid of those, and suddenly everyone's happy. Bernard and Hanbin, however, not nervous at all about bringing out the Sigma, and maybe they might crib the notes here of Crazy Raccoon, have been running the Max Sigma.
Is Knife and Proud in the audience there? So Knife back in Korea already after playing through with Liquid. Unfortunately, Liquid did not qualify through to Shanghai, so he'll be taking a bit of a now mid-season break as everyone else. Is it mid-season? There's 3 stages. The first break of our 3 stages, let's say, is Team Liquid will be looking to gear up again for Stage 2 moving forward, and hopefully Knife will have a much better run there. Very competitive in NA this year, given that, you know, among their partner teams, they also have a Nightmare who came through very, very strongly off the back of my Oast dog, Kuffer, looking like a top dog at the moment. No need to really discuss bans further here, Harry. I think we already knew what the bans were going to be.
Yep. Standard.
Which is why it's nice to see Proud and Knife reunited a little bit.
Yeah. Only thing really to say about bans is to note that Zarya ban against Hanbin is now out of the way. So maybe on some other flatter maps, it might come up that Hanbin gets to play a little bit of Zarya. I think it's fair to say Hanbin's probably the best Zarya player. in the field at the moment that we have over here in Korea.
Really quickly, actually, before we end the map, I just remember, I don't think Knife and Proud have ever been on a team together. How crazy would that be if they were? That would be the best.
I'm quite proud of my knife work. I've been getting some cooking done after all. So
oh yeah,
yeah. I don't like the feel of chicken though. It makes my hands feel real bad.
I'm actually going to correct myself real quick. They were briefly on O2 Blast together in 2023 Spring Series Korea. But O2 Blast had like 4 DPS that year. That particular season was Proud, Top Dragon, Probe, and Knife. So yeah, having to really fight everyone for gameplay on that team. All right, here we go. King's Row. Nice to stand here. What is a little bit stranger though is Harmon's actually going to start on Sigma, which is not what we expect. Typically, he has started on D.Va. Now he's going to start on Sigma. This is more towards Crazy Raccoon's wheelhouse. You normally see Max would start on the D.Va here on the defense, and in those types of series, you would never really see Harbin play the Sigma at all. So a bit of a return for Harbin. Haven't seen him on the Sigma actually in a while.
Yeah. Old glories here for Hanbin to be relived potentially. Bernard just getting a couple taps here and there on the point, trying to bait Hanbin in. Just a tasty morsel on the point for someone to come and fight. Someone's going to have to make the drop because already a tick has gone away.
I was also on Sim here instead of the Torb. And the notability of that is the fact that because you are playing Harbin on the Sigma, you might need the TP that just helps the Sigma or Harbin get up and down from certain high ground. Perhaps other players as well, like Fielder, might need to utilize that TP at some stage, but will cause some problems in this matchup, certainly against Pelican. They need to go for some touches here, and they're kind of struggling to do that. Eating a huge Bionade as well. Not going to help.
They're all out of poking time now. It's fight time, and well, the fight is over as quickly as it began. Proper TP'd onto Violet, and yes, managed to pick up a frag, but not going to get much more than that. Team Falcons, they may have copied the homework, but they did not understand what the order was to try and contest that point.
Well, they massively lost out on the trade of damage in the poking phase. I mean, unfortunately, it has to be said, they did start on a Sim, which will cost you a little bit in that poking phase. Obviously, Sim can charge up right clicks, but largely will be eaten up by Burnout. Much more difficult to hit onto Pelican than the opposite way around in the skies, and showing the flexibility of Zeta here as well, because remember, we normally talk about the fact that Alpha E is the dedicated fire play for the team, but Alpha E and Pelican have identical hero pools here. They can both play the same heroes. It's more down to what their coaches prefer, and the coaches prefer Alpha E on the fire, but even on Pelican with fire, still the results happy to be shown here. Zeta Division navigate that first point very easily.
Yeah, Pelican has Barrage here. Remains to be seen if they want to try and wait for that moving Barrage perk to come on up. The anti is pretty brutal onto Armin. That forces out a response in the form of a nano. Just the disengagement resource was away, but was thrown in by Finn. Now second chance is coming through in the form of a second nano. That's onto Bernard. Hunbin should not have a good time trying to survive here, but Prob has already relieved the pressure in the back. The quick swap over from Sim onto Echo, getting plenty of dividends.
Speaking of flexibility and identical hero pools, Proper is talking the 2 most flexible DPS players in the world. Maybe we'll add Knife to that list in short order, depending on how future seasons go and how his hero pool gets deployed. Can't trust NA sometimes. But for Falcons, Echo, also very standard, very powerful on Proper. Spent a long time on this hero. Obviously, both of them can play both of these heroes. And a very important fight for Team Falcons to win, given that they were behind. They were behind an ult charge, they were behind an initiative momentum, needed to go for a reset. Payload in a reasonable spot for the reset to happen at as well.
Flora slept, and then Flux, and then beamed. Everyone has levied the damage against Flora, and well, man couldn't pay. The IRS are in contact, and they are not happy, bro. The Bob's gone, and yeah, so too is Ada.
Bob was the down payment there. Just a little bit of insurance, and a good for Flora to be able to get the Bob in there. There is a small window where I think the Bob could even get cancelled during the ult line, so you can actually die. It is a very small window of possibility for an Ajax on an Ashe. It's happened before. Happens to the best of us, obviously. Me and Flora, it happens to.
All Proper in the back. Really wants Finn super low. Has the beam. Oh no! Is that a beam, Jax? Oh, Finn! Come on, bro!
I like to call those Ray Jaxes in the industry.
Oh, look at you!
The professional term for that one, Ray Jax. Everything's a Jax now. All the new Overwatch players have no clue what all these terms are. What is a C9? What is an Ajax? What are we talking about here? Yep. There's certain other games as well that are very confused about these terms too. We don't have to get into that, but it is funny to see it. In any case, sad follow-up from Zeta Division, given how clean that first point was. B has been all but so far, losing not quite 2 ultimates. 1 ultimate definitely lost by Finn, but Flora's Bob, you could argue, was very minimally impactful as well.
Oh, that's a pretty impactful sleep, though. That's going to force Hanbin to use the kinetic grasp. Out comes the Nano onto the Genji. And so you've got a Nano Hanbin. Oh, but it's not enough. The damage reduction was not good enough here. Fielder still has their own Nano, of course, on the double Nano perk coming in clutch right here. Is there anything to really shield away the self-destruct? It seems like the grab was good enough. Proper can go for the copy onto the Diva here. Additional staying power. We are sneaking up a bunch of heals. We'll be able to chase Finn down, surely. Using those boots to try and fly away. Fielder's just able to get away with this for a touch of time, taking down Violet in the midst of all of this. It's an absolute smorgasbord of particle effects on my screen right now, but when the dust starts to clear, Pelican on top.
And that's Burner, actually, I would say, on top, because he was the one holding down the line. It was very difficult for Proper and the rest of Team Falcons to be able to do too much. Hanbin down early, courtesy of Violet again, by the way. Violet's grenades so far have been very much on point. Delivered point A over to his team, and now might very well just deliver point B as well. Let's see if Finn can get this ult up. Indeed does. That's good news for Zeta.
No Rajax this time. Touching's going to be real difficult. That Bob not going to last for long. Nice shield there from Hanbin. Keeps the Bob in contention for a while longer. A well-placed accretion could end it all right now. Super low is Bernard, but the finish isn't quite there. So many players so low. Team Falcons need to sort out their target focus. But Proper just hiding away for a moment. Yet another Bob coming on through. This time it's going to be from Flora. Okay. It's already grabbed Hanbin. Yeah, Flora dies to a posthumous sticky nades, but the Bob here is making it very difficult to contest. A deep dive from Bernard turns around onto a healer instead. Fielder gets found out in the midst of all of this, and an anti-nade onto Shio could be the siren song of victory for Zeta Division as they bring it to the B goal.
And once again, it's just Bernard staying alive the entire time, having the longevity at the end of the fight to be able to get it done. Proper, unfortunately, just misses 1 extra tick of the beam. I think it wasn't the accuracy, it just ran out. It ran out way too quickly. Had to go for the stickies and dies in the trade. If Flora doesn't get that kill, maybe Proper survives, plays the off angle, makes things a lot more difficult, but that is in an alternate universe. Flora now picking up Stalker in this follow-up as well, making things very difficult indeed. Who did Fielder even... Okay, got Hanbin, never mind, I was going to say.
Yeah, double nano. It seems like Hanbin's been getting almost all of the nanos. It feels like often they're just these defensive measures from Team Falcons.
I have to say as well, by the way, a little small thing here, actually, that'll have to wait, because once again, Ironade onto Hanbin collects him.
Hold up, Fielder, Alpha. Oh, Pelican, though, the Nano Blade. Or rather, the regular Blade. The Nano was actually onto Flora.
Okay, so here's the thing now. Team Falcons, they still have an ult coming back online. Can still play for delay here. Proper copying over to Bernard. Be a good one. Bob is nearly there as well. They just need to play for time. If Falcons lose this point, at least if they can lose it with 0 on the clock for Zeta, it's still really workable. They do not want Zeta to finish with time here, if possible.
Out comes the Ray. Proper copies.
Stalker needs to live.
Oh, needs to live. Fielder's down, though. That's a huge pickup from Bernard. Hiding in the back at the moment is Hanbin. Desperately wants access to the Annihilation. Proper can't get back into bait. Taken out of a duplicate just before it happens. Flora's got themselves an open season for hunting all of the Falcons. I'm pretty sure we need a permit for that. And even if you had it, it was probably fake to begin with. Hanbin going to be subbed out here by the Bob. And attempt to try and boot them off the map. It's going to be an exchange of Bobs right here as Flora sends their own onto a point. And that's actually going to keep the point contested for a moment, but it's going to be worth contesting as Pelican just grabs Stalker in this tiny little area. Chio gets it done.
Very, very contentious final fight coming through there. Falcons barely holding on to dear life, and things got a little bit more comfortable once Hanbin found the Annihilation there. Is also a couple of stall ultimates. You have Proper copying over to the Diva. That's going to take some time to take down. Hanbin using the Annihilation. That's going to take some time to get down. High threat there as well. Don't really want to play too close to that one. Couldn't burn it down. They don't have their own Echo. They don't have their own burst damage. No really large ticket items in terms of ultimates for Zeta to be able to do something about that. And then finally, the coup de grace. Cherry on top. The Bob from Stalker. Couldn't get booped off. Nice attempt from Flora, but couldn't get booped off the map there. Stalker even felt the comfortability to be able to kind of milk the ultimate slightly longer. Didn't have to use it straight away. But he absolutely did have to live, because if he goes down there and doesn't find the Bob at the end, too much pressure onto Hanbin and the rest of the team to try and stay up. The good news for Zeta is good distance. Really, really solid distance. It's not the end of the map. So That's the only
Avril,
downside. We're not going to see a time back.
I've got better news for Zeta Division.
Do
Humbin's
tell.
hovering the
Paint me the picture.
Humbin's hovering the
really
Winston, baby.
Paint me like one of your French girls here. What are you talking? What do we got on board here?
Imagine you go to a zoo and you see some art on the wall. You're like, oh, that's was that done by someone's
art enjoyer?
Yeah, just enjoying the art. Like, oh, that was done by one of our resident gorillas. We call them Hanbin. Not much in terms of fragging power, but they are quite the tourist attraction.
Not to be confused with Harambe. That's a different gorilla, but Hanbin is I'll talk about here. He could play Diva. He's not going to.
Harambe probably walked away with a better KD than Hanbin.
Surely Stalker at least changes. Here we go. We got that on board. So we got the double diving kit. Okay, I do want to note the last time they played Kings Row, Hanbin, I believe, was actually on the Diva. And you saw the difference. I mean, able to pocket proper and maybe even Stalker flying in a little bit more. You also notice a much more standard kind of defense here from Zeta. Okay, I think Matt looking over towards Sigma is fine. Max obviously does every time, but Pelican starting on the Orb is what we normally see. But he does die, so there's that.
I love Cheer being able to walk up onto his high ground as well. That is an anti onto Hanbin. That could turn things around. Finn's under massive pressure here, though. There's that little bit of pressure that came through on the point. Proper's going deep right now. Try and make something happen. Has been able to disengage safely, and there is an advantage in attrition here for Falcons.
See if they can work something out here. Zeta Vision are kind of just having to group very tightly around the archway right now, but Falcons still have to wait for respawns themselves. Pelican losing turret. Okay, well, I mean, does that give Falcons a little bit more ability to walk up? Ultimates will be coming online very shortly. Hanbin locking down archway is very nice.
All right, lots of control here on the point. Team Falcons well set up for this. Goody on the incoming sleep coming through from Bernard, but now you have to siege into this zone, and Hanbin's going to be holding down this door well. Proper give him a nano. Going to start to cleave on through the Suzu. Oh, Proper, where did the hands go, bro? Where have they gone? Proper's just going to have to disengage here, and guess what? Kitsune rush strikes the rest of Zeta Division onto the point, pushing out Team Falcons. Proper's still busy in the back, but Bernard has found everything he wants and a touch more, eating all the stickies. Stalker can't survive. Oh, Team Falcons, the fumble is generational.
Yeah, I think that should have gone to Hanbin actually, but he wasn't in position. He was kind of jumping out at the same time, so it was a little bit of mistiming there. Or rather, he just, I don't know. He got booted backwards by Bernard a little bit. Possibly could have been Fielder's fumble. He might have aimed for Hanbin. They kind of missed there. Possibly just kind of got that one wrong. The Proper didn't have Blade yet. Hanbin needed the engagement to actually walk in. He was the first one taken down, if you remember.
Cheer pops the rally. A stalwart defense here needs to hand over. Oh, nice. A copy onto Kiriko here for Stalker. Showing off those projectile drops. This is very deep from Hanbin, but fear not. The Primal Rage will sustain them. Sends in a Kitsune rush here towards the ulting Torbjorn. And there it is. They've managed to flip the point away in the midst of all of this. Hanbin just took Finn for a ride, and it works out.
He actually took a couple supports. I think he was able to just kind of entirely solo that backline, give his team the ability to work through the rest of the point. He had both Violet and Finn, I'm pretty sure, locked down in the bottom half of the map there. So for Team Falcons, they got what they needed, finally. Nano onto Pelican in that previous fight, also not super ideal. Kept them alive, but doesn't give the longevity like it would have onto Bernard. Now Stalker just opened things up a little bit earlier on towards his next point to give Falcons a bit more space to play through.
Saying you need a hit scan player on this team. L+ ratio, both of these players are hit scan players. Stalker's kind of nasty. Proper, unfortunately, goes a little bit too far there and just can't deal with the crossfire of having the Finn heals.
I do want to correct myself as well. I did say that last time Hanbin played Diva here. That's actually wrong. He also did play the Winston versus Crazy Raccoon on the A-point attack. And they did actually, credit to them, they got that A-point as well. But they did not cap B versus Crazy Raccoon. Zeta are not Crazy Raccoon. Let's see if that happens now. This time, Fielder should be looking for the Nano onto Proper, given the Nano Blade's there. But Hanbin dies just at the wrong time.
Yeah, Fielders just didn't have LOS onto Hanbin. Like, the main source of healing wasn't there. You can't sustain a big Omnic Glad on cookies alone from a Predator. There's going to have to be a disengagement here from Team Falcons. For now, they're going to hold their space as they wait for Hanbin to return.
Now, Fielder had the off angle. He was kind of dueling the opposing supports for a little while. Then Hanbin backed off towards his own team. So I think with a little bit more forward momentum, Falcons could have just pushed forward. Hanbin walks up Proper, then Leaps in the air, blades, receives the nano from Fearless off angle. That would have been it.
Nano Blade ready to go! Flora barely even existed! It's Schrodinger's Ash! And while a dash back only nets prop of a turret thereafter, 2 players have already fallen on down. And guess what? This D.Va desperately needs to remech. They're going to be using for self-destruct to try and make it happen. Gets back into the mech fairly safely, but already the remainder of Zeta Division have been scattered to the 4 winds. Pelican's fallen all the way back now. Bolton Core ready to go, and they do have the pocket in the form of Violet, and Proper's getting rid of that in no time at all. No monkey business here.
Zeta's on the wrong side of the map. 3 of their players, or at least 2 of them, ended up over towards Falcons attacking spawn. It's not what you want to see. And now for Zeta Division, scrambling to find defenders. Pelican does have Molten Core for his defense. Is he going to get back to the point in time? Bernard trying to stall out as much as he can right now, is going to be able to buy that time. Stalker on the flanking angle. Can get a decent bob here.
This could be a brutal bob. Takes out Flora. Flora's already sent out the bob, though, so there's a little bit more contest to try and play with. Violet's gone as well, just directing the bob towards the primary targets. Hunman's surrounded, though. It's super difficult to try and survive this one. A sticky turret, yes, and that's going to be a nano, I believe, going over onto Bernard. Burst healing given over. Damage is too much. Finn's been nanoed in the back as well to allow them to deal with Stalker, and Team Falcons are held.
Bernard has to be, so far at least for me, the standout player on Zeta Division. Once again, holds the ground despite all odds. A flanking bob does not do enough there. Is good for Stalker. Certainly destroys Flora. Puts Violet into jeopardy. Finn, though, was there. Eventually comes back. Keeps putting the healing slightly into Bernard. Drops the nano onto Bernard, and then suddenly the 2 players alive, you might even say 3, including the bob between Stalker, Bob, and Harmbin, wasn't enough to get the cap. And now time is running out.
Finn wants Fielder, and Fielder has to go away the long way as well. Proper super low. Still has to deal with this sticky turret up at the top. Finn's already gone down, though. Pelican grabs Proper. Basilisk clutch potential. The bob has made it all the way into her back, and now there's no Anna to try and sleep this one. Flora simply gets their flesh singed, as it is going to be answered here by Violet. But healing, ready to go. Chio realizing it's time to pop the rally, trying to take it to their own father here. I'm sorry, father. I'm going to have to throw you into the abyss. With Hanbin at my side, Fielder goes on down. A remake is given over here, so that Bernard's got additional staying power on the defense alongside Hanbin. A Kitsune rush on the retake from Violet gives over that additional killing power. Out comes the blade. That's 1 for Proper. Can they make it 2? You bet they can. Clean on the deflect as well, and Proper gets everything he needs and everything Falcons wanted.
Proper's time to deliver. Things are looking dire. Some 14 Falcons and Zeta Division have a superior respawns. He wanted to save the blade. He held it for quite some time, but the numbers were not good. 14 Falcons, 3 alive at one point, waiting for respawners. Falcons are gonna have to do a little bit more now, because a minute 30 to finish the map is not quite enough. With Proper taking the game into his own hands, the win rate for Falcons improves, but it's going to take some time to get another blade. They're going to need another win condition here. Flora dying to Stalker might be it.
Oh, Stalker's aiming right now. Ain't no stopping him. The momentum is strong. The bob's going in. The Molten Core's going to start burning it real fast, though. That bob's not going to last for long, but long enough to get rid of Violet. Car's still moving. Proper's in deep. Oh, Bernard's going to have to remake here. Using the self-destruct might be able to push it down onto that backline. The Stalker's already looking for them. Where's the meat to touch the payload? Falcons refuse to miss a major. That much is for certain. Finn sent in a nano onto Violet. It barely even existed for a moment because Proper's already on top of him. And Falcons, they continue to storm forwards.
That is the type of Falcons that we are looking for. Finally, they have found their wings, and they are soaring 2-0 now in the lower bracket. And what we really needed to see was in dark moments, in very tiresome moments where they look like they might lose. That man walking across the screen right there on stage took the game in his own hands. On Echo, he built 2 duplicates in 2 fights. That's how fast he was charging ultimates on the Echo. Okay, maybe the Echo wasn't enough. Goes over towards the Genji. Finds blade after blade success. Stalker there on the left side of your screen. Opening kill onto Flora in the final fight. Absolutely delivering them another player advantage. Kills the baby D.Va Burner before he finds the remake. That's very important, because if Burner finds the remake, Finn gets a nano onto Burner, there's a real good chance Zeta hold that final point. That final kill to Burner's baby D.Va was the difference maker, and now we'll see if map number 3 can be a difference maker for Zeta. 오잖아. 하나 빼. 펴. 막혀 날리고 사.
Oh, okay, but the Falcons I was promised back in the lower bracket in a first to four series. They're 2-0 up after going to Zeta Division's map pick and just about clutching it out.
Yeah, calm our beating hearts here a little bit. Don't want to get too excited because, you know, the other side of Falcons, sort of the Jekyll and Hyde situation, might rear its ugly head around at any point. And we got a little bit of a taste of that. The Han Benson certainly did show up for a brief moment. Again, credit though, they did cat A. If that was a full hole, we would have been asking serious questions as we have in the past. But now those questions might be directed over towards Zeta Division, because while certain good things were shown by Zeta Division, when it really counted, Falcons were the ones that consistently got it across the line.
Yeah, it felt like when it came to clutch or kick, because Zeta Division were often getting kicked to the curb, and Team Falcons, they were often just managing to find, like, honestly, kind of getting hits getting gapped by Stalker. I mean, you get gapped by Stalker on so many roles, but this should be where Flora can really be the difference maker as like a kind of dedicated hit scan player. But we have often questioned Flora's hero pool when he's off the Sojourn.
Right? Because really, the more you look at Flora, the more you think he just might be a Sojourn merchant. Now, given that, sometimes you go to purchase something and they only sell one product. That's a good product. It's a singular product, and they do it extremely well. The problem in Overwatch is you can't get away, even in a Sojourn-favored meta, right now with only playing Sojourn. In fact, a Soj ban at any point coming through from Falcons would be devastating. We saw how large the gap is as soon as he goes to Ashe. I've said previously, when the Ashe matchup comes in, he doesn't like to stay on Ashe for very long. He reluctantly has to play the Ashe. We don't even have to talk about the Widow. That was proven yesterday. Aid completely dumpstered him. Wasn't close. Doesn't even want to attempt playing the Widow versus a player like Lip. Flora's hero pool is very questionable. Couldn't really perform on the Tracer much earlier that we saw today as well. So really, it's Sojourn or nothing as we head into Esperanza. Map choice coming through from Zeta Division. First ban D.Va is going to put us into Malga contention. With D.Va out of the mix, unless both players, more likely Harmbin than Burner, are looking over towards the little Winston coming through again, which, well, maybe Zeta would like to see that, actually. That is most likely now with the D.Va ban geared towards, I think, a Malga versus Malga mirror. And this has been brewing because for the longest time, I've kind of identified these two teams as being the primary two Malga teams of Korea. Although with time being moved forward, Crazy-kun with Jinbin on that Malga has also proven themselves more than capable and able to beat both teams on that hero as well. So it might be time to test the waters on the Malga mirror. And both teams have also played that recently on their most recent Esperanza outings, although I dare say Hanbin took a little while to move over towards the Malga. But with no Diva in there, the choices are pretty limited.
You once again roused my weary heart. I was taunted with tales of Malga, and yet I see before me a pair of Zaryas.
This is interesting. We have the official off-tank off, and I actually kind of thought that Burnout wouldn't want to go for this. This is far more standard of Hanbin, and actually beyond that as well, I would have imagined that a Malga here would have just been better than Zarya anyway. So the teams have a different read. They want to play the Zarya. The Zarya was banned on the previous map. Hanbin's been the player most wanting to play the Zarya when possible. Burnout far less so. Might be a mistake for Zeta, although plenty of time to see if that ends up being true or not.
Oh, Stalker's just nasty on the Pharaoh right now. Bring back Alpha Yi. Gotta see this in the air. Hanbin taking out Bernard early. Of course, the pressure just collapsed the moment that Flora was down, courtesy of his rockets.
Early deaths as well. At least not onto Bernard. That would be costly.
Ooh, it's nasty.
It's just gone. Proper just solos that angle too. I think Zarya was also there. Hanbin was there to provide some bubble support, but Hanbin didn't peek. Proper happy to just get in there onto Flora without even fully committing onto him. Just some long-range shots. And another early death that's going to threaten the cap as well.
I mean, can Bernard even go forward at this point? Has been given the speed to try and make it happen, but you are going up against a high-energy Hanbin right here, and bro is nasty with the beams. We talked about earlier when you saw that Zarya ban come out, but maybe this would be something that appears later in the series. The combined damage of Stalker and Hanbin does get rid of Bernard, but the next tag in has come to try and keep this guy contested. Oh, they lose it afterwards. Hanbin just about hanging on and managing to grab that cap as well. Means that forward spawn's now active for Falcons.
He was actually about 60 energy for a while, but towards the end there, after just spamming bubbles on himself and cooldown, he found the 100. But my goodness, I saw his HP go down to 3. That is tragic for Zeta to not have been able to finish off that kill. But with Bernard dead, not much to be able to play into. And now Bernard, as discussed, is going to be severely behind in energy charge. It's going to take him a while to be able to catch up again. And Hanbin is just light years ahead currently in that race towards grab. Which,
And they got a better way to follow up the grab.
Grab Barrage is going to be the combo.
Oh, you don't even need it. Banana Barrage. Oh, the save is good, though. The healing's strong, giving Bernard 50% damage reduction and the orbital ray as well. But they used both their support ults, and they're yet to get a kill. It's absolutely clean for Falcons. A clean wipe off the back of this. Yeah, they get Chio, but it's a consolation prize.
That's the second kill so far. They got proper a little bit early on. Now they get Chio. Hitting Chio is going to hurt slightly. It's going to impact Team Falcon's ability to reach above 100 by any significant margin. Maybe they can get up to the corner, but Chio is a speedy little boy as well, that Chuno, so the Falcons just backing out. They're not going to back down. They're just going to blade in with Bubble Up.
A bubbled blade.
Oh,
the reflex! Violet ends it all! Oh, no. Proper declines to go in again, though, with that reset. Instead, just taking his trophy and doing a little bit of a victory lap here. Stalker unperturbed thus far. So much damage coming through onto Bernard. That might be a solo grab onto Hanbin. Proper jumps in just to try and make things happen. He's going to get taken down by Flora here. The overclock needs to hit pay dirt. Up in the air, though. Fielder ready to do it. It's only 2 supports and a Farah, but they're going to get a full completion. Zeta Division, they haven't loaded into the map.
What time was that? We need to double check what time that, and that could genuinely be a world record. They didn't lose a single fight. They didn't stop pushing for a single moment. That is a catastrophic failure from Zeta Division. Maybe the most one-sided map that we've seen in OWCS Korea, perhaps all year. I'm just going to get final confirmation now. It ends so quickly late day that you barely get to see the timer. Official fight timer is 6:41. So we are looking at a 3-minute 19 attack on Esperanza. We need the historians to check if that is a world record or not. I think pro
Vec
level.
have put-
I don't
put
count
up
your
better
play games, chat. I'm sorry.
defenses.
But yeah, look, I'm sorry, but Harbin's Zarya you got baited into a Zarya matchup. Flora got farmed. He got killed off repeat as well. Violet got killed off repeat. We spent longer in the break than we did in that match, unfortunately. That map, sorry.
Yeah, and back into the abyss. Stare into the abyss, and it'll stare back into your soul. Let's see if Zeta can rescue themselves from his fumble after this break. One map away from stamping their tickets to Hangzhou. Team Falcons 3-0 up in the series. Zeta Division thought this was the closest they could possibly come to a major, but so close thus far has been very, very far.
Asian main event playoffs have been just about all 4 zeros, minus the singular map the Zeta Division took off of Crazy Raccoon, but it's looking like in the series they might not even be able to get that one map versus now Falcons. And a last-ditch effort for Zeta Division. What will be required is a reverse sweep, 4 maps in a row to get back in. And even if Zeta start winning maps, all maps after this will be chosen by Falcons as their advantage for reaching match point first. It is rough here. That is an understatement. That Esperanza, 142, 41 meters to 0 meters in 3 minutes and 19 seconds. That's the type of map that you would expect out of Falcons versus maybe Vec, bottom team of Korea, maybe versus another Asian team outside of Korea, maybe versus NAEU, but certainly versus Zeta Division. You wouldn't have thought that Zeta would have fallen over, tripped up that fast. I mean, they barely got kills. I think you could count the number of kills they got on a single hand. Zeta are in trouble.
I mean, they are in so much trouble. Team Falcons, they finally got their groove back, and it really feels like Proper's returned, like the prodigal son. He was a little bit MIA for a touch of time. We're going to Watchpoint Gibraltar next.
Okay, so this is funny because it's Zeta's map choice, right? So they want to take this onto a dive map. Now, they faltered here before, obviously, versus Crazy Raccoon. Both these teams, realistically, have kind of avoided this map a little bit outside of Zeta picking it versus Crazy Raccoon, which we talked about in the previous broadcast. What's funny here is both teams kind of need to play Diva given the hero pools. However, I think it would be extremely funny if we saw a Winston ban in here. Or rather, a Diva ban in here, forcing the Winstons to come through. Because both of them kind of suck at the Winston.
Versus the hard Winston, man.
It would be a very cursed matchup. It would be a bit of a clown fiesta. It would certainly be, you know, another terrible day to have eyes. However, it would be really funny. I think that would be so good if we do see a Diva ban come in here, because it would really kind of force you to think about what you're going to do. Who has the better practice Winston of our non-Winston players? Brig is going to be gone. That's going to deny Brig Jr. It's going to deny Brig Anna. It's going to enable certain dives as well, though. But there's the Diva ban. There's the Diva ban. So we're literally going to see both teams play Winston now. You're going to see Benaston versus Han Binston. And it's just going to be the battle of, like, who has the slightly better of the bad Winstons. And at least this is not versus Crazy Raccoon when Jinbin's just going to laugh his way over to Hangzhou. He's already locked in. But right now, it's like they both kind of are not good at Winston. They both would prefer to play the Diva here. So this definitely negatively impacts both teams. Without the Brig as well, probably going to look more towards the Lucio Kiriko, although I think Anna is quite good on this map. And with no Diva, Anna with the Winston is probably going to be required, but no Brig with Anna will be costly. This is going to be interesting. Lucio, Anna might have to be the support duo here.
Eyes forward. We're about to have a mid-off. I mean, it's also worth noting, this is exactly what happened last time as well to Zeta Division. Except they were going up against a team that likes to play Winston. They came in and banned Brigitte on Watchpoint Gibraltar, and then Crazy Raccoons went, I guess we'll just ban Diva and force you to play Winston. It went about as well as you'd expect. Let's see if it goes any better this time around as we head in to Watchpoint Gibraltar.
So no Lucio to be found. It will in fact be the double flex support duos, which actually on an escort mat does make a little bit of sense. I will say that I think the Lucio probably has a little bit more utility in terms of sound barrier just being a fantastic ultimate, but the power to just peel for your Ana is really important. I don't know if the Kiriko is going to be able to display that, but we will see what else we can bring onto the table here. Violet will be the one obviously piloting the Kiriko with Finn over towards Ana. I don't expect it's still going to be on the Hanzo for too long, really. The other problem is you have Flora on the Ashe, and so for Stalker, he could easily win this matchup if he just goes Ashe himself.
This might become an actual life-changing map for me to watch. Oh, Flora. Momentary accuracy. Falls out of his hands rather quickly here, and now Proper starting to erode that space. He's in danger for the moment. A Stalker joins up on the high ground. The wall climb here is going to be particularly useful just to make sure that you continually create these unfair Winston matchups.
Widowmaker here would even be quite deadly. Of course, we've seen how little Flora wants to even contest that. Burner lucky to get out with his life, his multiple low members. This will at least heal a lot for moving Finn up in the nano trade. He's really moving up fast. Burner going as low as he did, transferring that all the way over to Finn. Okay, we got to talk about this. Flora now going over towards Hanzo as well. We have not really seen this before. Not too sure to expect out of the Flora Hanzo. This is going to be one of the very few times we've seen this in recent history.
Live science about to occur here and now. Double peaked by both the Winston and the Hanzo. And of course, there is a help from the Bionade as well. Stalker at range is just decimating Finn. And, well, this is going about as well as expected.
Zeta are lost right now, man. They need to play the nano advantage, which is quickly fading. In fact, it's fading so fast that Chio is also way above Violet. So what they had in terms of feeding all of the ult charge and healing over to Finn, Violet's got none of that healing. They don't even walk away with a real nano advantage. They could have had a nano play the last fight. Finn should have recognized, hey, I've got a very fast nano here. Fielder probably doesn't have one. Nano burner and straight away just get the party started. That didn't happen, and now they're behind.
All right. Big place here from Hanbin. Straight into the back. Heals unavailable, apparently. Just asleep at the keyboard or something. Pelican now going to be chased down by that Nano Winston. The damage is going to be a little bit much to deal with, but Finn is at least getting something done from the back. Bernard's popped the Primal Rage well off screen right now. Fielder under pressure. Chio can't actually heal through this one. Oh, he's got the Gushway Primals. There we go. Bernard learned from his old teammate. He wants to go to Hangzhou because he was promised dinner.
Honestly, Bernard, I normally would have questioned that Prime, but because he actually gets a kill into Fielder, it's kind of useful. But can say to be fast enough. Another player dies here, Bernard. It's not useful anymore. So what small advantage they gain, a massive Primal being invested for a singular kill to buy timing advantage, and they couldn't even use that because Bernard goes down. It's going from bad to worse, Harry. Falcon sit on 4 ultimates, Zeta sit on only 2. They traded Nano for Nano, dropped in an extra Primal and lost. And now Zeta Division, lost is the name of the gameplay right now. Unless...
Oh, Pelican, headshot, Hanbin finishes that one off. Violet now doing their best to brawl out against the Winston. A quick disengage. Going onto the backline now. Hanbin slept, instantly woken up, of course. Cheers, Flora, for the alarm clock there. In goes the pulse on. Not going to grab too much. Flora moves on forward. Bernard's been beaten to death by the compatriot here. Yeah, it's a little bit wild. Caught in the prison. And unfortunately, the Gulag's not taking any prisoners today.
Yeah, Law of the Jungle here. Only one alpha gorilla is allowed to be in the pack. One alpha male gorilla. Bernard has to settle for loneliness in the jungle today. Zeta will have to settle for a bit of a mid-season or stage 1 break if they do not do anything here.
Oh,
looking like with Finn being caught. This is last fight, by the way.
Oh, here comes the blade coming through from Pelican. Gets Fielder. There are no other targets. Everyone's just hiding away.
Blade I've ever seen. He's got no targets.
Yeah, everyone just leaves. Let's just go. Stalker at half right now. Chio not interested in healing. It's all about the aggression at the moment. Bernard might have to stand alone. On Car will be the last survivor. Violet's managed to get away for just a little bit longer. Headshot from Stalker. Brutal on the Hanzo. The Uberflex is here, and he's too good at everything. It's a Nano Flora. Stalker doesn't care. They've been slept up by Fielder. And, well, Zeta Division, here in the jungle, we watch as the beta gorilla is forced to disengage into the jungle, never to be seen again.
Hanbin and the rest beat their chest. We do have to remember this is still a mid-off of the bad Winstons, but beyond that, it was funny looking at Pelican trying to find a target for Blade. You said everyone just left, and where did they go? Well, Falcons are boarding their plane to Hangzhou. That's where they were. They weren't on this map. They were already gone. Zeta in the worst possible position, full held on Gibraltar. I believe they were full held versus Crazy Raccoon as well, but that was versus Crazy Raccoon, the best dive team in the world with Jimbin on Winston. They are full held versus the Han Binston. But really, I don't think that was the critical factor. It was the fact that they never played the timing on the fast Nano, continually picked out. Flora is unfortunately a merchant on only the Sojin and can't deliver on any other hero, as proven. Pelican can only do so much. Bernard can only do so much. Bernard, I think, has been, again, the outstanding play on Zeta today. But a 1v5, he cannot win. And so, super costly offense there. Multiple times, they looked completely lost.
Pelican thinks better of a Torbjorn here, going back over onto a Genji. Pelican was a bright spot previously for the Gibraltar performances, clutching up when it was needed against Crazy Raccoon. Think about how epic this hold would be. Or possibly one of the largest fumbles.
There's a lot of things with very low statistical probabilities that would be awesome to think about. Like winning the lottery.
Yeah.
Which might be about the odds that Zeta have right now. They increase those odds with every single kill. That's one feel that does feel good for them.
The Stalker just keeps rolling the dice with this bow. And we know that eventually he's going to grab a headshot. The question is how much damage is going to have been done when Stalker finally hits that nat 20.
Exclamation mark D20 in the chat as Zeta Division losing a bit of space here. Bernard. Look how close that cap is, by the way. It's literally right there. And it might happen now with that kill onto Violet and that subsequent kill. I think it's over.
Press rolling with advantage. That's going to be a nasty little anti coming through from Fielder. They're going to finish it themselves, by the way. Just going up against Bernard Chios here to help out. No one's going to be there to touch Team Falcons. They stamp their tickets to Hangzhou in glorious style. Team Falcons are back.
I said this earlier on, but I think the best outcome for the Qualia Grand Finals is if one of these two teams between Falcons and Zeta Division win with a resounding 4-0. That is exactly what Falcons have delivered today. This is good because now we will see, hopefully, a very competitive Grand Finals, but it's not good for Zeta Division. You expected more. We all expected more. A historical fumble, a historical fall from grace from the seeding matches beating both Falcons and Crazy Raccoon to now an exit from the tournament. 1-4 versus Crazy Raccoon. At least that one map was good, but an unfortunate 0-4 versus Falcons that is likely, honestly, about the same level of bad as Falcons display versus Crazy Raccoon yesterday. And now Falcons getting ready to move forward. Stalker, player of the match once again. He's collected like almost every single one of these, but honestly, I think the entire team stepped up today. Proper on the Genji was lights out today as well.
Who heads for same smorgasbord of hero highlights as Stalker does is the question. We're going to see Echo, we're going to see Ash, we're going to see Hanzo, we're going to see some Farah as well. Stalker, you labeled it earlier, Stalker proper, the most flexible DPS duo in the world, and they are hyper carries on every single one of them.
Really, we've talked about multiple times, it is the DPS line of the Falcons team that is the scariest. It's where their carry potential is, and on any given day and many other days, both of the players on the DPS role between Proper and Stalker can and will show up, and this was one of those days. You had quiet moments for Stalker where Proper absolutely demolished the other team, and vice versa, also true, but it doesn't really matter because both players have the capability to take over the game at any given point. That just wasn't the case today for Zeta Division. Between all three of their DPSs, unfortunately, there were flaws. We didn't quite get to see them dominate as they normally would. Alfie wasn't quite up to par on that Farah. Had a couple of good moments. Stalker largely outplayed him. Over on towards Hitscan battle. No real commentary there. Stalker demolished Flora on the Ash, on the Hanzo as well, which, okay, not typically a hit scan, but within the hit scan pool, strangely. This is what it is. And then beyond that as well, Pelican unfortunately looked very quiet on the Genji. Proper was really showing what Genji is supposed to do in the server today, and Pelican did none of that.
Yeah. Oh man, Stalker just having this pocket Hanzo is kind of brutal, no? Absolutely disgusting. We're going to have a player of the match interview ready to go, gracefully translated by WDG, so let's get stuck in.
첫 번째 경기 패자조 결승에서 승리를 팀 팔콘이 거뒀습니다. 그리고 항저우행을 확정 지었습니다. 그 경기의 POTM 스토커 선수를 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 감사합니다.
Check out that jacket, by the way.
승리 소감 좀 먼저 들어볼게요.
I think you can pre-order that somewhere. Check out the OWCS Korea Twitter to find out where.
이겨보겠습니다. 어제 0대4 패배가 있어서
But also, please share your thoughts on the victory. And Stalker says, I'm glad to go to Hangzhou.
더 강해져서 돌아온 느낌이
I will try to win the finals as well.
어제 피드백이 좀 있었던 것 같은데 어떤 피드백이 좀 있었었나요?
어제 했던 피드백은 라쿤전에 대해서 저희가 결승 갔을 때 그거에 대한 대비만 했지 제타전은 따로 준비하지 않습니다.
제타전은 따로 준비한 게 없다.
예.
그러면 오늘 경기 과정들 좀
Is there any feedback after yesterday's complete loss?
지브롤터 나올 줄 예상하셨나요?
Stalker says, I was prepared to meet Crazy Raccoon in the finals, but not Zeta.
나올 줄 몰랐다. 윈스턴 싸움이 또 나올 거라고 예상을 하셨나요?
Did you think it would be a 4-0 is the next question?
어쨌든 오늘 스토커 선수가 한조도 쓰고
I thought it would be.
오늘 에코도 쓰고 파라도 쓰고
But I didn't know if I could really do it.
아주 좋은 모습을
Well,
보여줬어요.
proven correctly now.
오늘 뭐 킥이라는 얘기도 있었습니다. 오늘 전체적으로 좀 어땠습니까? 분위기 자체가 경기 분위기 자체가.
어제 라쿤전 할 때는 저희가 뭐 말수가 평소보다 적은 것 같았는데 오늘은 그런 거 없이 저희가 하는 걸 제대로 다 한 것 같습니다.
자 이제 그랜드 파이널을 준비하게 됩니다. 팔콘도.
Question is, you used several heroes such as Echo, Farah, and how was the overall game today? I usually don't talk much, but I think I prepared well today is the answer.
몇 대면 예상하십니까?
Next question, are you confident against Crazy Raccoon? The answer is a succinct and firm yes.
마지막에 이긴 사람이 승자입니다.
자, 여기 팬분들 굉장히 많거든요.
Asking what the expected scoreline will be. Soga says we'll 4-0 them. And now finally a word to Crazy Raccoon. Soga says the team that wins last is the winner. A resounding answer given that that is the game that counts.
That's the theory of winning right there.
Oh no, it's the important, it's the grand finals. I mean, he's saying we can lose in the upper finals, but we'll beat you in the finals. With that trophy up for grabs, both teams locked into Hangzhou. Now we're playing for the first place title of Best in Asia, Best in the World, and that comes up next. Don't go anywhere. Grand Finals of Asia coming up next.
Initiating boosters in 3, 2, 1. Game on! Welcome to orbit! I'm on to you!
Let's go on then!
The Avatar.
I have goosebumps.
Holy! The glorious hunt of the Falcons finally comes to an end! 2024 World Champions! No more this!
Overwatch 2 Classic! We got the finals!
You should try my meatballs!
Welcome to the Overwatch 2 Spotlight. We've always strived to be the best competitive, team-based hero shooter. This past year alone, we made huge updates to our competitive systems, including matchmaking, balance updates, role queue times, and new features, all in service of constantly improving and evolving this game. To continue in that goal, we aim to innovate by creating new experiences for the more than 100 million players that have joined us since we launched in 2016. New experiences, new metas, new modes, new events, new heroes, just new ways to have fun. And 2025 is going to be another big year for us. Not only are we expanding this brilliant global community with a return to China in Season 15, but the overall key focus for us this year is how we can evolve what it means to play an Overwatch game. There's so many things coming to Overwatch 2 this year that we can't even fit it all into this spotlight. So, over the next 30 to 40 minutes, we're really excited to show you many of the things, but definitely not all, that we are planning for the first half of this year. First up, the biggest change since Overwatch launched, your favorite heroes are about to get a whole lot more heroic with perks. Perks are here to completely redefine your strategy and how you play your favorite heroes. Think of them as hero-specific bonuses that level up your gameplay and not just your hero. This means you can customize how you play in a match like never before. It's like giving your favorite heroes a little extra oomph. Overwatch 2 is about to evolve in a way you've never seen before. After that, we'll go into how we're starting the 2025 competitive year with a full reset and new competitive rewards, including the new competitive weapon when Season 15 launches. We will also showcase some new mythic skins, game modes, and of course, upcoming heroes. Plus, some improvements to how you are rewarded for your playtime, including the return of a system from Overwatch 1 that we've received a ton of requests for, so keep that feedback coming. We'll also share what's going on with esports, including how it's expanding with the reintroduction of Overwatch into China. Of course, some info on Overwatch Classic, as well as 6v6, and hopefully a few surprises mixed in as well. We know what this universe means to all of you, and our team is driven by the idea of working together with all of you in this wonderful community. Developing the best version of this universe for years and years to come is what truly matters. We're so thankful that you are all on this journey with us. And there's so much to tell you about that you're gonna wanna stick around.
It is time to celebrate the glory of battle, the competition, determination, and the boom! What a shot! Again! Finally, a worthy title! From the ashes, rise again! It is not about standing atop the mountain. It is the climb! Ah, yes, I too own one of these weapons. It is just not with me right now. To battle! How could you not win with such an advantage? Show them you are superior, and bang! My armored fingers are crossed! Yes! Just what I had hoped for! The spoils of victory continue! Ah, memory.
Free your mind. Energy flows through me. A warrior's greatest weapon is patience. Be present in the moment.
I will achieve my vision.
My arrows fly true.
To win is great. To win in style is even greater. Such a masterful display. Play it again! I will rewatch this one a few more times.
Time to talk about something big. Introducing perks. This is the most significant innovation to core gameplay since Overwatch launched in 2016. This is more than just an update. It's a radical shift in how you experience gameplay. Perks are upgrades to your hero's kit that unlock during the game. They provide an additional strategic layer, allowing you to alter your playstyle and adapt to situations. Throughout the match, you'll level up your hero 2 times, unlocking 1 minor perk and 1 major perk. The first time you level up, you'll get a choice between 2 minor perks. We positioned minor perks as lighter upgrades.
They're like a little boost to warm you up, from cooldown reductions to small passives that keep things balanced but exciting. Once you hit your major perk level, you'll get to choose between 2 powerful upgrades, letting you fine-tune your playstyle for the rest of the match. Major perks are gameplay-shifting additions to your hero's kit, changing your core loop and redefining what your hero is capable of. Let's look at an example now with Orisa. When you level up Orisa to level 2, your minor perk choice will be between heat reduction on your primary fire or the ability to briefly tank burst damage with Fortify. Are you facing down a Junkrat and want to be able to survive his tire? The upgrade to Fortify might be a great choice. The fun really gets going when you get to your major perk at level 3 though. Here, Orisa gets the choice between a higher impact energy javelin or swapping out her javelin spin for a protective barrier. Here's another example of what you can expect with major perks with Torbjorn. For Torb's major perk options, you get to choose between 2 wild upgrades for your turret. The first perk option is allowing you to upgrade your turret to level 3 when activating Overload, drastically shifting your turret's threat level as it rips through enemies. The second perk option is if you're feeling a little cheeky, upgrading your turret to now stick on walls. With this added flexibility, Torbjorn can take different angles and even surprise opponents with sneaky turret placement. Finally, let's round it out with Ana. Ana's first major perk choice upgrades her sharpshooting capabilities, allowing her to headshot enemies. Be careful, Widowmaker, you might lose this sniper duel. Then, if you're playing Ana and having a hard time getting dove on, you might want Ana's second major perk option. Give yourself Nano Boost when it's activated on an ally. Now that's a way to turn a fight. When designing perks, we wanted to expand and elevate what your heroes are capable of. We were looking for a system that we could layer on top of your normal Overwatch gameplay and offer choice from match to match. We plan on adjusting perks on a regular cadence with bigger system refreshes happening in the middle of the year. Every choice you make with perks will impact the battlefield, offering new opportunities to outplay enemies and support your team. You'll get to experience the next era of Overwatch 2 when Season 15 launches.
It's awesome to see the passion and dedication this community brings to the game every day. Honestly, it's what keeps us hyped to bring you more. Today, we're so happy to share some exciting new features when the 2025 competitive year begins during Season 15, a season that will shake things up by making the game more strategic and further improving our competitive systems. Last year during Season 9, we introduced a major rework to our competitive system, as well as the addition of new hero passives that refresh the core gameplay of Overwatch. As we enter the first season of 2025, this is the perfect chance for the team to shake things up once again. For such a big season, it just feels logical to start with a big bang, our galactic weapons. In response to your feedback about competitive rewards, we worked hard to make this year's weapon variant out of this world. We developed new tech to support applying this type of complex material to weapons. We want you to feel like you have the power of the stars in the palm of your hand. And hey, we're also making climbing the ladder even more charming. At Platinum and above, you'll now get exclusive weapon charms alongside the existing titles. We'll start tracking your rank for this during Season 15 and hand out these rewards for the first time in Season 16. Now you'll be flexing your rank in any mode by rocking these battle-ready cosmetics with pride. We're also excited to report that we're bringing rake icons back to the hero portraits while you're in competitive play. We'd like to do more of this sort of thing in the future, but for now, this will give players that want to show off their skill by sharing their gameplay an easier way to do that. Now, Season 15's rank reset. We've tuned our ranks again, and we're confident you can reach new heights that show off your true skill, whether you've been away for a while or you've been grinding up until the last minute in some questionable end-of-season matches. Most importantly, we think these soft resets work best when we're introducing big new features that change what it means to be skilled at the game. I'm happy to announce that hero bans are officially coming to the game. We know you've been asking for this feature, and we're looking forward to building our take on it. Don't worry, no pools or cats in pools are involved. We want a system that punches up at the strong or frustrating heroes without punching down at weaker niche picks. We also want a system that's very fast, that gives you nuanced control over outcomes, and that we can tweak based on your feedback. As you've seen, we're building a lot of new features. And speaking of buildings, what if you had more control over which of our buildings you spend your time in? We're happy to announce that map voting will be coming to the game after hero bans. Both hero bans and map voting are exclusive to competitive play. One of the other changes I'm particularly excited about is a quality of life update I've wanted to build since my first day on the job. When I joined the team, I was challenged to list the top 10 things I wanted to work on. Back then, we chose the ping system from that list, but today we're building my number one, and that's improved hero information. In a game about mastery like ours, equipping players with the knowledge they need to improve is one of the most useful services we can provide as developers. That's why we're adding detailed stats to the hero information screen that show damage, cooldowns, ranges, and perks. Of course, Season 15 isn't just about competitive cosmetic updates. We're also tweaking stuff behind the scenes, think shop bundles and better ways to snag those jaw-dropping cosmetics. Season 15 is the return of loot boxes. You heard that right. Loot boxes are making a comeback. We're keeping it fun while being transparent about what's inside and the rate of various drops from opening each box. Oh, and guess what? They'll be available in the free track of the Battle Pass. And of course, they'll also be in the weekly rewards where you can get loot boxes for just playing. There are plenty of ways to earn them. We're really excited for the changes we've made in bringing these back, and hope you are too.
I'm really excited to join you today to speak about what you can expect from events this year. One of the biggest ways the team has been exploring new ways to play Overwatch 2 is through 6v6 tests. This is something players have been asking about since we launched Overwatch 2 with 5v5, and Aaron had a few extensive blogs on why the team made this switch. Things like pick rates, tank queue times, match stalemates, matches going on too long, sometimes made Overwatch feel like more of a slog than the fun it should have been. We want to find the absolute best way to make 6v6 with those concerns in mind. These limited time events are our way to really test how 6v6 in Overwatch 2 could work in the most fun, compelling ways possible when trying to address the various issues it used to face. This was a really great experiment for us, and we thank everyone that took part, jumped into the matches, and shared your feedback. We're still sifting through all of the in-game data, along with the mountain of feedback the team received across social media, forums, emails, and carrier pigeons. So look for an update on some key learnings in the coming weeks. Moving forward, we're going to be doing more of these, and in Season 15, we're pleased to announce 6v6 is getting its own competitive queue. This will be an open queue, but with a max of 2 tanks per team. Not all of our events are just purely to experiment and to try and test out new features. We're also running events because, let's be honest, they're simply fun. Obviously, we have to bring back the modes and events that everyone loves. In addition to the current return of Lunar New Year, we're bringing back April Fools. You'll hit the beach in Summer Games, and of course, face the horrors of Dr. Junkenstein this Halloween. Outside of those annual events, one of the most fun limited time modes we've worked on in a while has to be Overwatch Classic. This was a labor of love for those of us who have been immersed in this universe for almost 10 years. We started in November with the Overwatch 1 launch day patch. 21 heroes, original abilities, no hero limits or role locks. Then in January, we rolled out with the September 2017 Moth meta patch, introducing the original versions of Ana, Sombra, Orisa, and Doomfist. But you can't do Overwatch Classic without the most notorious of Overwatch 1 periods. So coming in Season 15, we are bringing you Overwatch Classic GOATS. This was a ridiculously glorious time to play. You had 3 tanks and 3 supports dominating lineups. These won't be matches you'll go into thinking the key headshot or flanking play will make a difference. GOATS meta is a head-to-head battle, testing which team can be the most thoughtful and strategic in setting up the best combination of plays, the best use of dual heals, and of course, dual ults. Communication will be key when jumping back to 2019 to see if you have it in you to be the GOAT.
Today, we introduce an exciting new hero to our lineup. Meet Freya. Codenamed Windasher, she's the latest addition to Overwatch's roster, poised to help you elevate your game. Freya hails from the land of Denmark, where the winters are cold and apparently the bounty hunters are even colder. Freya was once Overwatch's most renowned search and rescue operative, dedicated to saving lives. But when Overwatch disbanded, she put her skills towards a new purpose, bounty hunting. Now, she'll hunt down any target for the right price. Freya is a hero with a unique arsenal at her fingertips. Armed with an explosive crossbow and a cape that gives her serious airtime, Freya doesn't play by the rules. We think you'll love the new dynamic she brings to Overwatch. Whether you're the type to strategize, hit the ground running, or hover above it, she's got something for everyone. Test your foes with her explosive flare, or wrap them up like a gift with her bola. And if someone tries to flee, well, as Freya says, run or hide, it won't matter in the end. Freya's kit doesn't just aim to control the battlefield, it aims to own it. Unload a flurry of rapid-fire bolts with her rev-draw crossbow to keep the pressure on your enemies. Slow it down with Take Aim to line up the perfect shot and fire a high-speed, explosive bolt that will turn your targets into fireworks. Quick dash in any direction to reload your explosive bolt and leave your enemies in the dust. Launch yourself sky high with an updraft of wind and catch those rooftop campers or get a bird's eye view before you strike. And finally, snag an enemy with a bola shot. Wrap them up and pull in their unlucky teammates for the ultimate combo play. For those of you who love a challenge, Freya is going to test your skills like never before. Recognized internally as being one of the highest skill heroes in the game, Freya's kit demands precision and a steady, long-range aim. Whether you want to dominate the battlefield or just float on the breeze, she's going to be the right bounty hunter to hire. Now that we've shown you Freya, you probably want to know who the Season 18 hero will be. I think it's fitting to give you a sneak peek at Hero 44. Codenamed Aqua, this Chinese water wielder has one of the most unique ability sets that we have ever developed. You'll learn more about him later this year. And before then, get ready for the Freya Hero Trial coming later in Season 15. Keep following the Overwatch 2 team on social media and our website. We'll release more hero comics and continue to share regular updates on balance changes for all of your favorite heroes.
Season 16 is launching in April and is going to be another massive season. In addition to a new hero, theme, and some fun events, we have something extra special that has been in the works for a long time. Welcome to Stadium, the ultimate battleground for strategy, teamwork, and hero evolution. Stadium is the biggest game mode we've made since Overwatch 1 was first released in 2016. TLDR, this mode is awesome. It's Overwatch gameplay like you've never seen before. Fast-paced rounds, nail-biting 5v5 matches, and a best-of-7 system designed to push every player's limits. This is the arena where you don't just outplay the enemy, you outthink and outbuild them too. Here's the twist. Mods. Each round, you'll earn coins based on how you and your team perform. Use these to unlock and customize abilities for your hero. Choose from mods that boost survivability, like extra armor, amplify attacks with shorter cooldowns, or even add game-changing abilities. Stadium is packed with transformative powers and strategic encounters that enhance the hero fantasy well beyond anything we've released. This also includes the option to choose how you play in either a first-person or an entirely new third-person perspective from which to see more of the battlefield and your modifications in action. To go into detail and really showcase what Stadium is all about, I'm thrilled to introduce Dylan Snyder and, of course, the one and only Dion Rogers.
What's up, Aaron?
Thank you so much, Aaron. Wow, this is crazy.
Can you believe we're in Watch Point Gibraltar?
Yes, let's talk strategy. Picture this, Reaper flying, like literally flying, I'm serious, through the air to take down a pesky diva, or Mercy enchanting a teammate to auto-res on death. The choice is totally yours, so build wisely. What works as an edge in one round might be the difference maker in the next. You'll be upgrading your hero until they're so powerful that Aaron has no choice but to make you the game director. You become a walking fortress by going all in on armor, or roast your enemy's shields faster and more mercilessly than Dion roasts me every day for not knowing anything about obscure 1970s jazz. Because why not?
And visually, we've revamped everything from the ground up, creating a new user experience layout to make navigating your mods simple and fun. The fresh layout and intuitive icons transform strategy into art, giving you the arsenal to power up your hero as you progress through intense matches. Incorporating an intricate mod system, each choice you make is a step towards strategic dominance. Early in the game, you'll invest in affordable mods that lay a solid foundation for your team, giving you an immediate but modest boost. As the match heats up, you'll unlock access to more expensive and oh-so-satisfying mods that pack a serious punch, turning the tide in your favor. Each power-up is complemented by incredible visual effects, dynamically interacting with your actions to maximize the awesome feel of impact and intensity. You'll have complete control of your currency, so how and when you spend could be the key to victory. It's all about crafting the best version of your hero at the right moment.
In addition to mods you can buy, you'll also unlock even more powerful traits that won't cost you anything. Traits are meant to be defining aspects of your play expression, so we're making sure that they feel appropriately transformative. You may remember us teasing some of these in events like Trials of Sanctuary or Junkenstein's Laboratory. As Reinhardt, you can focus on improving your barrier, taking away the movement penalty while it's raised, and allowing him to activate it while charging. As Soldier 76, become a utility healer for your team while improving your biotic field by increasing its range, attaching it to yourself, and buffing the attack speed of allies that stand in its radius. Or as Kiriko, embrace your true nature as a dive DPS by improving your health and damage resistance while gaining the ability to teleport to allies and enemies.
With 7 rounds, Stadium features a variety of maps and game modes. There will be a mix of modified versions of existing maps, such as a quicker Hanaoka Clash round, as well as new push maps with final artwork to be unveiled in the coming months.
Stadium launches in Season 16, and we see it as more than just a new mode. It's a long-term evolution. Each season will bring updates, new heroes, and possibly even alternate modes, like Payload Race or Paintball. And hey, while this mode is already big, it's just the beginning of empowering you to build the best hero you can.
We'll be keeping a close eye on your feedback and continue to find ways to evolve this mode into the biggest and best it could be.
We're planning to kick things off with 14 core heroes, carefully selected to ensure balance and competitive play, with more heroes being regularly added over time, which will allow you to keep working each season on what is the best hero build to help you win.
There will also be additional maps, modes, and features regularly added over time, keeping things fresh and competitive.
Stay tuned as we reveal more details in the coming months. Stadium isn't just a new way to play, it's a new way to dominate. Get ready to strategize, customize, and rise. Season 16 is just around the corner. See you there.
See you there.
We have some stunning cosmetics lined up, and I'm thrilled to brag about my team's hard work. Earlier today, you saw a brief glimpse of Season 15, but let's dive a bit deeper. Our Season 15 Mythic skin is for Zenyatta. Zenyatta will have heavenly visual effects and sound effects to complement his godly ascension. Our concept artist jumped on this one. She was really inspired by the Golden Dragon Pichu, and the team rallied to make sure that we brought her vision to life in a way that felt specific and authentic. Our 5th Mythic weapon is for Widowmaker, coming out at Season 15 mid-cycle. We wanted something that truly embodied Widowmaker's hero fantasy, and our concept artist took that literally. I don't have favorites, but if I did, the theme for our Season 16 Mythics is very near and dear to my heart. The team has been waiting forever to put our spin on the beloved Mahou Shoujo genre. I'm so excited to introduce Doki Watch, which pits the heroes of heart against the hollow hearts. Doki Watch retains core elements of the magical girl aesthetic and blends them with the sleek technology of Overwatch. Our heroes' Magitech weapons are empowered by their animal familiars to fight against the hollow hearts and their looming threat of woe. Tiny sharks, a fox, a cat, and even mischievous bunnies are ready to fight by your side. They're cute, they're fierce, and they'll make your heart doki doki. When it was time to pick the leader of the Heroes of Heart, the choice was obvious. Mars' favorite daughter gets a splash of pink in her mythic skin. Juno's radiance spreads hope wherever she goes, making her extremely powerful in the fight against woe. Her skin features her magical shark companions, Deimos and Phobos, named for the moons of Mars. Personally, I'm partial to the pastel yellow Doki princess, but villain enthusiasts will love her corrupted evil look too. But don't worry, Mercy Mains, I've got you covered. She's getting the Season 16 mythic weapon. At mid-season, the ridiculously cute Elios joins the fight. I'm not going to say much, because I think the concept really speaks for itself. He's just a little guy. Since Overwatch 2 was released, players have been asking for a mythic for this hero. She's a little bit of extra work for my team specifically, but it was time to make it happen. Our Season 17 mythic skin is for Diva. We hope she lives up to your expectations. For her mythic, Diva will take on the spiritual aura of South Korea's national animal, the Siberian tiger. She'll have customizable hairstyles on the pilot, as well as a pink
things to play in, more matches to watch, more coverage of your favorite players, drops to earn, and some awesome dynamic gameplay through the addition of hero bands, which we've never done before. We just wrapped up our inaugural 2024 season at DreamHack Stockholm this November, where Team Falcons from OWCS Korea took home the win. We're really excited for the future of OWCS to provide the most accessible competitive environment that we have ever had. Want to know, though, how the OWCS is getting even better in 2025? We're going from 2 to 3 stages and live events, bringing you 3 events across the world to even more players. We're doubling the gameplay that we're providing and the number of broadcasts. We're introducing Faceit Leagues to our ecosystem and integrating it directly into OWCS, making it easier to follow and providing more chances to compete and have some fun with your friends. Additionally, we're adding a new tournament phase to the competition through a promotion relegation tournament, allowing more chances to qualify and new exciting stakes to your matches. On top of that, we're introducing a team partner program, bringing some iconic esports brands to OWCS across our different regions. We'll be supporting a bunch of in-game items that you can purchase so you can rep your favorite team, and the proceeds go directly to support those teams and players. This year, we are also welcoming a few new regions to OWCS. We know how incredibly passionate our players in China and Australia are for esports. With the return of Overwatch 2 to China, we're excited to welcome those players to the OWCS with their own dedicated region to compete in. And our players in Australia are going to be joining the Pacific sub-region in OWCS Asia. We've introduced rank-based divisions to face it and calling out heroes that just make matches more fair, competitive, and fun. The OWCS 2025 season is kicking off right now. Head to our channels or website to find the schedule so that you don't miss a single match. Then you can tune in to earn some awesome viewership rewards, cheer on your favorite players and teams, or learn a thing or two about your favorite hero. We hope to see you there.
Getting to be part of this amazing team of brilliant developers, artists, engineers, and more, as we've evolved Overwatch together with all of you, has been one of the highlights of my career. We are so excited about all that has been shown today, but we didn't even touch on so many more great updates coming your way. Throughout the rest of this year, we are going to roll out numerous quality of life changes, such as map voting, and as Gavin mentioned, hero bans. We also didn't even touch on what is one of the most impactful changes coming later this year, more map reworks. There will be reworks of both original Flashpoint maps, Suravasa, and New Junk City. We also are working on major reworks to another batch of classic maps, so you have to stay tuned as we share those details. And that's not even all for maps. A new Atlantic Arcology map is also coming to the game. And a new Tokyo map. We have so much planned to share with you throughout the year. More details, more content, more ways to experience Overwatch. It is our goal to keep exploring and delivering new fun ways to play Overwatch than we've ever done before. I cannot wait to show you what this team has been working on. Thank you for the hours and hours of dedication you all give to this game. We are thrilled to keep working with you through feedback and engagement on growing what we do to improve Overwatch 2. I hope you all have a fantastic time when these changes start rolling out in just a few weeks with Season 15. Now let's go make a great game.
봉황의 날개로 비상하는 동북아의 허브 공항. 따뜻한 환영의 연꽃이 피어난 하늘길. 지붕과 처마, 곡선과 창호로 만든 빛의 공간. 소통을 담은 전통자기와 연적의 형상화. 수직으로 상승하며 변화하는 곡선의 미학. 역동성과 균형감 속에 몰입되는 공간의 철학. 카스피해의 초승달로 떠오른 희망의 게이트. 경복궁과 청와대를 품은 장중한 아름다움. 메이든 타워와 쉐키칸 궁전의 독특한 형태와 패턴. 카타르 전통 모자 가피아 패턴을 담아낸 혁신적 창조. 물 위에 흐르는 베트남 전통배의 유유함. 미래지향적인 문화 엔터테인먼트의 결집. 히림 건축이 만들면 도시에는 랜드마크가, 사람들의 마음엔 작품이 된다. 히림 건축, 작품으로 압도하다.
We are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
It's the one you've all been waiting for. The OWCS Asia Grand Finals coming at you live on your screens right now between Crazy Raccoon and Falcons.
And not Zeta.
And not Zeta.
The Falcons. The Falcons.
The Falcons have made it, baby.
Yeah. Not the Falcons. The Falcons have made it to the Grand Finals. Another Crazy Raccoon Team Falcons final, of course, that's how it was meant to be. Every single Korea Finals, just about, is always a Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons final. The only time that hasn't really happened is the Korea final that we got to cast last week, or a couple weeks now ago, where Zeta Division ended up going to the finals versus Crazy Raccoon after Crazy Raccoon took down Falcons 4-0. And that was one of the first 4-0s that we had seen. And that 4-0 trend has continued for Crazy Raccoon up against Falcons as we now head into Grand Finals. But it is at least a much better looking Falcons now heading into this final where they just took down themselves Zeta Division in a 4-0 sweep.
Yeah, Zeta Division summarily slain after two contentious maps. Zeta Division ran out of steam in map 3 of potentially 7. Falcons, they were going strong all the way, of course. Less likely to be tired after just having to sweep through 4 maps and honestly not putting as much into the last 2. I'm hoping that means that Falcons are back in form and bring it Crazy Raccoon, because honestly, I've had it with these 4 rows, Avril.
Yeah, what happened to the good old 4-1s like we saw in that first game between Crazy Raccoon and Zeta Division right now? At this point, I'm just pleading for at least a minimum 4-1, but we are looking at a much better looking Falcons going into day 3, and that's kind of the scary thing, right? They can lose in the upper bracket, they can slip in on the banana peel, fall over a little bit, but as Rocky Balboa said, it's not about how many times you fall down, so how many times you can get up, right? For Falcons, they get themselves back up one more time, but it's also an unlimited amount of times you can fall down too. That part wasn't mentioned by Rocky, and so maybe Team Falcons could fall once more. Crazy Raccoon are looking that strong currently, And Falcons need to bring their A game. They need to be in absolute tip-top shape to have a good go at Crazy Raccoon today.
At least they've already got their consolation prize. Hangzhou tickets are stamped. Looking for that #1 seed, though. Or maybe looking for #2 seed, because honestly, the Korea #2 looks a little bit easier than Korea #1, if we're honest. Virtus Pro certainly winning over there in Hangzhou.
So Falcons will indeed, this is what's going to happen. Then they're gonna go 0-4 here, play Winston the entire time. And then when Crazy Raccoon finally banned the Winstons, be like, please, we actually don't even want to see this being played by you anymore. Hanbin will complain to the admins and say that was an illegal map draft and we're going to have to redo the bans, unfortunately, because no, I must play the Winston. And then they're gonna bow out 0-4 and then get the second seed, which is the better seed, going into Champions Clash and save strats now that they've secured Hangzhou. That would be the Falcons' way. Let's do it.
Yeah, that's the heads-up play we've come to expect from Falcons over the course of this bracket. The cerebral gaming. All right, let's do some walkouts, baby. 8'9" Gaming Warlord bringing you an attack from Titan. It's Lip.
And it's an entire small village of Team Falcons maybe having to fight for their life versus Lip. Lip right now, absolute god tier hit scan player. The hit scan that all hit scans worry about. This is the guy they tell you not to worry about, but you should definitely worry about. Bro is going to be hit scanning on stage in Slippers, I believe, today. Just got a quick glimpse of that one. Of course, proficient on every single hit scan you could imagine. Most importantly, brings the Tracer and Sombra to play as well, which has become a bit of a rarity for hit scan players. This guy, most likely now, the GOAT of Overwatch.
He sang a funeral dirge for all comers so far. It's him sang in the house.
Picked up a player of the match in yesterday's 4-0 versus Falcons, and now looking to do a repeat of that, coming back into form in 2025 in what was a little bit of a sad end to Crazy Raccoon, but also he's saying his own personal journey in 2024. Not the best performances that he would have liked to have been able to bring to the table, but now heating up at just the correct timing, heading into Champions Clash, start of the year, first half of the season for Crazy Raccoon, as it was last year, fantastic, has been so far for Heesang and the rest of the team.
This Raccoon leapt out of a bin and onto the throne. It's Junbin.
Your tournament MVP in Dallas Major of DreamHack last year, actually. Yep, he still does has the Porsche watch. I've seen it in person. I've looked at it. It's real. It's worth money. But not as much as it's worth winning here in Korea today in the Asia main event to take down Falcons once more to solidify themselves as the best team in the world for Junbin. We already know that he's the best, likely now, tank player in the world, certainly the best ball player in the world. And with Max on the lineup as well, putting a little bit more pressure in the lineup to have both players be on that top level.
Whether he gets his one or is running a long campaign, he's always taking it to the max.
Finally getting a bit of game time this year after being a little bit MIA in 2024. Bit of a warning there to all of the challenges. But as I was talking about, in terms of the Junbin Max duo, they've been playing together for years now, since 02 Blast, San Francisco Shock as well. Second year on Crazy Raccoon together. Max has mostly been in Junbin's shadow, but in 2025, he's now carving out a bit of a niche of his own. He is stepping up to be of the top tanks in the world. It's not just a Junbin show anymore. Max is here to play.
It always feels so right to see enemy plans go so wrong.
The 2023 Overwatch League champion on the Florida Mayhem. He couldn't get the repeat, the two-time back-to-back for another World Championship in 2024. But you know what? Sometimes you don't win in the middle, but you can win just asymmetrically. You can just win with a break in the middle. You win in 2023, you lose in 2024, but he's looking for the win again in 2025. Best main support in the world currently. Chio might be slipping a little bit with Chorong. It's A-tier gameplay the entire way through.
Buddy, Jordan's are old news. The old hotness, the new hotness, the eternal hotness, it's Shu.
Still the best flex support player in the world, by far the best Ana player in the world, the most dangerous player on the healing scopes. His only weakness is when new support heroes release, and I'll tell you what, a new support hero isn't coming just yet. The next one's going to be a DPS, and for Shu, that's safety. That means he's going to reign supreme for quite a while longer. One of the biggest threats on this team. The only support player that I think has a true capability to take away Player of the Match awards away from typically DPS players and oftentimes tank players too.
Never wrong, always right. The choice was always proper.
One of the most highly acclaimed players of all times has certainly racked up his trophy case with many an accolade. Rookie of the Year, MVP, all in his first season in the Overwatch League in 2023. And if he won that Grand Finals in 2023, he would have also been a Golden Rotor. Would have also likely have gotten that Grand Finals MVP as well. He has missed out on a title for most of his Tier 1 career until Falcons last year in Stockholm. He got that #1. He finally got that ring.
And coming in from the shadows, on his 8th hero of the series, maybe the 9th, it's Stalker.
Really bulldozed his way into the scene in 2023 on the Atlanta Reign. Proved that he was one of the top players in the world. Was already quite an astounding player. Looking over his career on Genji, looking at how he performed on Seoul Dynasty, playing in the shadow of Proper. But when he became the starting DPS, he really proved what he was capable of doing. And now on Falcons, alongside Proper, the deadliest DPS duo in the world, the most flexible DPS duo in the world. And you could even say right now, Stalker really might just be the best DPS player in the world overall.
Has Hanbin? Is him. It's Hanbin.
Two-time world champion now. Dallas Field 2022. That was the run that ended and denied Proper from getting his first win. In 2023, had a rough run on the Dallas Field, but comes back strong on Falcons. Solo tanking now in 2025 in the absence of Smurf, but they together did win a world championship last year in 2024 in Stockholm. A big job for Harbin to take on now onto his shoulders to play up against both Jimbin and Max, but a veteran of his caliber, that's the guy you want on your team.
A blue-collar lad farming like this, you better believe we're working with the fielder.
The Ping King himself, all the way back on Paris Eternal, 200 plus ping, Ana, Sleep, Data, and Bio names, and he hasn't really skipped a beat since then. Always a top tier player alongside a Chio in that Dynamite support duo for many years running now. Such a long time, considered the best support duo in the world. Certainly that has been challenged now in the OWCS era, but Fielder still on top of his game, still one of the top players in the world, is still the player that you want to be able to rely on your team.
Around the world, from coast to coast, renowned the most, it's Chio.
Never scared of a good punch-up and a bit of a brawl. Last opportunity now to just get Crazy Raccoon out of the way. Chio, strong leader on this team. Former Atlanta Reign member, former Dallas Fuel member. Has played with so many of the members, not just on his own team, but also on the other team as well. Was on Lip's team last year. Still considered one of the best support players in the world. Still has been able to flex out his hero pool in a late stage of his career. Most players would not be able to achieve what Chio is still doing and peaking still highly in 2025.
Christened Sir as a knight of the pounds table, it's Sir Majid.
He's got his own airport. They're going to need an airport right now because they've looked into getting themselves over to Hangzhou. The tickets are booked. The plane is there now. You just got to fly out of Sir Majid Airport and make your way over. A world champion in his own right. Remember, he did win the Overwatch World Cup against Team China. Got that one fair and square. Got the 2024 Stockholm victory as well with his team in Falcons. Did actually play in a reasonable number of games last year. Yet to appear with Falcons this year in an actual match. Unlikely to happen today, but you know what? 9K could be cooking something up. Let's have a look at our starting lineups here, Harry. As expected, Jimbin in for map number 1. Kun waiting by the sides, watching that lower bracket final, acknowledging that, you know what, we have to be a little bit careful today because Falcons, they look stronger than they were yesterday.
Yeah, Falcons coming in pretty hot here. They've got a lot of confidence, and critically, both Proper and Stalker are turned on today. Jumper coming in for the first map is no surprise, and it feels like often we do see that early ban onto Wrecking Ball going up against him. I do believe it will be the first map choice of Crazy Raccoon as well, and this is the expected roster from Falcons.
As you would expect, 6 players in the roster, 5 starting players, same as they have done at all times. We already really know what Falcons will be bringing to the table. In fact, really we know what both teams will be bringing to the table. The question will be, is it enough? Because the last 2 matches between these 2 teams, 0 and 8, Falcons have not taken a single map at Crazy Raccoon for the entirety of the Asia main event. Ever since they won, you could even argue, Korea beating Zeta, they've looked unstoppable. Falcons now the final barrier in the way for Crazy Raccoon, or is it going to be another one of those grand final situations where you thought Crazy Raccoon was going to win it all, and then Falcons said no?
Team Falcons are expert deniers when it comes to supplanting expectations for Crazy Raccoon to dominate. And thus far, those expectations are weighing heavy. Crazy Raccoon, as you said, since the start of this year, really, Crazy Raccoon, after getting out of that seeding bracket in OWCS Korea, have been on a tear. Moon got angry, scared the team. They had to rely on old psychologist Max to bring them back on the level, but when they recovered well. And since then, it's been victory after victory, flawless play.
And really, what's going to happen in the tank position today? Are we going to start seeing a lot more D.Va? We did get mostly D.Va gameplay and off-tank gameplay out of Harbin today in the Zeta series. And actually, you know what? For all of the memes and all of the criticism towards the Harbin Sin, that at least was better than what Zeta were prepared to bring out through. So, it's not going to be good enough versus Crazy Raccoon. We saw that yesterday. It was proven yesterday, 0-4. It was good enough to beat Burner and Zeta. They are going to have to lean in back over to the strengths of Falcons. We saw what they were capable of the last 2 maps of yesterday's 0-4. When Falcons started to lock in a little bit, things got more interesting. The Esperanza was close, genuinely winnable by Falcons despite going down 0-4. And now, with the strong Esperanza showing maybe even a world record, 3 minutes and 19 seconds full cap out versus Zeta in the final map, they might feel like that could be a real strength for them today. It won't be your starting map. Obviously, we always start on Control. And as the highest seed, Crazy Raccoon are going to pick, as usual, Lijiang Tower, their favorite map. They like to start here. No questions asked. We played this at the start of the lower bracket final as well. A little bit more shaky for Falcons versus Zeta. Crazy Raccoon would like this to start out nice and clean for them with a 1-0.
I'd love that to be the case. I'm really hoping that this is going to be a banger of a series after all. We've been denied for far too long here at the Asia main event. The best series we've had so far is 4-1. The Zeta division taking 1 map off of Crazy Raccoon. And now they're gone. They've been kicked to the curb and buried 3 feet under by Falcons. Didn't even have time to go the whole 6 feet. We are going to be seeing our first bans coming on through here. Would not be surprised to see something like a Wrecking Ball ban, but also there's always the option to maybe try and get rid of either the Torbjorn or the Symmetra, as Crazy Raccoons are no strangers to bringing out that classic double builder composition from My Nightmares.
Yeah, so this is the type of situation where obviously Crazy Raccoon get to play with the ban first. Now, if they dodge the tank ban, they are opening that up to a Wrecking Ball ban from the other side. I think that's what Falcons probably should be aiming for if they end up seeing the tank position being available. I don't think there's a higher priority ban coming through for either side in terms of protecting or banning. If you're Crazy Raccoon, you probably want to just go and protect that Wrecking Ball straight away. You might as well allow it to be played by Jumbin. He's already proven that he can absolutely perform it to perfection to try and get a win. I think ball win rate has gone down. It hasn't looked as good as it has in the past, but in the hands of Jumbin, and I think in the last series as well, I think we did see at least 1 Wrecking Ball. It was more than enough to still beat Falcons yesterday. Can it be enough today if they are indeed going to go for the protect? Otherwise, other more high priority bans, you could look towards shutting down Stalker at least a little bit, but that's hard to do, man, because his hero pool is so wide and so open. I do wonder how much they want to deal with the Pharah here. He's saying he's pretty open to playing the Pharah himself. This is the problem, is I don't think you can ban out the Falcons DPS, so really most of the bans for Crazy Raccoon today should be targeted towards Harbin. He is probably the most bannable player on Falcons and likely has to be the player that needs to be taken down. And beyond that, I don't know if Crazy Raccoon is still afraid of the Malga. If they're afraid of the Malga, they can always ban the Malga enablers such as Juno and Brig as well. But at the moment, I think Junbin wants to take the Malga battle into Harbin, into Falcons, and Crazy Raccoon believing that they can be the better Malga team. So look forward to that a little bit later on. I hate to say look forward to the Malga mirror, but honestly, I think that's probably going to be one of the more telling matchups we have today.
Gotcha. Sorry, I was reading some messages from production. And yeah, like, honestly, the Crazy Raccoon coming through as, like, not a second-tier Malga team kind of has plugged the last gap, the last weakness of Crazy Raccoon. Now, you really have to try and out-clutch them in some of these fights. And as you were saying, like, you can't target ban Stalker. In fact, you can't really target ban proper Stalker. They're just too flexible.
Yeah.
And on the other side, like, Flora, you could definitely target ban on Zeta Division. I don't know if you can target ban Heesang. But maybe you can, like, try and get rid of something like a Sojourn, where often Lip is able to do a bunch on that. We know that Lip has an incredibly wide hit scan pool, but maybe if you try and put Lip on something that isn't quite as domineering as for Sojourn, maybe that could be an opening. But thus far, we have not seen any Sojourn bans that I can remember.
No, I don't think either team really looks towards that. I don't think either team needs it that much as well. Sojourn ban is super valuable versus someone like Flora, and even then, Falcons didn't need to pull it out against Flora at the end of the day. Sometimes just going towards specific maps can sort of do that job for you. Move your way over towards a Gibraltar, for example, where it serves much longer range, necessitating at least the Ashe, but more likely a Widow, sometimes even the Hanzo. But for these guys, I mean, I think Proper and Stalker are both happy to play that position and play that role when necessary. I mean, we even saw, actually, when we had a Genji ban in the last series versus Proper, he just swaps over to the Sojourn, and Stalker moves over towards the Flex DPS instead of playing the hit scan. And so both these guys just kind of move over to where they need to, and you can create any composition you need out of those two players alone. That's why those two players, the DPS line, is the biggest strength. But if Heesang and Lip can play up the standard and above today, it's going to be tough, man, because Heesang, when he's good, is really good. Lip, when he's good, is the best hit scan in the world, by far. And you might have two good hit scan players that are still really flex DPS players, moonlighting as hit scan players. The true hit scan is in Lip's hands, and in that raw hit scan battle, if Lip is on his day, and Stalk and Proper or not, it's going to be a problem.
All right, let's get into our bans for the first map of, hopefully, a 7-map series. First of all, Crazy Raccoon open with the D.Va.
And that will necessitate a Wrecking Ball Protect. It will remove the D.Va option, which is a highly valuable tank that Harbin needs to play today. However, I do warn, this does remove the D.Va from contention of being banned for the rest of the series from Crazy Raccoon. So they are not going to be able to use that further in the series. You're not going to see another Gibraltar situation versus Burno and versus Zeta where you get to kind of clutch in that nice D.Va ban to stop your off-tank player on the other side from playing the desired hero. Here, D.Va's going to now be available for the rest of the series. However, I mean, that obviously also requires Harbin to pick D.Va for the rest of the series. For this particular map, though, he's going to need to start looking towards the hazard. He's going to need to start looking towards, perhaps, the Ram Matra as well, the Queen. It's all possible, but guys, this is it. Map 1 Grand Finals.
A massive prize pool to play for and so much pride on the line. Team Falcons versus Crazy Raccoon, the old classic.
And now it's a 12-7 record in the last 2 years between these two teams existing in OWCS. 12 times Crazy Raccoon have bested Team Falcons, and only 7 have Falcons managed to go the other way around. And recently, 2 back-to-back 4-0s. Now, in another grand final between these two fated teams, who's going to take it out is Falcons, able to finally step up.
The bin balls over here, both Hanbin and Junbin picking up the Wrecking Ball. Interesting that this is what comes after a Diva ban is brought forth. Proper already falling low over here. Of course, can easily move over onto that. Oh, Choron gets it done with the snap kick to the face. Almost an entirety of Team Falcons collapsing. Where did they go?
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon opting to play a Zen Bap on Lee Jung, which is a very unique strategy. We don't typically see this one. Moon's been cooking something up for a little while now. They haven't showed this before. Likely having Chorong and Shoot playing safely inside Dojo, making it difficult to collapse on top of them. Both having some defensive capability when it's harder to flank. Stalker now moving over towards the Pharah. Not the Pharah, rather the Sombra. Which is a great counter versus the ball first and foremost. Of course, they should have realized the ball's going to come through anyway. But likely might be quite good against Chorong on the Zen as well.
Spy checking here. Jumbin all over Stalker, but playing on the hacked pack is going to give us some additional survivability. An attempt maybe at a body block. Jumbin could be under pressure here. Hanbin elsewhere going to try and elect to put it on top of Shu. Just rolls off, trying to get that mega health back instead, and Proper just plays around the outside, getting super low here. Has to dodge away, but Heesang is on the prowl and just able to connect the rockets that are needed. For Hanbin, escape not really on the menu, because guess what? Hasn't been a respawn of that.
Oh, where is he right now, actually? Lip is looking. There he goes. Hanbin has to arrive eventually. And unfortunately, Team Falcons are playing into Crazy Raccoon's wheelhouse. A ball versus ball matchup only goes in one direction. Crazy Raccoon are absolutely going to be the better team here. They haven't had to spend a single ultimate. They're 70% plus now on the actual cap itself. And for Team Falcons, this just might be lights out. I'm not expecting too much more out of this.
Yeah, this one definitely seems like Crazy Raccoon have it so thoroughly in their control. And with Shu playing the BAP as well. Rare to see from Shu, even on places like Havana, Chio under siege. Jumbin makes light work of this. Go back to Mars with you, says Jumbin.
Rare in 2025 and maybe 2024 for Shu, but certainly not in the past. One of his best heroes of all time. We all remember the Shuvana moments. Final opportunity for Falcons. Final fight coming on in. They will enable the touch, but they're just lacking in every other regard.
Fielder, ball out for Kitsune Rush. Nice stick coming through, but of course the Immortality Fielder's there to rain on the parade. Lip waiting right now, playing bodyguard for Shu. Crazy Raccoon went into that at 97% with 5 ultimates available.
Yeah,
so for Team Falcons, kind of chalked.
Didn't even end with 5 ultimates. Hanbin didn't get his minefield at the end of that map, just to be clear. So if you thought the Han Binson was no good, well, the Han Ball might just top that one for the list of heroes that should not be played by Hanbin. Look, I know he's been practicing on it, but this is what I'm talking about. You are essentially playing into the hands of Crazy Raccoon, or would have liked to have seen Falcons lock in the Malga for that last round. Something else. You can't play the Diva. Your Winston's not going to cut it. Your Ball is going to cut it even worse, even less than the Winston. He's locked the Malga in now, which is great. We're on Control Center. This is where Malga thrives anyway. This is what we should have seen before. Jumbin, he thought about the Malga. He's going to opt to stay on the ball. But can the Zen back work again? That will be a big question.
Okay, some more classics here from Team Falcons. Jumbin already coming in with a power drive. It knocks up multiple players, but of course it's not permanent damage onto Hanbin, who's easily healed through it.
So Zenbap are going to play on extremities. They have coast control. Falcons can do something about that, but they don't have a fire today for this particular map. Hanbin, as a ground tank, is not going to be the one pressuring high ground. It's going to be up to Stalker, or rather Proper. Perhaps Stalker to jump forward as well. Some shots. Chorong on his off angle is pretty annoying to deal with, though.
Shu's accuracy with those healing globes is kind of fantastic, by the way. Crazy stuff. Proper trying to meet up in the air against Fafara. Gets a top up from the Kiriko to go back in again. Lip gets stomped underfoot by Hanbin. Turned into a British pancake. Flavorless, unfortunately. And now this could be a flip in favor of Team Falcons. They've got control.
The problem about control is that Crazy Raccoon have no point control. There's opening neutral going the way of Falcons, finding the first pick over onto Lip, and Crazy Raccoon, Chorong and Shu. Okay, you get to play the coast, but like you're spamming from coast. Jumbin is not going to be stable on point for long. He's going to be rolling around the map, looking for plays, looking to go for dives in. Who is really the player standing on point, applying the pressure, allowing Chorong and Shu just to shoot from high ground? And eventually, you start losing players on Crazy Raccoon. Falcons cap, and then what is Chorong and Shu's job after that? They can only find so many angles to work with.
Heesang on the Echo now rather than the Pharah. Junbin just able to easily top themselves back up. Power drives on top of Junbin, who instead decides to go over to the backline. Hello there, Heesang. I'll just be popping in for a little visit, don't mind me. Junbin rolling around, doing their best to peel for Shu, but still, Stalker can't be taken away from this. Once again, Lip absolutely flattened, stepped on by Hanbin.
Yeah, and that's even considering that we had a Transcendence in there as well. It just didn't really bring anything to the table, unfortunately. Heesang goes down before the Trans is even used, and Lip being stomped on by the head from Hanbin. Guess you can't heal through that. That's like a one-shot, basically. So this map now, this round rather, is going very one-sided, and that's because, first of all, Hanbin and Falcons playing back into their wheelhouse, what they are strong on. They are the Malga team, proving that they're going to be the best Malga team once again. Crazy Raccoon opting to play ball on this map of Control Center, which is not standard, but playable perhaps. But more strange than that is Chorong and Shu maintaining the Bap and Zen, going into Control Center, which is very unstandard.
This time it's Team Falcons with a dearth of ultimates as we head in towards a final fight potentially. Proper drags out the blade, heading in onto the Baptiste. The Immortality Fielder does nothing, but the mines, they do plenty. Fielder might have TP'd into Hanbin. Hey guys, what's going on over here? Junbin should be able to cap this one out with the help of Heesang. There's no healing right now though. Proper doesn't have too much in the way of support either, with Chio instantly falling down. Good target focus there from Junbin. Crazy Raccoon back in control.
Yeah, I mean, that is the type of ball play that we are looking through from Junbin. He is the only one in the world that is going to be reliable enough to be able to make these situations, turning around from something that looks quite poor into a winnable situation indeed. Note that Stalker and Hanbin didn't even get to use their ultimates in that last fight. They just kind of got knocked into mines. You mentioned this as well, Fielder teeping into it. Now the cage from Hanbin.
Oh, dark times for those caught within, but actually Hanbin forced to cancel it early just to try and run away. Stalker can't survive with the overclock. The copied Malga just does far too much as Heesang able to leverage that old DPS aim to get it done.
Yeah, it seems like they maybe let go of it too early. That looked like a reasonable fight for them. Not too sure why the call to disengage was there. Perhaps Hanbin didn't feel the confidence to play up against two Malgas inside the cage. And Team Falcons with that end up falling over in that fight, and with Crazy Raccoon moving over into a more comparable type of composition, things are starting to fall apart a little bit for Falcons.
Last one goes wide. Lip unable to really connect there. First beam going to be coming the way of Chorong. Answered out by Fielder. Up here. Big stomp. Maybe. Yes. Push Hanbin down on the floor. Look at the damage that he's taking right now. The amp on Junbin is just so strong. Gets a big stomp. That's going to allow for a cage as well. Fielder thinks it might be clutchable with the rally, but you're going to end up with a cage right here. Or just runs a bunch of sticky bombs into their fellow support. But it seems like Chio is going to be good for it.
He's lucky to live, but unfortunately the rally is gone now. They need that for the last fight, which is up and coming right now. Kitsune plus cage. I don't see much for Falcons to use through unless Proper pops up. They need a solo kill onto Lip right now or something.
Hanbin already caught within. Used the cardiac overdrive. Still, you can't stand up to the focusing beam, and two guns from Junbin. 4 seconds remain. A desperate touch, yes, coming through from Falcons is Proper. With the blade, he's lost his target. Chorong was taken out elsewhere. This is going to give over a little bit of an extra dash. Coming in at the last second to continue getting overtime. Hanbin will be back real soon right now. You've got to get on there, though. That's your job done, son. You can rest now. Stalker on the off angle. Under siege from Lip. Coming in with the pulse pistols. Get what's? Hanbin has arrived. Hanbin's making it happen. He sungs down. Lip forced to recall. Running out of resources. Crazy Raccoon with a quick disengage. New overtime set.
This is the Falcons we're looking for. My God, it's Chio actually doing the clutching power now. The unlikely support carry. We talk about all the other supports, but it's actually Chio coming back on a Juno. He solo kills both Chorong and Shu. Yes, it denied the dash reset target for Proper. However, dude, Chio on a Juno kills both supports on Crazy Raccoon in a scenario where Shu has Kitsune rush advantage. Falcons had no business winning that last fight, but this is the level of play that Falcons need to bring to the table today to have a solid finals and a shot at winning the Asia final versus Crazy Raccoon, because yesterday's Falcons would have bowed out super fast, super easily in that same scenario.
Juno Chio's picked up the Juno Mediblaster headshot thing. Also, big credit there to Proper for actually playing a super selfless blade.
He might have been low level there. I don't even know if he was high enough level for it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, we'll see.
Back to Malga now. Going to be exchanging fire, seeing that Jumpin came out on it. Team Falcon super confident taking this mirror.
That being said, Chio did play Juno on the first round, so it's likely he could have charged up. He could have gotten a perk by now. In either case, certainly has helped out. Sometimes DPS support, DPS Juno was what you needed. Falcons got themselves a free point to the dismay of Falcons. So to the dismay of Crazy Raccoon, who on this stage are looking for their first opening, just trying to get past proper.
Oh, Shu, Siege, instantly healed up there. Cherong so attentive when it comes to this Stalker. Once he's sang so bad, you bet that he's going to get him. A stomp here from Jumbin. Not going to be grabbing too much. Missed the opportunity. Lips up next. Now you see the Juno in the sights of all these players, but in the end, they're just going to be left for last. The least threatening member, some might say, is Cherong, just forced to scurry away.
Opening frag on a Heesang, so impactful. And after the cardiac overdrive dissipates, Crazy Raccoon have very little to retain themselves on that point with, and even with the overdrive running, you can see the Heesang just wasn't long for the world. At least the ultimates are still comparable from the Crazy Raccoon POV. Stalker, though, he's done enough. He'll have first on. Overclock might just pop it straight away.
Stalker ready to put his mark on this series. Could be the first map the Team Falcons take away from Crazy Raccoon in 3 series. As Stalker has it ready. Oh, instantly stepped on. Has to get away. Picks up the Mega. Maybe could go for an off angle here. With the overclock, that feeling spicy enough. Field up, falling low. Pops out the rally here just to try and keep themselves alive inside the cage of Junbin. It's all in for Crazy Raccoon. They've used 3 ultimates here. They get Tsune Rush and the Ray, the overclock and the cage. All of the armories are emptied.
Do some quick maths on stream right here. Tell you what, 5 is a bigger number than 4, and Heesang did not have the extra barrage to play in towards that last fight. Unfortunately, because he got taken down quite early in the neutral, just hasn't had the time to farm up. And when all fights are, or all ultimates are just dumped into that last fight, Falcons coming out on top. They found the kills necessary. Stalker taking out Heesang. I think the map is over.
That could be it. A big stomp here. She goes down. That's a big pick, but guess what? Shu and Cherong are already gone. It's too much to ask for here. Junbin gets another stomp. Fielder low, but Fielder is just gonna be the one and the only, the old reliable. Yeah, he's saying, come on over here and show us what you got, but you ain't gonna be seeing nothing even close to a victory. Team Falcons take a map off of Crazy Raccoon, finally.
I'll be the first one to say it, but the leather hood has been finally taken off of this bird of prey. Falcons ready now to hunt 1-0 in the grand finals. They proved in a single map that A, they can clutch when it matters, and B, that they can be the better Malga team. Yes, the ball was a bad look on the opening round, but that's why there are 3 rounds on this control map, and you only have to win the other 2, or you're required to win the other 2 if you can't win that first one. They have discovered, to no one's surprise, that you probably shouldn't try and mirror the ball versus Junbin when you're an off-tank player. But what else do we know? We know that Falcons are the best Malga team in the world, historically then, and historically now as well. They've proven that. Can they continue that momentum forward? Are we going to be in a position now where Crazy Raccoon decide to ascend just that one step further?
I have dreams of a long series here, Avril. Falcons and Crazy Raccoon stand ready to oblige. See how it pans out after this break. Soaring high above and looking for a juicy little mouse to swoop down and take, but we're going to have to settle for a raccoon. Team Falcons 1-0 up at the start of our first to 4 series.
It might just be a little bit of a DPS gap so far, as well as it has been a little bit of invisible game from both Lip and Heesang. But to everyone else on the team, Jimbin doing as much as he usually does on that ball, and even then also on towards the Malga. Him clutching on that one ball minefield play, killing Armbin before Cage get dropped. Absolutely gigantic. You would argue that in a better circumstance, Crazy Raccoon should have finished out that Lijiang 2-0. That control center was theirs to lose. They were in charge. They had all the advantages. Shu coming in with the Kitsune rush. Armbin dead early as well. You really couldn't write a better scenario for Crazy Raccoon to win that first map, and the conversation would have been very different, Harry. We would have been talking about very standard things. Falcons, why are they playing handball? Why are they so silly? Oh, they can't win the Malgamera. This is so bad. It's another 0-4 Falcons. Pack it up. Maybe they don't deserve to go to Hangzhou, but what a comeback. Chio's insane clutch on the Juno kills both supports and Crazy Raccoon in a 4v5, allowing then Falcons to regroup and actually win that final fight on control. And then just a really beautifully played eventual night market there as well. Malga Masterclass coming through from Hanbin and Team Falcons. Lip spent the entire series, the entire 3 rounds, getting stomped on the head by Malga, by Hanbin, aside from the first round, obviously, with the ball. And the Farah from Heesang, the Heesang Farah, I don't know, man, wasn't really present in the game. Dude just was spending too much time dead, couldn't build up a barrage in time, couldn't contribute to the pivotal fight when 9 ults were dropped in, and he was the only missing member who couldn't ult.
We're going to an old classic here. Suravasa, Crazy Raccoon choose to come back in with, and they have banned Juno. They've had enough of the speedy Malga.
This also kind of prevents, in some ways, the Malga from being played, or at least if you're going to be playing the Malga, you'll be doing it without the Juno, one of the primary enablers. Falcons will respond with a Winston ban because that is likely going to be one of the key heroes for Jimbin on this map. We're saying, okay, maybe we're not going to play Malga here. Maybe we still will just play the Malga without the Juno, but let's assume for a 1 second here that we're going to be into a no Winston, no Malga type of matchup. Ball is probably the likely candidate here. I do wonder if Stalker is going to roll out on the Sombra. I don't think there is enough confidence to say that the Ball is absolutely guaranteed, and therefore the Sombra might be too risky. If you are Falcons right now and you want the lowest risk, highest output statistically rollouts for your composition, Malga is probably that. It's really going to be up to Crazy Raccoon now to dictate how they want to stay in this game and start this early round.
The Diva ban is gone for the side of Crazy Raccoon as well. Humbin can play this to his heart's content now until the end of the series.
Not feeling the Malga without the Juno. I still think it might come out eventually, but without the Juno, it is definitely not the same quality of composition. And Falcons have not read that the ball is going to come on through. We did know the risk of ball was certainly there. Diva obviously getting like Humbin's bread and butter this series. Should be his primary hero. He's going to opt for the dive into dive matchup here. Oh my god, sleep into Byronade, that's been gone.
I think that's a crazy boot from Chio as well. Managed to wrap around on the slept Junbin, just push him into his team again after that anti and make sure that the rolling away took so long. Team Falcons are going to get that first capture here.
And no excuses from Crazy Raccoon this time in terms of their output of DPS side. Lip is on his favored Sojin. Heesang versus Stalker on the Echo as well. It's all very even, and Echo, great pick into Harmon specifically, getting ready to melt that mech down. That beam.
Heesang working the margins. Nice focusing beam. Junbin's there as well, and Chio's down too. Team Falcons focused down here. Crazy Raccoon, the calls are strong, and Harmon's not going to be long for this world. Just doesn't have enough HP to stay alive through this. Might be staggered out now as well after the cap came through. Double focusing me from Heesang. Dirty.
Heesang even got a credit somehow for a whip shot kill. Interestingly enough. And no, he wasn't copied.
That's kind of wild.
He was not copied, but it might just be a bug where the D-Mech was actually from Chorong, but somehow Heesang took the credit. It looked like he killed everybody. He certainly had the beam transfer at the end, and this is what you want to see out of the DPSs coming from Crazy Raccoon to be able to step up in the series. Still, though, just evened up the percentage points on the map. Shu slightly ahead on the Nano.
Stepping up, necessary here. Heesang ready to answer. Already has for duplicate, if needed. Could copy over the Ana here, if so inclined. But we've also seen plenty of Diva copies today too. Chorong standing on business on the point instead. Actually, Nano going over the way of Stalker here. That's going to make it Heesang. Counter Nano there by Shu, but still falls down courtesy of Proper before they can get that duplicate out to save their own life. So it's equal trades thus far, and both teams now sitting without the Nano. It was an ambitious attempt right there, but Proper, always all about the ambition. Shu was standing out in the open, and it's 2 shots to the head to instantly remove him. Once more, shuddering at the thought of a minefield from Junbin, and Heesang's returned as well. A brand new focusing beam, a brand new frag delivered. 99% here for Crazy Raccoon, and Team Falcons are going to have so much trouble getting onto a point with these mines all over it that you might as well call it now.
Yeah, it certainly will be the case. Lip got the pivotal shot there. Proper with an amazing head start, getting Shu down. A huge problem maker, just dropping Byronade so accurately, and Harmbin not able to eat enough of them as the Diva, but he got Chio. Lip found Chio before the sound barrier. That would have been the pivotal ultimate. If Team Falcons could drop the sound barrier in that fight, Falcons likely live long enough. Stalker finds his Echo duplicate in there as well. Both Heesang and Stalker suddenly make a play, and we'll have to see what happens. But between those two, Heesang has been performing above Stalker so far. Heesang is actually the reason that Crazy Raccoon got away with that first round. Above looking at that shot on Chio, obviously.
In the house. Overclock and disengage here for Lip. Wow, this is very ballsy from Proper. They are all over Lip right now. Will they be made to pay for it? Yeah, Lip says you can stay out of my house, bruv. I got security, and it's coming in the form of a Brigitte right now. A desperate self-destruct here, just to try and remake. Yeah, Hummer's going to have their health come right back. Crazy Raccoon have got some early pressure on the point, but Proper's under so much pressure here. Junbin with a double in the back.
They put everything into taking down Lip, and it doesn't pay out for them. Crazy Raccoon now off to second point in their lead. Fielder is going to be leading on the Nano charge. Proper now moving over towards Tracer. Nano likely going over towards Stalker, possibly over towards Harmbin. We need to see Heesang and Lip shut down because they're starting to heat up now. The DPS line of Crazy Raccoon, who are largely missing on Lee Jung. Now a major threat, large fire nade coming on through. Oh, but they killed proper while they were naded.
Uncanny. You thought you had the advantage, but really it was a feint and a bait as well. Cheer falling low, avoiding that incoming focusing beam.
And then...
Oh, the damage is just so much. Now you're trying to play this without a tank. Do you want to try and invest the rally here for that additional frontline tankiness? Instead, you're going to go for Nano onto Heesang here. Chorong pops out the big shield. Chio gets stunned as he heads on in. Chorong playing this back line so well. And even without their tank, Crazy Raccoon stand firm using both of their support ultimates. And now it's just down to the raw mechanics to get it done. Crazy Raccoon going to grab a second point.
Very anti-clutch from Team Falcons. This is the opposite of what we saw on Lijiang Tower. This is now Crazy Raccoon clutching out in situations that look pretty dire. Hanbin fully locked in. Diva missiles in the face of Junbin while he's antied out. Taking the ball in a 5v4 advantage. But Chorong becomes a surrogate tank. He just pops the rally, gives space for the team to work through. And Team Falcons couldn't match up, and they suddenly start dropping players. And despite Jinbin not being there, Crazy Raccoon hold on, and Heesang still delivering. Finally, Falcons, as I said at the very beginning of this map, that they will lock in the Malga. They just waited 2 rounds to do so.
Yeah, going for the classic ball counter, but guess what? Hanbin already going straight into Crazy Raccoon. Just for distraction from Stalker was more than enough. There should be a first cap here, at least, from Crazy Raccoon.
Not even really...
They're gonna what's Gio doing? What is Bro doing over there? Oh, they've already got proper. This was such a messy engage from Falcons. What's happening in the comms?
Yeah, this is, I was about to say uncharacteristic, but really what we saw yesterday, it might be coming through again. Falcons, that looked really poor. And Chio getting caught by Heesang, who right now, again, can't really sing the praises enough for the Echo gameplay. As far it was extremely miss on Lijiang, but right now, he's just controlling this game. Stalker moving over towards the Sombra, obviously. Well, Malga looked good to start things out. The Falcons were looking back into form, early pickoff, but just no conversion onto the point.
New overrun. That brings Chorong low. Lip Shu as well. This backline is in serious danger, and now the healing's been taken away. Yeah, Chio's been traded out for it. Oh,
that might have been an Ajax, actually.
Caught. Oh, that might well have been an Ajax there.
Yep.
Oh, Chio. Oh, no. Someone's been watching their Violet VODs.
It wasn't, never mind. He got it off, but he still died very quickly. The green HP disappeared extremely fast to the team. It looked like they barely even had it on them. That's how much damage coming through from Crazy Raccoon. And now I think the match might be done. Yeah, Harm is already dead.
There's an EMP available, but I don't know if Stalker's even going to be able to get back in time. It's actually facing down Crazy Raccoon right now. They are going to try and wait out the overclock, but you didn't wait long enough. The EMP is going to be resting in a briny grave tonight as Crazy Raccoon say, yeah, you got your one. Now get out of my lobby.
Yeah, that was 100-0 on that third round as well. Even with the Malga in play, Falcons just got cleaned up. Heesang, aerial superiority. Crazy Raccoon back with the Junbin ball victories. The ball, once again, finds them the win that they need. Suravasa, a dominant comeback after losing a Lijiang that they felt like they probably should have won. They get one back and say, you know what? This is still our tournament. This is still our grand final. We are still the best team in Korea. And a 3-0 is a statement against Falcons.
Absolute statement piece, and what we were looking for here, the DPS stepping up after a profoundly quiet Lijiang Tower. Yeah, Lip and Heesang got a little bit of a talking to from Moon. He made his angry face, and they locked in. Crazy Raccoon right back in this series, and once again, we're stuck asking about the comms of Falcons. They've still got their Wrecking Ball ban. They still have plenty of lives here. Our grand finals is going to continue right after this break, so do not go anywhere. Share this stream if Junbin be balling, and I am no longer asking. Crazy Raccoon dominate on Suravasa 3-0 in our second map.
Including a 100-0 finish on that final round as well, where they actually had the start. They had, being Falcons, running in with the Malga swap, instantly find and engage, take down 2 members, a 5 versus 4 where they lose fielder, acceptable marginal losses, 4 versus 3, but they're getting back-capped. And because they're getting back-capped, Chio is attempting to prevent the back-cap from completion. Not only does he miss time getting onto the point to stall it out before it can go over for the cap, he then also instantly dies as well. So the cap goes over, Chio instantly dies, gets caught by a shot by Shu, which then puts him onto low enough HP alongside other damage into beam range from Heesang. And then beyond that, it's now suddenly a 3 versus 3 with respawners coming in from Crazy Raccoon. Heesang going for the Genji copy, Shu killing proper, and it's all over. The advantage for Falcons disappears as quickly as they get it off the back of Chio going in at the wrong time ahead of his own team and not even preventing the cap. But even had he prevented the cap, he would have died instantly anyway. It wasn't worth it. And those type of moments might be hindsight 2020, but letting the cap go, winning the subsequent engagement, recapping and being in a position of power afterwards would have been the right line of play. Falcons getting caught out. Their dive is still worse. D.Va into ball. The ball is winning that matchup, particularly when Heesang is running the show on that Echo.
Esperanza is the pick now for Team Falcons. This is a map where we saw them have potentially a competitive record. 319 push just now against Zeta, and it was off the back of Hanbin Zarya. So maybe there's a world where Crazy Raccoon try and ban that out if there is an open tank ban.
I don't think there'll be a Zarya mirror though, because Junbin is still in here. Zarya is actually not that relevant in this particular matchup. I would actually say that, okay, for Falcons, the ball ban was available. You've been talking about it for a while, and I was actually going to say ball is going to be less relevant in this series, but Esperanza is still fairly playable. If they wanted to ball ban while protecting both Malga and Zarya and whatever else, this would have been the map to do so. They're going to go for the Ana ban first. It's a target ban for Shu. Very important to get Shu off of his best hero. This will be the moment for Falcons to turn the tide a little bit. They just had a brilliant Esperanza versus Zeta Division. One of the fastest, most dominant Esperanza we've seen. However, it was off the back of a Zarya. I'm not expecting the Zarya again. I don't know if the Zarya is going to have any relevant gameplay going into any of Junbin's picks. Could be wrong here, but it just doesn't seem likely. Maybe the Malga Juno Brig should be coming through for Falcons again here. Possibly another look over towards the D.Va. If it is indeed on the Zarya, we're going to need to see this thing really pop off. The Pharah has been banned. It enables Heesang's Echo once more, and that Heesang Echo is really deadly. Falcons need an answer right now.
A full Amari stack ban. I see Malga. Oh no.
That's what we were expecting though, right? I didn't think Zarya was going to be relevant here, so it was always going to come down, in my opinion, to the Malga coming through again. Junbin knows the story. He could have chosen Ball. He's going to think more of that. Malga is a threat, but it is going to be the Symmetra Torb version of this comp compared to the Sojin Genji version that Falcons are bringing through.
All right, the Malga bin bowl is beginning here and now. Lip already hitting those right clicks. We've already talked multiple times throughout career about how accurate Lip is with the Symmetra poke, and it's kind of not fair because those right clicks do a surprising amount of damage, and Team Falcons are going to find that one out.
Note that yesterday Lip was on Sojin in the same spot, and Heesang was the one playing Symmetra. Now they're locked in for the double builder composition, which we'll see if that does anything versus Harbin and the Malga. I don't know if that's really relevant in the Malga matchup, especially with the all-in capability of Prophet, but Harbin does go down early. It's traded.
Prophet's just throwing out so much damage right now, and Stalker able to easily build up those rails off of the Malga. Only Shu remains. Stalker. Beautiful stuff here. Proper's absolutely on one right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's asymmetric Stalker in the Sojin, right? There's no Sojin on the other side, expecting that Lip might go for the change now. He is holding on to this Photon Barrier ultimate, though, which is going to hinder Stalker in the next fight. However, I just don't think the Symmetra is going to be very relevant for the rest of this series. Very easy target. Will give you some advantage in the cage trade in terms of just exiting the cage via TP, but beyond slight shenanigans like that, not really seeing mega value here. Proper's ability just to hard engage in the Genji with Harbin's dives is so valuable.
There's a drop at least of the Torbjorn. Heesang heads over to the Echo instead, focusing beam comms, one of the main differentiators back on Suravasa.
Shu also building ultimate here, way above healed in order to differentiate it, although that is likely due to the fact that Chio was the one taking most of the heals, and Chio will not deploy his ult.
Oh, Shu taking down the second that comes out. The wall was a touch too late. Lip's just been taken over by Proper. Yeah, it's traded out, but guess what? Bot's still moving, coming in towards that goal. Here comes the overclock here from Stalker. Needs to be taken down real quickly. Trying to get some distance on this by using the sound barrier. But even all of that green health is nothing in the face of Stalker. World Premier DPS. Bring up 2 guns to try and make him go down, but you've lost the objective in the meantime. And now you've got to get past Hanbin.
He might have just walked a little bit too far forward there, got greedy there and got punished. That's going to impact Team Falcon's ability to push on further out. Had he gotten that kill, it would have been good, but with Junbin running in for the stomp, I think Stalker was always going to die there. It is not worth dying in that scenario when you need momentum for push. They got the cap, but they lose Shio.
I still think it's winnable. Using the Kitsune rush with the cage. Why the blade as well? Confusing, but in the end, it still looks good on the kill feed, baby. Goodbye, Shu. Goodbye, Lip. It's an all-out exit of the armory from Falcons. There's nothing left except the progress.
Yeah, it's a solo push as well. Look at how far up Falcons are. They're incredibly pushed. Getting all the forward information. Proper hasn't even been spotted yet. They're going to get a good flank. Chorong is going to die.
Oh, it's a full assassination. Now they want the second support. Shu teleports away, but Shio's managed to find it on the other side. It's Shades of Lijiang all over again. A desperate dash for the Mega Pack, but Proper trying his best to get back up from Hanbin, and the guy's finally arrived. It's a reinforcement that's too much to bear. Heesang still has the duplicate if he needs it.
What a play coming through from Falcons. They do sacrifice Fielder's life there. Fielder had the option of TPing back to his own team, but he wanted to stay in at the cost of going down. If Fielder can't get into play enough quickly, Falcons might have to back out, but they've got enough. Look, 111 is gross. 4 minutes has not even been passed yet on the map, and their lead is disgustingly high.
Yeah, this might be a mountain too far for Crazy Raccoon, but we have called them the best team in the world previously. If anyone can do it, Crazy Raccoon can, and Heesang can indeed. Nasty with the primary fire of the Echo. Dashes away, and you can see Hunbin going super deep here, just trying to buy some space for the remainder of the team. I think they're just trying to troll the bot a touch before they reset.
They just can't even hit Heesang. He's moving in such a great way and getting healed long range that he's able to just exist above the rest of the back line of Team Falcons. Hunbin charges in, and Heesang says, that is a tasty looking support line for me. The proper down early to the beam also. Crazy Raccoon able to express and convert that 5 versus 4 into a fight win without using ult. That is the most important part. Heesang opens up that entire fight, and because that 5v4 existed, they felt the confidence not to ult. They get to retain an ult advantage.
Oh, lip grab Stalker. Gonna try and answer this one with the Orbital Ray. Shu answers in their own right. A Malga copy coming in from the sky. The A10 Warthog cosplay from Heesang as they just land on top of Hunbin and crush him underfoot. Not too much gained off the back of the cage, but a touch of protection, yes. Field up isolated here. Is gonna have to TP away. No good options really though, so it's just going to be a quick reset. Crazy Raccoon start getting progress.
So at least a 1-4-2 Ultra Falcons knew that they were going to be in a very tough spot with that fight. Stalker actually going down early to his counterpart Lip, not having the overclock to play through, therefore Stalker and the extra damage shut down Heesang really is a difference maker, considering that Heesang lives on 1 HP and gets the dupe off. That's all you really need to say, but his dupe and also Tuna Rush used by Crazy Raccoon for just a singular orbital ray from Falcons. Falcons now need to try and leverage the small advantage they've gained.
Big cage comes up, this one from Junbin. Just trying to dash away now after getting that Kitsune Rush invested from the side of Fielder. Oh,
where was
from
that?
the top. My goodness. Chris Kyle in the house. Okay, Blade ready to go here from Proper. Going up against that nice reflex. Stalker joins in on the fun, using all of the firepower available to the side of Team Falcons to try and turn this one around. But still, Shu is too much of a good duelist to be taken out here. Junbin, with all of the healing behind him, is just too meaty a target to hack through.
Yeah, Lip just slides away, and the rest of the targets were getting healed up, and unfortunately, Proper just couldn't quite cleave through the orbital ray healing. The orbital ray healing on top of the supports themselves, pumping each other in. Just a little too tough. Junbin killed 3 there in that fight towards the end there. Not enough DPS support to add an extra damage to overcome the orbital ray healing. That singular orbital ray from Chorong really pulling through big time for Crazy Raccoon.
Big value off the ultimate. One solitary tick here, and it's in the hands of Hunbin, who for now is happy to just sit on this side. Troll the bot progress. 3 minutes here, and there's still another 50 meters to go that need to be gained.
The
by
momentum
the side.
has changed so rapidly. Yes, it's 50 meters, but it's possible now. It really feels like it can be done. Hunbin needs to get some work done here. He's got it.
Yep. Shu and Junbin caught within the cage. Great min-maxing of the radius there from the side of Hunbin, and nothing else needs to be used. Shu also just about hangs on.
I gotta say, man, within the amount of time that Crazy Raccoon had, they have actually done enough work to push this within a winnable margin. And I'm saying this. I'm the guy that calls push extremely early, usually with a 99% success rate, because it really is that predictable. But from this point onwards, 75 to 111 with the amount of time remaining, this is going to go into the OT. And if Crazy Raccoon find the right upswing of momentum during OT, you can close the gap for 75 to 111. It is still losable for Falcons. They must make sure that they really heavily shove payload deep into Crazy Raccoon territory for the rest of the game.
Orbital beam invested, damage boosted torpedoes, too much for Shu to bear. Inside the cage, it's the shield erected in the face of the Malga. But what about second Malga, Frodo? What about second cage? Drawing up new shield coming in the way right now. Heesang doing his best to try and escape from this one. It's going to take some fancy flying, but just about managed to find his evasive angle. Chio coming in with a hit scan finish, and that's going to be the forward spawn for Falcons as well.
And Crazy Raccoon too far away, and now Junbin might be caught. If he goes down here, that's absolutely disastrous.
Proper drags out the blade. Goodbye to Chorong. Shu next up on the chopping block. And it seems like they managed to find Lip here as well. Nice use of a Suzu. Shu TP's away as well. An absolute Houdini maneuver as Lip is just trying his best to survive, gripping to his mortal coil with white knuckles and haggard fingernails. They get it done off the back of mechanical excellence.
A moment of brilliance from Shu there. The slide away from Lip, but it was a Suzu that saves the day. If it wasn't for that, Lip goes down there. Who knows what happens afterwards? And Falcons find themselves in a brilliant position to continue the push. Yes, they would have eventually had to stop. They eventually would have had to back on out, but if they extend the 111 to 120 or just something more, it adds to the pressure for Crazy Raccoon, who now, in the final minute, this is the push that counts. We're about to head into the OT, and Crazy Raccoon have the opportunity now.
Stalker thinks it's in his hands. He's got the double dash in over, and he's right. Proper taking down on the other side. It's equal trades of start between Lip and Stalker. But Lip is the one with the rail in his hands and a smile on his face. It's a bloodthirsty grin as Crazy Raccoon continue to move forward with the bot. Now they're on the timer, Avril.
Stalker missed a shot onto one of the spots. I think it was Shu. It was a very easy shot that if he landed that one, turns the fight into something very difficult for Crazy Raccoon. It's not even about winning that fight. It's about slowing down Crazy Raccoon. You're now in the position of the game where respawns matter.
Hunbin inside the cage right now, backed up by the orbital ray. It's an absolute exchange of ults. It's a critical mass gained by Crazy Raccoon. They dug through the garbage and they found gold nuggets. Showwrong's getting it done alongside the rest.
This is losable. This is what I'm saying. It is losable for Falcons. But with the amount of ults remaining now, Jimbin has a solo cage. Can that be enough? Rally's coming online. Blade needs to be there as well. It is in the OT. 0-3 meters versus 111. So it's going to come down to this now. This fight
caught within the
whole
cage.
match.
Lips down, Shio too, but they're so much closer to the Team Falcons spawn. Jumbin going in with both guns. It's both Cha-Cha and Gunny at full speed ahead. He's taken down. Proper's getting resets. The blade is drawn forth, and Falcons refuse to choke it out in the end. A Heimlich applied, and a Falcon soaring 2-1.
A 2-meter gap. This Falcon was certainly flying, but a Crazy Raccoon on their tail. Right behind them, a little bit too close for comfort at the end. As soon as Crazy Raccoon fixed their composition, moved over away from the double builders, the Torm and the Sim were not what you needed to see from Crazy Raccoon to be able to win this map. As soon as they started playing standard, left over on the Sojin again, showing like he is still the best hit scan in the world, denying Stalker, denying Proper, denying all plays at all times from Falcons. They just needed more time. They needed a little bit more, a singular more fight, perhaps one more ultimate. They dragged it into a single fight to win the whole map after being in a deficit of 111 meters. Crazy Raccoon still pushed it within the brink of making a comeback on that map. But Falcons, glad that they got to use their momentum from Esperanza on Zeta Division's loss to now take the map win and the series lead at 2-1. See you after this.
You know what, guys? Enjoy this series because you've earned it. Our bracket thus far has been a travesty, but finally Falcons have reached full power and Crazy Raccoon are ready to meet them every step of the way.
A map win in each hand and one loss on my face describes the 2-1 scoreline that we find ourselves in at present time. Falcons in the lead as we head into map number 4. That's right, I've got more Malga quips on the way. I don't know how many of them I'm going to get through today. I'll try and reserve them because hopefully this won't be the last time we get on the mic here as we head into the possibility of hybrid. What I was trying to say? I was thinking Havana hybrid escort.
Havana can happen.
Havana is one of the escorts, it's true. That's one of the maps available. That was not comfortable, though. Was it good that Falcons won and they clutched up at the end? Yes, amazing. But 111 lead, being squeezed down to a 2-meter gap in the OT, you have to be very concerned if you are Falcons because, as I described, I think the primary issue there for Crazy Raccoon was that they started on the wrong DPS comp. Symmetra Torb, not what you want to see in Amalgamera. It took too long for them both to swap off, particularly for Symmetra on Lip to go back over towards the Sojin. He wanted to play through a Photon Barrier to get there, and that Photon Barrier ultimate did very little.
Yeah, it was instantly punished by Proper getting the exact right angle. Proper is on right now. Watchpoint Gibraltar is the pick here of Crazy Raccoon. They're definitely opting out of Amalgamera now.
Hanzo ban to come on through. Remember, they already used the Diva ban on map number 1. Crazy Raccoon burned that nice and early, which prevents them from pulling it through on this very important map. I would have liked to have seen Moon and the rest of Crazy Raccoon hold on to the Diva ban specifically for this map to enable them to have a more guaranteed win. The Zenyatta ban is a pure respect ban towards Chorong. They know that Crazy Raccoon like to play a double flex support on this particular map. I think the Hanzo ban is even a respect ban towards Stalker just because how well he played it. They want to force Stalker into a hit scan battle, into an Ashe battle, into Widow battle where they know that Lip is going to reign supreme. And if Lip can show up as he has done numerous times on this map, on those heroes, he will be able to win that matchup. It really is going to be up to Stalker to prove that even as a hyperflex, as a flex DPS player, that he's not just a jack of all trades and master of none. Right now, he has to master one of these hit scans in a duel versus Lip on this map to find success, and that is on top of the fact that Hanbin needs to make sure that he ignores Winston and chooses Diva.
A Hanbin Diva. That could be what Team Falcons live or die by as we head in to Watchpoint Gibraltar.
It's a tough map. Much more favored for Crazy Raccoon. They are still the best dive team. For all that Falcons can do. Brilliance on the Malga, brilliance on brawl compositions. That's their DNA. Can they get it done on a dive mirror? Especially now looking at Hanbin on the Winston. It's not going to be pretty. We saw what he did on this hero yesterday. And kind of wish we didn't see it. Honestly, scrub that one from the memory banks. And if you're Falcons, you'd like to scrub it a little bit too. But for Hanbin, if he can redeem himself here, it would be good.
Oh, he's already caught out Stalker. That's huge. Now Lip's got so much space to work without worrying about that counter Widow.
This is what Lip does best. It's going to dominate the sight line. Stalker already on the back foot, copying one death. Just going to have far less space to play through. Importantly, does he have the experience on Widowmaker? For a seasoned veteran like Lip, who has played Widowmaker on all these maps so many times in a professional setting, compared to Stalker, who has spent far more time on other heroes, getting marked as well by Jumbin. Very difficult.
Yeah, Stalker's being counter-stalked in his own right now. Humbinston not wanting to leave the bubble. Look at how free Shu is to just pump out heals right now. Not able to find one onto Heesang though. Proper grabs that on the off angle, but Stalker taken out by Junbin. Equal trades thus far. Is that the Ana? That's Shu in the midst of all of this. Yeah, that missleap dart might end up being everything here. Now Fielder going to be in trouble, but Chio's there to rescue both of our Annas in dire straits. But in the end, the Team Falcons collapse works out.
And you have to remember as well, prior to this year, I remember last year in OWCS Korea, it was actually proper playing the Widowmaker on this map. And there was a famous proper Widowmaker map versus Lip, where actually dominated the matchup. That is a Falcons team of old. Current Falcons with Hanbin playing the Winston here. No Smurf. Smurf used to be here playing this map. Stalker consistently on low HP. Doesn't have any chance to even find shots onto Lip. I don't think Stalker's even had a chance to shoot Lip one time.
Yeah, they haven't even really found that angle. Lip hasn't offered that matchup again and again. Oh, the stick, the anti, the sleep, just the entire Overwatch 2 roster dogpiling onto the Winston.
And not a single frame available to Primal Rage, and that could be the cap unless Falcons double support ult right now. They have to dump in Rally and possibly Nano on top of the Rally. They can't Nano yet. Double bio.
Oh, big bomb onto Choron, getting rid of them, and now Chio gets the combo onto Shu. That's a lot of healing now missing from the side of Crazy Raccoon. They're going to have to do it off the back of the Primal Rage if they want to do it at all. Chio is chased down by Junbin. Hanbin remains here with the Primal Rage for a last second stall, but juggling on the cart is going to be difficult to do, especially at range with headshots raining in from Lip as easy as they come. It's so difficult for Hanbin to try and survive through this one.
He can't run either. He has to stay on the payload, so he's a primal monkey only to stall the cart. That's all he can do.
Oh, here comes Stalker. Oh, nice exchange there. Lip grabs that. Yep, cap could be everything. This is all just bread and circuses right now.
Hanbin should have probably have given it up, but they wanted to believe. I respect that Falcons wanted to believe that they could, in fact, win that fight. Well, you look at Hanbin, a sad primal. He just can't do anything. Waiting for a full team respawn. He was the only one up, by the way. And then, after the fact, Crazy can still cap. Falcons still get wiped. You saw the team kill notification come on in, and they're one primal short. On top of everything, Stalker now giving up on the Widowmaker battle, opting for the cast, at least defensively. He has earlier access to the high ground as the cast.
However, coming into B with little control of it is a remarkably perilous task, regardless of which side you are on. A lot of pressure coming through onto Proper. Lip gets a nasty headshot, I've got to assume. That's going to be Hanbin. Antied, executed. Junbin still has everything he needs to try and make this continue going forward. Chio's not going to be enough of a threat here to force out the Primal Rage. Just going to be a last-second stagger. Oh, just bonked back the second they try and touch. Just a speed run of second.
At what point does Hanbin realize that he's on the wrong hero? Proper will take Blip down in the final seconds. Can that actually be a contest? Nano available, but not in time to save Hanbin. Fielder's not there. He's only just respawned.
Yeah, this is dirty, and now there's some potential staggers as well. You see the Stalker's caught out there. The shield's a little bit shallow in terms of the angle, so Jumbo's not going to be able to peek that one too much.
You also have just dominance on the Ana as well. Shu has consistently landed Bionade after Bionade on critical targets. Haven't seen enough of the same from Fielder. Stalker now back on the long sight lines, back on the Widowmaker. Looking for opportunity, but he is severely behind an Infrasight charge. Not always the most impactful ultimate, but in the Widowmaker duel, it counts for everything.
Oh, Shu coming in from the angle. Instantly wipes Fielder off the face of the earth. And guess who's here? The trusty bodyguard ready to try and make something happen. Choron's always there to make sure that Shu gets away with the absolute quirky shenanigans that they're drawing out.
I mean, it's just night and day compared to the Falcons that we see on other maps, especially when they're in a winning position. This Falcons right now are consistently being spawn camped. Their players can barely even walk out to find opportunity to get a fight going.
Double Nano given over. This stun after stun for Hanbin. Can barely play the game. Jumping elsewhere. I think he's probably his first Primal Rage. Just hasn't felt the need to do so thus far. Probably doesn't have a pulse bomb. So Burst isn't there. Fielder and Chio gone fishing somewhere. No! Hanbin 99% of the way towards the Primal Rage. Crazy Raccoon. They knew exactly what they were doing coming to this one.
0 shots on goal, unfortunately, from Stalker. What I mean by that is you never even saw the opportunity for Falcons to be on the Crazy Raccoon side of the pitch, if I want to continue the analogy. But how it relates to the Widowmaker battle is essentially to say that consistently Lip was able to take shots on anybody on Falcons, including Stalker, and Stalker never really had a chance to shoot back. I'd be very interested to know from Stalker's POV if he even got a chance to look at Lip one time. That kill, by the way, the sleep into Pulse onto Hanbin, absolutely opened up the first point, because the first point was looking fairly defendable up until that one particular fight. And we're also looking at 2:26 time back, which for Gibraltar, very nice, very well played. And they made up most of that time on the B and the C. The B defense not existent. Crazy Raccoon completely snowballed through that one. And you barely saw Falcons get a clean fight. How many 5v5 fights did we get in there? Barely any. Most of them were Falcons trying to hold on to payload, hold on to the point, still losing the point anyway, still losing the cap anyway, on minimal numbers, consistent losing play after player, one by one. But you know what the craziest thing is not even Lip that I think is the most important player in the lobby despite dominating Stalker. It's Shu, and then second to that would be Junbin. Just for controlling the space, Junbin does not allow Stalker to look anywhere, and Shu consistently pushes out Hanbin to prevent Hanbin from doing the same thing to Lip.
Junbin just always wins these initiative roles. Feels like Falcons are continuously fleeing, running, terrified from the Winston of Junbin.
And now we'll see how long it takes for Falcons to move on through. Good news for them is that Lip has started on a Widowmaker. Stalker will have a range advantage. Curious for Lip to be starting on a very short range hit scan for what is a very long range map. Might come back to bite them. However, the pedigree for the Crazy Raccoon's dive is still stronger even with minute compositional differences. Look at that. Chio eating a nade straight away. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Chio anti-T-San commits to try and get the finish, and indeed is able to grab it. Lip falling low, maybe a body shot delivered there by Stalker, but look at this, how much is going to be overwhelmed. Has to dive through the Winston bubble, the healing can't be delivered, and just the dive core of Team Falcons has been dissected.
Man, it's gone, and they haven't really done anything so far. Stalker's even going to move over towards Ash now. I think he's more comfortable on the Ash. He even said in a previous interview that he felt like Widowmaker was, of his heroes, one of the weaker ones. Ash certainly more within his wheelhouse as a flex DPS slash hyper flex player in general. Shu already has Nano. That's how far ahead he is, and he won't even have to use it yet.
The amount of cyberbullying that Shu is doing right now is possibly criminal. There will be charges pressed, and there will be no mercy, especially from Crazy Raccoon.
Falcons can't walk up. At this point, you're thinking about the next map. Unfortunately, I have to say it. Calling it early. But when the map is this one-sided, when you see how that defense for Falcons was, when you see how bad this offense is, this is what Erna and Zeta's POV was in just our last series on Gibraltar. Can't do anything. Can't walk up.
At this point, you're almost thinking about how do you not tilt from this kind of game. Look at where Shu is!
This is now...
Look at where he is!
They're even staggering him. They're not even killing him quickly. There's about 3 people in the staircase with field, and they're just choosing to stagger a little bit more because they can. 2 minutes left to play through now. Shu's had like a near 50% nano lead that he hasn't even needed to expend. He's allowed Fielder to catch up just because Crazy Raccoon don't have to do anything. That's how in control of the game they are.
Disgusting stuff. I am absolutely horrified by what I'm watching right now. For Team Falcons, I think this is going to be an important mental test. Just be able to laugh your way through this one. It might be too far gone, but so long as you don't let this ruin the rest of your series, you're still in the lead. Maybe you're going to get equalized on here by Crazy Raccoon. That is such a wide pulse. Well, that's okay. We just giggle it off. We giggle about it. We have a laugh.
Mine was at least being used there by Jim, but not sure if it was entirely forced or just kind of felt like dropping it in there. But speaking of dropping things in, Shu completely dominating another brilliant Bionade, dropped in from long range. And yeah, Jimbin popped Primal on like 2/3 HP, so he was fine. He was not under any pressure, just kind of felt like doing it.
Oh, Jimbin, nice right click. Hanbin is
he's on the wrong side of the map now.
He's touring point B, you know. Ooh,
most of these ults,
condos.
Actually, all of these ults are Falcon's first ults, by the way. It's actually also Crazy Raccoon's first ults, but they've had the ults for like 2 minutes now. That's the difference.
Oh, goodbye, Fielder. That's a bit of a tilter. No, it's not. We have a giggle. We have a laugh. Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. Wave to Hanbin Primal. Hello. Shades of Fearless for a moment. But I'm afraid it might be a curtain call. A last celebration, a last hurrah for Hanbin, who gets antied and executed.
Don't cry because it's over. Smile because it... Actually, no, that's not even...
Forget that it even happened.
Actually, you actually kind of want to just forget it happened at this stage. The entire world has seen enough of the Hanbin sin, but Hanbin and Falcons themselves have not seen enough of it. They want to keep it going. That's not, I don't even know if that's the primary reason. It might even just be they lose anyway with the D.Va, but at least they would increase their win rate. Can they get past the Deadeye? They at least do that.
Yeah, they used for Nano to get past the Deadeye as well. Hey, look at that. Fielder hits today. Not sure how he managed to grab that one. Wild angle onto lip. Cherylong's down as well. Stalker might be able to hit something good here. Heesang. I think Heesang was resetting onto his own bomb.
They're about to cap this one, so we're going to extend this one a little bit further. Crazy can touch it time. Junbin has another primal. He's just lagging a little bit right now. He is just biding his time, waiting for Heesang. There will be the opportunity to touch if they want to go for it, and they do.
Bomb, good to go. Nice stick coming through from Proper. This is where you start to get a little bit of your mojo back. There's the cap coming through as well. 2.5 minutes, extending the timer.
Rizukun got a little bit silly. You saw towards the end of the 8-point defense, they're starting to spawn camp a little bit more. Pretty rare for Watchpoint Gibraltar, not the type of map you spawn camp on. You have to be very far ahead to do that, and they kind of were, but just a little bit of disrespect shown over towards Falcons. Slight overextending. Junbin propping Primal because he felt like it. Losing a little bit of positioning, giving Falcons just an inkling of a chance, and they take it. Now look, it is still a major uphill battle. This is an OT push. 2 minutes 30 on the clock, likely to end in OT again, which will then end in OT again. Wild Crazy put a 2:26 on timer for time back.
Pick on the Heesang, but the Junbin snipes are just too strong at this moment. Hanbin's going to get some consolation meterage on the card before catching a punch to the unspeakables from Junbin.
Now the long defense, won't be that long, 1 minute 30. Shu high ground control, lip. The movement around the side. Stalker's on the other side of that. Oh, they didn't even need the shield bash. Just one headshot was enough. Shield bash not required.
Disgusting. Oh, well, good luck, Hanbin. Does actually have the primal rage if he wants to invest it here. Oh, on the ante on Junbin. Could be workable. Still, Shu with the absolute turret spot up here is just having the time of his life. Oh, misleap on the Nano. Double Nano coming through the other way. Field is also, of course, going to be nanoed on up. Shu wrapping around that back. Yeah, guess what? The pincer maneuvers here. Sun Tzu called. He wants his moves back.
And back to spawn they go, still unable to really assault the high ground. In fact, they can't even really comfortably take their own side of the map with Junbin, Lip, and others sometimes pushing on through the gates. There's not enough Watchpoint Gibraltar reworks to help Falcons out this time, unfortunately.
Oh, well, we do have a touch on cart here from Hanbin. Does have a primal rage in the back pocket if needed. Do not want to see another sleep into pulse bomb combo. It would be absolutely nasty to behold. Hanbin's expended their own shield now as well, so no bubble protection. He's hanging under pressure here from Proper, and Hanbin got Shu. That's the biggest possible pick. Great play there from Hanbin. Chio drags out the rally now. Ooh, the last bastion available. Oh, coming in. Nice combo from Hanbin. He's got the hands. The mechanics are back. The primal's good as well. Hanbin's getting it done. And now maybe he can grab Junbin as well. He's super low, but he is in LOS of Shu, so the healing's going to be too much to bear for the moment. Heesang hunted down by Proper. The cart's rolling.
Turned on the Neuralink for that ultimate. Got Fearless to tap on in and just control Hanbin's computer from afar. Not a bad primal for an off-tank player. Actually, that actually got the job done. More importantly was killing Chorong during rally, but Chorong took major risks there. He waited until he was on basically 1 HP to pop the rally to save his own life. And yeah, of course, you're just going to get one shot potentially by a single player jumping on in.
Long-range nade. That's brutal. Shu earned a nap for that one. Enforced by Fielder, of course. Across back towards the spawn is going to be perilous on the sides of Lib, but a couple of shots wide doesn't mean that he's put on notice by Fielder poking away at range.
All right, so if we're going to see Falcons finish the map here, they got to do it right now. Heesang down is advantage, building time for the rest of the ultimates, including Nado, to come on through. Lack of sleep dart here to stop the Deadeye. Reminder, time is going to run out. They are not going to cap unless it's in the OT.
Oh, Hanbin. Was that a sleep onto the nanoed Hanbin? Shu is crazy, man. Put it in the highlight reel. Clip it and ship it, baby. Best in the world.
Yeah, sleep mid-falling off the map. Mid-falling off the high ground, I should probably say. Field it down is going to slow things down further. They're just running out of ultimates. Double support's gone. Final fight upcoming. And Crazy Raccoon can absolutely spawn camp. The payload is not nearly as far as it needs to be once the OT hits. You could really see 2 fights there. You don't want this to be with 2 fight contention for Falcons. It needs to be within 1 fight contention, but they just haven't pushed the payload enough.
All right, desperate touches, desperate measures. There is a Bob available for Stalker if it is needed. Jumpin just drops down on top of him, almost has a primal rage here. Jumper's going to be a touch further away from that. Proper trying their best to get Heesang off of this off angle. Just getting rid of that rat in the back is so important here for Team Falcons. They can't afford for Fielder to be consistently sieged by this. Super low coming in. Showrong's down though. Stalker's getting it done. Jumpin's dragging everyone away from a cart. Could be trying to force a C9 right here as Heesang tries to get in towards the back. Nice steal on the Mega Pack. That means that
Chio lives. Wow.
Oh, Chio does live. That's got to be all down to Fielder. Excellent play. Jumpin's down too.
Yeah, Nate Fielder, they Stalker got Jumpin down while he was trying to juggle. This is capable now. Shu dies again. Shu died twice in a row. He can't get the nano off. Chorong loses the rally again. And we talk about the fact that if Falcons are going to cap, they were going to have to do it in the OT. A Jumpin failed primal doesn't stop Chio. Couldn't take down the rally. And he spends his whole primal single-handedly trying to duel into the rallying brig of Chio and just couldn't do so. That is a monumental fumbling coming through from one of the best tank players. I still think the best tank player in the world, but Stalker in the final moments being invisible in the hit scan for the entirety of the map on C, killing Shu twice, and the nano never got used by Shu.
My goodness. Hanbinston, I retract my previous statements. Let the bin bowl begin.
What happened is Jumbin logged into Hanbin's computer for that fight. Hanbin logged into Jumbin's computer fight. That's why Hanbin looked like he had a bit of primal and Jumbin just kind of fumbled. That's what happened. They just kind of swapped there. That's an easy mistake to make, understandably.
Now, that happens to the best of us. Team Falcons, honestly, what an absolute route for them. Unreal stuff. I mean, maybe that
was the struggle though.
Yeah.
Do you remember,
given
the time difference, 1 minute to 3:26, A was the most difficult point for Falcons. So can they do enough here? Because they have very limited time, and 1 minute went by so quick in their regulation attack, and they got nothing done with it.
All right. Once more, into the breach. Crazy Raccoon will stare back at you with bloodthirsty eyes and bloodstained teeth.
Stalker looking for that opening. This time really challenging. Look at this. I mean, Lip is just not going to play Widowmaker here. Maybe he'll change over to it on the attacking side. I think it's more of an attacking side Widowmaker play, but last time on the cast, it was working until it didn't. Stalker heating up since we last saw him. I mean, again, that C-point attack was when he started to really hit shots, and now if he can keep that up, that might be the opening Falcons need.
I mean, Stalker's certainly more happy in the Ashe versus Ashe than they are in the Ashe versus Widow. Fielder with the spicy maneuvers. Where's Jumbin doing back there? That's so
He was trying to get aggressive. He was trying to get aggressive again. That's what Jumbin does, but didn't have support from Heesang. Needed the extra players there. Now Shu's in trouble. If Shu goes down, this is OT spawns, by the way.
The conversion here could be crazy. Nice steal on the health pack. Proper still got it. And Chio's coming in for the third party. Great heads up play. That's going to be a big play. That's got the double nano already, by the way, because everyone's coming in with double perks due to it being overtime. Wow. That's going to be a first point cap.
I've got to say, for the first time now, this map is now suddenly winnable by Falcons. I don't just mean can they cap and take us to a time bank where nothing happens. No, I'm saying they can win the map now. Why? Not just because they capped that point. They're looking better as a team, but with the cap of the point now, they have a real winnable defense. You need to have an extended distance on your defense. You can't just rely on defending A versus Crazy Raccoon. Something is happening right now. Crazy Raccoon, they've been possessed in the wrong direction. This is some voodoo witchery where Jumpin is death died repeatedly 2 in a row. Bioname's being hit by Fielder time and time again. He's doing the Shu cosplay.
Oh, my guy has been watching the Hanbinston VODs or the Bernaston VODs. I don't know. That's going to be a Bob burned down. But already you've lost Showrong. You've lost Heesang as well. Oh, it's desperate measures. Yeah, it's a last moment nano here, but Lip's already down. Stalker's winning out in the hit scan versus hit scan. Shu's getting involved though. Coming in with Junbin. That's a big primal rage now. Knocking someone off the cart could be everything here between Whipshot and primal. It's so hard to get the touch. Hanbin desperately tries to make it work, but it's a valiant effort from Falcons, and they have their win condition.
Yeah, the touch wouldn't have mattered because the Crazy Raccoon respawners were all there. What a final nano onto Jumbin. The fact that Shu managed to get into the melee, kill proper, and then Jumbin just lasts in there, continually getting healed. Shu dying doesn't matter because Chorong's joining the mix. And then with the Primal, finally Jumbin has found the keyboard again and has placed his hands on the keyboard and one of the mouse to be able to play the video game. Because for the rest of that entire time bank defense, dude was MIA. First death on that A-point defense for the time bank, costing his team a lot there. Caught out, as you mentioned, very far away. Very little support. And then as we move through the rest of A, it's Fielder, Harbin, Stalker. Everyone's landing shots. Fielder's getting disgustingly good buy rates. We never saw any of this from Fielder in regulation time. It takes until the time bank for Fielder to finally step up and land those Shu nades, which made all of the difference. Humongous 3-man nade on Crazy Raccoon retake for the 8-point defense allows Falcons to cap A. Not only that, look at the distance. They actually managed to get to the end of B. If they cap B, I think they actually win this map. But getting to the end of B is such a huge amount of distance that pressure is now on Crazy Raccoon to try and match that. And 326 for a lot of teams would not be enough time to do that with. The Falcons' 8-point defense has to be phenomenal. If they get rolled over too quickly, Crazy Raccoon probably just roll through B with more than enough time.
Yeah, and critically, if you are going to lose A, maybe playing for some good territory control on B could be everything rather than the wild stall we saw with the Primal Rage on the first defense.
Stalker, once again, waking up big time on that C-point attack. Carried it through in the time bank. Let's see if we can do it again on this 8-point defense. It has to happen. Pivotal factor. Many kills. Harbin going deep, looking for backline.
Oh, nice sleep. Jumbin unable to follow up there onto Fielder due to a well-placed sleep dart, just keeping that momentum going. He's checking for an Ana, but a little bit too far forward there is Shu to be afflicted by the Dynamite. A good intercept attempt coming through onto Harbin, but safe and sound over there. Going to be a while before we get that jump back, and now it's on top of Jumbin. Slept, bioed. Follow-up's not there, but Chorong's fallen through the cracks.
He's staying on one as well. Lucky to get out alive. Might still not get out. Just a turn of the head makes it a little bit more difficult for Stalker. First minute is gone. Remember, 326. We're now below 226. A little bit more of this from Falcons, and they might have it sorted. Nano's both about to be online now. Shu waiting for high ground control first.
Jumbin and Harbin.
Harbin has slept.
Yep.
Briefly.
Indeed he is. Oh, the double nano coming through. Shu's got nowhere to go. The body block is solid. The ancestor spirits are moving through Harbin right now. Fearless is smiling down from a nimbus cloud like Mufasa.
Yeah, the voodoo witchery is still taking effect on the Crazy Raccoon, considering how grossly one-sided it was for Crazy Raccoon in the regulation time. Time bank has been completely different. It's like we've swapped sides. It's like Team Falcons are actually Crazy Raccoon, and Crazy Raccoon have become the Falcons that can't play Gibraltar. We've seen Harbin now knocking players off the map with the Primal, staying alive, locking Shu indoors, but did burn the Primal. Jumbin still has that to play through. Fielder dead now.
Okay, double nano. That's a lot of damage. Chorong down, though, could be a real issue. Stalker isolated. Could be bounced upon. Oh, Chio's down. And looks like Heesang wasn't ready to join with the dive onto that player. Lip now going to be hunted down by Harbin. And you just can't take out the Winston.
This is the best of the Harbin Winston I've ever seen. He legitimately looks like he's had Fearless Neuralink into his brain to play this right now. This is a completely different Harbin Winston than I've ever seen. This actually might be enough. Look, time is nearly out. Crazy Raccoon have blipped their entire timer down to below 1 minute, and their capability of finishing now is going to be hard, but they can cap. They have the ults.
The Bob missed Jumbin. It might actually go all the way off the point. Chorong's gone. Loses another rally. You've never seen this many. Go away. Jumbin trying to make it all happen by himself. Gio's down. Stalker to all Fielder. You are in the danger zone. And there it is. The danger zone is going to be extended off the point. But now Lip's gone as well. Stalker in sight. Super low. Proper the same as well. Jumbin's on the hunt in conjunction with Heesang. They desperately need Harbin. But now you've got to get yourself on point. And the respawns are so close. Heesang with the double.
They need a reset really quickly. Falcons have delayed the payload enough that they can afford one more reset with a nano play to come through. It might be enough. The Bob is all that Crazy Raccoon have. Harbin can even build Primal off of this. They need to play this perfectly. They're not going to go for it. Okay, that's fine, because we're still in OT. The OT continues. They're going to start high ground and going to start with an advantage. Falcons need to win one fight, and they've locked down Gibraltar map. They had no business winning. Now genuinely head for it.
Oh, Hanbin gets the opening pick. If Hanbin has the Winston, then Team Falcons might be a team without peer, without weakness. The cart's starting to get away. Jumbin has to follow in after it, but that means exposing your backline to a poke from all around. The shield is erected, but the door's closing. The Ana LOS is going to be broken, and so too is Showrong. Someone needs to get on the cart in the midst of all of this.
Who's touching? Who's touching?
Live alive. The Tracer must be there, but Shu's nowhere near. Hanbin's going to get it done by himself with the Winston. Somehow they turn it around. Team Falcons find match point.
That is incredible. Falcons on a map where Hanbin is on a Winston, and he spent the majority of the map completely lost, but then something changed in the time bank when this team locked it in on the C point of regulation, capped through and entered the time bank. We looked at a completely flipped situation. Suddenly it's Crazy Raccoon that don't know how to play dive. Suddenly it's Falcons that are the Winston team now somehow that are perfecting this dive. They push through on their time bank with 1 minute to the end of B. And for Crazy Raccoon, barely with 3 minutes and 26, able to even cap A, let alone get on top of B. That was the biggest flip of momentum and skill and everything I may have ever seen in all my years casting Overwatch. Match point. Let's see what happens after the break.
Hanbin, look around you. Every tank for light touches will be yours one day. The spirit of Fearless ran through the Hanbinston, allowing Team Falcons to have one of the craziest turnarounds we have ever seen on Watchpoint Gibraltar.
I hope no one's going to be a revisionist about this saying, oh, I knew Falcons were going to win Gibraltar the whole way. It's like, no, you really didn't, because if you watched the same early regulation times Gibraltar that everyone else saw, you would have seen it. It was really, really awful. We saw what was happening before on Falcons, on Gibraltar, and on other maps as well yesterday in that 0-4 and the previous 0-4. It was ugly, but something changed, man. And I can't explain what it is. Genuinely stumped. I said this in the break to you, but two things needed to happen for this comeback on Gibraltar to occur. Mid-map, by the way. Usually these boomages happen between maps. Mid-map. You both need, somehow, for Falcons to learn how to play a Winston dive mid-map, and also, simultaneously, for Crazy Raccoons to learn, or rather forget how to play a Winston dive mid-map. Both things need to occur. If only one happens, probably not enough. Both things, stars aligning, have to occur. And it was a team-wide fumble. Jimbin getting picked early, Churong losing every single rally, Chu getting killed, can't use nanos, getting naded by Fielder the whole game, which was the opposite happening previously to that. Lip suddenly losing the Stalker, everything going wrong. Unbelievable map. I'm still thinking about it, even though we're looking at Numbani now, and we should probably talk about the Malga ban because Crazy Raccoon don't want to see it, even though I think Malga is... Actually, Malga is pretty good on this map. I'll take that back.
Hey.
Was I gonna say that Malga was not good? He was actually kind of good on this map. So they're gonna take away the Malga. Falcons respond by taking away the Brig. What does that mean? It's going to deny the Brig-Ana combo. They can't target the Ana anymore. They're going to target the Brig instead. Just looking through the previous bans as well, Falcons have also banned away Winston. So of the Winston dive comp, they've already banned away Winston and Ana. Brig is the only support character left or enabler left that they can target. Try and remove effectiveness from Crazy Raccoon. However, in a funny way, maybe they're helping Chorong out a little bit. Brogue just could not rally for his life, so this might be a good thing.
Maybe giving Chorong a couple more of his flex options and kind of forcing them onto him might be exactly what's necessary. Could always be a Lucio on the cards. If we consider that maybe Team Falcons just found the power of friendship, we'll see if it sustains through Numbani.
The power of Fearless, maybe. Not just in namesake of the legendary Winston player himself, but and the emotion required to drop all of the negative emotion of playing a matchup that you really are completely unfavored to win. And then suddenly lock in so unbelievably hard. It might be the biggest lock-in of all time. Think about it.
Yeah.
Falcons will now start their defense with D.Va, so after all of that, Harbin is going to go back to tried and true. But he's at least proven at least a little bit that perhaps the Winston can be played.
Torbjorn on deck as well. A lot of damage coming in towards these divers. Continuously harried. Harbin instantly loses the mech. Great focus fire coming through, but look at this. Proper at range. Achido to Heesang's forehead. It's a big old head on that Echo. And now Juno at risk. Chorong manages to finish that one off. And Crazy Raccoon, they should be able to cap out here.
Yeah, not quite on cap just yet. Harbin is on his way in. The remake in there. This has been a little slow from Crazy Raccoon. After all of that early kind of picks that they managed to get, they still don't have any presence.
Shu needs a TP out of here somehow. Harbin loses the Meg once again. Jumin responsible for that one. We're just wondering if we could get a touch on the point here, lads, after getting all these picks.
No, I think this is deathmatch, actually. The only objective is to find as many kills as you can.
What is able to do it back here? Okay, we've reached a fair amount of silliness.
He's looking to reset by running into enemy spawn and looking for a duel. Or find it against Jumbin, which is not his ideal target. And now the cat will hopefully come on through. Harbin lost mech twice in the same fight. I want to say that.
Lips down to Proper in the midst of all this. This is such a silly fight thus far. Team Falcons are losing probably two fights right now.
Yeah, here comes Harbin. Here comes Harbin. They're retaking.
Yeah, well, here we go. Moving as a unit. Once more, Chio is going to be overran. Hisang taken down as well. This is a little bit interesting here with the Kitsune rush. Shu is quite vidorless, though. Gets it done onto Proper, but, well, the Transcendence is going to carry it. Oh, they're going for the Primal Cap. Oh, but no, look at this. Maybe you can try and get rid of Fielder here on the Zen. Easy pickings for someone like Lip. An Arai Pulse Bomb from Lip does not get much more than that, though, and still it's not a full cap.
And they're going to get Fielder back as well. If this goes longer, and it does, because Bob is available. Fielder's coming back in. Time is running out now. Crazy Raccoon should have capped this map about 2 times over by now, but still just struggling to finish A.
Reaching critical levels of silly at the moment. A miss on the Dynamite just caps it all off before being taken down by Shu. Hisang looking for a victim. That's Zenyatta's easy pickings. Hanbin demech for possibly the 5th time already. And there's the finish, finally. Please be a cat. Let's get on point, shall we? I'm done with this.
Falcons will, for the first time, be respawning for B. I could have gone even longer, but it went long enough, to be honest. Crazy Raccoon lost so much time there. I think 2 minutes ago, they really should have already had a lockdown. This is going to impact their ability to finish the map with any sort of comfortable time. Remember, because we're on hybrid now, it's sort of different settings, where if you don't cap with time left, you are at risk of being in a draw-only scenario, which, by the way, if that was how Gibraltar worked, it would have been a very different Gibraltar look as well for Falcons, but thankfully for them, Escort will give you that 1 minute.
All right, Jumbin heads over to just force Proper off of that angle. Stalker feeling a touch safer with the Winston otherwise occupied. And Proper with a pulse bomb in the back pocket. Access to Hisang going over onto the Ash now instantly demeched. Trying to make something happen though. Onto the fielder. Cherong just coming out of nowhere. A ninja from the rooftop with the beat Batman style here. And now we're finally getting some progress on Kart. This should be an easy demech onto Hanbin. Hisang can beam them, but for now he's just playing it a little bit slower, allowing the remainder of the team to get this done. It's inside the self-destruct bubble. However, does break in the end. Everyone has to flee away. Proper getting some last-second contests. It is eventually going to be taken down by Junbin. Well-placed Suzu. And there we go, making up for some lost time.
Fielder really is not justifying the Zenyatta anymore. He is so easy to pick on out. Was barely justifying it even on A. Couldn't find the Transcendence for this final fight. Worse still, though, Chio drops in a orbital array. I believe it went onto the payload. Fielder dies on the side of the map, as we saw from the dive from Hisang and Jumbin jumping in. And then Chio dies shortly after that. They just couldn't even use their own orbital array. Pulse bomb blocked out by Transcendence, at least.
I mean,
that's a very costly Transcendence.
Yeah, that's a good trade, honestly. Hisang is taken out in the midst of all this. This will give Fielder a good chance to reset onto a different hero, honestly. But seems like he's got no... he's got the floating perk. Let's go. Now this is what's going to make the difference.
The thing is once you get onto C, Zenyatta becomes more justified because you at least can put your back against the wall and kind of just fall back towards spawn. That's kind of where you start seeing some Zenyatta's come through on various maps. But A and B, you'd like to have a little bit of a different result.
Faster fire rate. Easy pickings here for Shu. Headshot after headshot coming through onto Stalker. Shu actually gets picked out in the back by Proper. A double! Wow. The entire backline has been massacred by Proper. Mr. MVP is back. Jumbin's had enough of him, though. I think the damage has already been done, though. At this point, best thing you can do is just deliver some ult charge to your supports.
This is where things start to slow down a little bit here as well. Bob's still ready to play in. Crazy Raccoon bought up a lot of extra time after losing A by speeding through B. B was a non-existent defense for Falcons, but now we're in a position where that could be lost as well. Churong wants to get aggressive, might pay for it, should pay for it, but somehow is not going to die until too late. Actually, that ends up being better because now it's a late death, but Fielder probably would have preferred if he got the kill.
Nah, it's a bludger right there. Catching a wayward ball. Hanbin has the bomb ready to go. Might look for an overextension from Junbin, but likely just use it for a remake.
Good news is you're able to play some of these off angles as Field on the Zen over here. And once he has Transcendence back up, he has the safety. You don't want to use it like a remake from a Diva, but it's at least better to know that you won't just die instantly. Falcons have been able to stall this out so successfully, they've built up nearly 5 ults.
Yeah, Pro's been doing a bang-up job of just dancing around this car and stopping it from going too much further. Even when there are other plays, Shu taken out by Proper. Proper's having an absolute lights-out game on the Tracer. Let's be real here. And might actually take Team Falcons all the way to a 4-1 off the back of it. Chio down. Does mean that there's less staying power for Falcons, but we do have a transcendence in the back pocket.
Roll.
Bro is on a wild one right now. Phil doesn't even feel like the need to use the trans with Proper just marauding.
He's going to miss the pulse bomb, but maybe he doesn't need it. Here we go. Now ultimate's going to be expended by both teams.
All right, Orbital Ray going up against the sound barrier. Jumpin playing the backboard right here. Finally, he's going to be able to disengage with the remainder of the team. A swap over here onto the Sombra from Heesang. Maybe to try and shut down Hanbin a little bit more or keep Fielder held at risk. Nice clip onto Proper. Good from Lip thus far. A well-placed pulse bomb could at least get the Transcendence out. They know that it's available. It's been hung on to for such a while at this point. Playing high, Proper.
Needs to find perfect hacking timing. Hack timing onto Fielder would prevent the Transcendence, but here it comes now.
Okay, forced out in return for the Primal Rage. Jumbin just invites Stalker to stay out there a little while longer. You're going to go check out the Serengeti, bruv. Oh, wait, he might have been able to float back on. Heesang grabs it on the other side. Jumbin now looking for an opening. Shu cannot afford to be picked here. A nice hack back. Oh, it does allow for the remake. Nice iframes off the back of a translocado. Proper still gets one. It is a last-second touch, but it is overtime as well. Pulse bomb gone awry. Might have been picked up by the Winston Shield. They're actually taken under the map. They got caught on the underside. Perfect framing, perfect time from Junbin. But now you've got to get back onto the car, and the respawns are coming in thick and fast for the defenders. A nice play off the TP, but it doesn't mean that Chio's got nowhere else to go. Hartman doing his best here to keep this one contested, but it seems like Crazy Raccoons have reached critical mass on their offense, and despite the last dregs, this should be a full completion in overtime.
There's just no trades. Falcons couldn't get a single kill there despite all of the stalling tactics. The self-destruct being dropped in there to try and get a mech back for Hanbin, and Stalker swapping over to the Venture. Proper doing as much as he really could. After all the ultimates were used and the Transcendence was played into it, Falcons started falling apart a little bit, but the minor objective is secured by Falcons. They managed to draw this one into the OT, and that is going to mean if Falcons can get some time on here, above a minute, they can force Crazy Raccoon into a draw-only scenario. So it's not all bad, although I'd like to have seen them just lock in a little bit harder for that final defense. A lot of this was troublesome because of the B. Now, A, you could argue that they really stalled for far longer than they had any business being able to do. That was a brilliant line of play from Proper, catching the replay here. But, yeah, I mean,
I feel like there was as much stall from Crazy Raccoon on A as there was from Falcons.
You might be right. But in any case, B was problematic for Falcons. That was where they needed to be able to get a bit more of a stable defense going. And
yeah,
with the Zen from Fielder was a bit more of a liability. Easiest target to find. Flying down from the skies as he's saying, landing one with Junbin for the dive, and a couple of misplayed ultimates, and an Orbital Ray gone awry. Finding any value is quite costly for the team. But now thinking about the hazard, but likely you'll just be the Diva again. Impossible to be the hazard, to be honest with you, but I think Diva would be more standard for Hanbin.
I guess.
Okay, here it is.
I mean, hey.
He's going to run it back, fellas. He's going to run it back.
Indecision. Quick chat.
Just wanted to scout the defense.
Yeah.
Now they know what they're up against. Very anti-dive setup from Crazy Raccoon, considering Cass and Anna at the same time. No Brigand Tron is going to go towards the Kiriko for the extra Suzu. What are they going to change towards? It is going to end up being the Winston. Okay, they've spent about 35 seconds just swapping a spawn. Harbin swapped about 5 times now between 3 different heroes and finally locked in the Diva, which I thought he was just going to start with anyway. It took about 45 seconds to do all of this and for them to finally get back in position to start actually attacking.
It's like choosing what to eat with your girlfriend. 17 minutes just to choose to go to McDonald's anyway. Oh, Shu, where'd you go? Oh, Proper. He's having a nasty map. I'm not going to lie.
But at least the McNuggets are good.
The McNuggets are so good.
Proper delivers straight away.
Why do they taste like Shu? Junbin chased down here onto Omega. Got a little bit of staying power, but guess what? Focusing beam here from the Echo might end it all. Oh, Stalker's actually rather low. This could be an opportunity. Heesang's found Chio. And once again, it's a little bit of a dirty push off the back of an adept dive at the beginning. Hubman's kind of being led around by his nose at the moment.
They are capping. Second tick is about to come on through. Crazy Raccoon don't have their tank. This is going to be tough. Who's going to go for the touch? Tracer and a Sombra, and the Tracer will get the kill on the field. The Lip is spotted though. Stalker's not going to let him get away.
Oh, Heesang playing around the outside, but look at that. They lost the point in the midst of all of this. Jumbin must have been pushed off of it, and now Team Falcons have a healthy time bank for second.
Yeah, Stalker moving over to the Tracer too. That is an old throwback. Haven't seen it really for a while now. Famous in 2023. Only Atlanta Reign for it. My goodness, he's really coming back. Lights out performance on the Tracer straight away. That is a very solid A point, much faster than what Crazy Raccoon were able to get on their own A. However, B will now be the difference maker. This is where Crazy Raccoon speed ran through the map. Falcons, if they get stalled here, their ability to finish on C will be impacted greatly.
Demands here of Shu and Chorong to really make dividends pay from their iconic support duo. It's going to be a more defensive use of a Bardic Grenade just to keep Jumbin up on the carp. And now he's got the Primal Rage to reinforce himself if he needs it.
Ultimate's coming out. Falcons have been waiting for this. Crazy Raccoon, meanwhile, losing positioning, a big flank.
Oh
Shu
my God.
wasn't ready, and neither is Chorong.
Where did the backline go? Question is here, does Jumbin use the Primal to try and stall out? Oh, he's gonna leave. Fielder invests the Kitsune rush here. Not sure if it was completely necessary, to be honest. Here's going. Oh, Junbin nasty with it, honestly. Absolutely filthy play with the backhands. And guess what? This is given time for Chorong and Shu to return. Maybe you can give a nano over here. Nice stick. Comes on through. That's a demech onto Hanbin. Forced out for self-destruct. And yes, that'll allow for the remake. But this is given all that important time for the healers to return. And now Lip has the final word in the form of the EMP. Hanbin surely can't survive this one. Stalker had nowhere to go. And that's going to be all that she wrote for this offense, surely.
That is the classic clutch you want to see out of Crazy Raccoon. They're down double supports, couldn't use those ultimates. Jimin decides, I'm going to primal this one with the mechanics to back it up. He's able to essentially rescue the fight. I mean, that was a deadly enough primal that allows Crazy Raccoon to regroup, look for other targets. Pulse Bomb on a Hanbin denies the remake for a little bit later on, which would have been important. And then finally, Lip drops the EMP at the end of the fight after Chorong and Shu have already returned to secure the B point defense. I don't know if they will catch out Chorong and Shu again like that. That looked like a one and done type of play from Falcons. With Crazy Raccoon much more vigilant now, it's going to be hard for Falcons.
Blade dragged out by Proper, gets Shu. Chorong's down as well. Again, these alpha strikes from Falcons, taking out both the supports at once so that they can't cross-heal each other, but still it's equal trades. Fielder and Chill have been taken down elsewhere. It's a mad brawl now, but the meatiness of Hanbin on the point could be too much to deal with here. Might be a last-second contest coming through from Heesang, but Lip won't be able to join it. You can see that Shu and Chorong have come back on the Lucio and the Kiriko for that extra speed to try and return. Shio with the orbital ray here might be able to be the final note in the back of this, and yeah, there it is. Launching in a well-placed pulse from here can actually one-tap Junbin. The Primal Rage is just absolutely broken, though. So much damage from the orbital ray. The contest can't come through. 3 minutes for last.
Props to Junbin for finding another Primal Rage. That is lightning quick how fast he managed to charge that ultimate up after using it just very shortly ago. But yeah, I was saying maybe Chorong and Shu won't be found caught out again. Proper doesn't care, dives on in. Hanbin leading the way. Rockets and Matrix in hand. And Proper just blazed into the backline. Shu can say nothing about that. And suddenly Crazy Raccoon's backline is open once more. Falcons having good ultimates in hand. If they can just survive against the EMP, suddenly we're about to look at a cap.
A stick onto Shu for a championship. Maybe Stalker. A little bit of space gain there off the back of the self-destruct, but now Lip has devious designs. Chorong's down. It's got to be a big EMP. It gets all 5. Fielder's the first to go, but Shu's already down. How do Team Falcons keep on doing it? Crazy Raccoon's backline can't stay alive.
And now Fielder can TP back in with Kitsune Rush. This is the push to end it, or Falcons can finish with more than 1 minute remaining. They are going to force Crazy Raccoon into a very awkward spot indeed. Not where they want to be in the grand finals. Oh my goodness, Susan saves Hanbin's life.
Unreal timing coming through from Fielder. The Kitsune Rush to be the last notes here at the end of it all. It needs to be a masterful play from Crazy Raccoon, but Shu's not there. Proper's got the blade. Jumbin's got another primal. How does he keep getting it done? He doesn't have the health for it, though. Chorong desperately needs the beat. This cannot be a fumble. This needs to be everything. 4 players get it. The staying power's there. Team Falcons are sent dizzyingly deep into their own backline. And while Stalker resets, a moment of calm takes over Numbani.
This entire defense rests upon one player. How is he continually farming up Primal Rages at light speed? This is ridiculous. He should not have been allowed to have another Primal Rage that deep into the map after just using it previously. Proper deflected shoe sleep back at him. They got that opening kill, and it looked like Falcons were going to cap. It looked like it just needed a little bit more time for Falcons to do it. And I don't think they'll cap in 10 seconds, which saves Crazy Raccoon, but they can still cap the time.
A new day, a new ray, and Junbin's nanoed again. The Diva in the face of Shu. It's going to be taken out by the nice right click from Junbin. The accuracy's there. A stick is too. An exchange of tanks, yes, but the M1 Abrams might well rise again off the back of some bunny bastard play. Heesang doing their best to dodge around. Hanbin not allowed to reset right here. Heesang doing his best to dodge away and just about made it in. The contests are too far away. They get it done, but they just about made it under a minute, so this is not finished.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon have saved themselves from a very poor fate of what would have been a draw-only scenario here just by lasting for one extra fight. That extra Junbin Primal got it done, but Stalker finally shuts them down. If Stalker doesn't find the stick, Junbin gets Primal again. He dies at 82. He would have found a Primal in another fight, one after the other. One fight between them. Primal every single fight. 82% is where he died at. He doesn't die. He finds the Primal. Crazy Raccoon hold. And I actually think Falcons lose the map. Now, anything can happen. I will say, though, 8 point seemed to be a lot harder for Crazy Raccoon. Some of that due to their own slowness, sluggishness, and finding the objective. Falcons spent 45 seconds going back and forth between spawn, changing heroes. They've only got 139 in the time back. You cannot afford to do that again.
No more mulligans. No more second chances. No more lower brackets. And no more excuses. In a first to 4 Avril, every fiber of your being is tested. And Crazy Raccoon are being tested to the absolute limit.
Get a lot done in 139. But also, just because it needs to be said, Leg Day, very drawable map. Likely that both teams actually don't get a single tick here at all. This is just not enough time to play through. Both teams took far longer than a minute to actually get a cap in.
But Jumping Ball setting up. Proper's playing very reserved to try and catch him out in the midst of one of these. Here's the slam onto the back line. Proper falling low. It's a big catch from Heesang. The comms are solid. And now you're looking over onto Fielder. Suzu already expended. Oh, wait. A headshot here could be everything.
Fielder.
This is disengaged instead.
Junbin was there. If Junbin was there to follow up, it could have been disastrous. He's found the target now, but he doesn't get Fielder. Waiting for Proper to come back on Sombra of all heroes. Going to get it done. Bro is not lip. Stalker's down. Capable.
2 ticks already. Hanbin surrounded on all sides. You can't put the defense matrix in every single direction. Junbin needs to be saved. The Suzu's there to make it happen. This is going to be an attempt at a retake, yes, but Hanbin's falling low on HP, and they're 1% away. Hanbin, if he dodges for just a second, will be giving away at this point right now. Junbin desperately needs healing before he recontests into this. Chio's the last one left contesting. The focusing beam will get it done as the Tracer tags on in. Still in overtime, of course, and Lip's going to be taken down, but they're spawning real close, and Fielder's going to be so far away.
And the rest of the team is as well. They all have bad spawns now outside of Proper who lived there. The problem beyond that is they tried to go for a last minute retake. Bless them. Because of the failure, they will be putting ultimates into the hands of Crazy Raccoon in OT situations, especially in time back here as well. In limited time, it's all about the snowball momentum. If Crazy Raccoon win cleanly, which they basically did, they have such a huge ult advantage. They can cap B off of this. You can really see a scenario where OT spawns screw over Falcons. Falcons don't get enough trade, and Crazy Raccoon finish B. Unless he goes down like that. Stalker.
That's a good beginning. Stalker, a pulse bomb in the back pocket. Falling low, though. Desperately tries to disengage. Pulse bomb from Lip goes wide, gets nothing. Churro going to get 2, and then on the point. Oh, Crazy Raccoon are scared away.
They all got off the point. 4 alive. Heesang died. The other 4 alive. I guess Kitsune Rush is pretty scary.
Put it to the council.
It was someone's job to touch. Let me tell you this. Let me explain the situation a little bit further, though. I have maybe a bit of an out in terms of why the touch didn't happen. Churong and Shu were both waiting for ultimates. The timing from Falcons to take that fight was so precise that they managed to get a fight started before ultimates came online. I was saying to you, that the snowball potential is there for Crazy Raccoon. If they have a clean fight on A and they can snowball through B with ultimates, but they were just lacking on ultimates by about 7% for Chorong. As Hisang dies, Chorong's at 93, Chu's at 86. Falcons now pushing in. Fielder finally finds the Kitsune Rush on parity, by the way, even ahead of Shu, which is quite impressive for a team that lost that first point. And then Chorong doesn't want to beat because he's on 1 HP, doesn't want to Ajax. Fair enough. Jumbin is hacked out. Can't grapple towards the point. Lipper's going for a Pulse Bomb. Chu's playing safe because he is also building ultimates. There are far too many players building ultimates, trying to stay safe, that no one wanted to go for the touch. They might have miscommunicated that one. And as a reminder, Jumbin also hacked. Just a perfect storm of events happening at a precise timing for an attack for Falcons.
It's not drawable, but it could go either way here. Everyone coming in with full perks, of course, as we head into our last round, potentially, of the tournament.
If Falcons can lock this down, but again, 1:39 is still not a lot of time to get through past A onto B. Struggle to cap A in a good time before.
Choose Burma TP. The bubble's gone as well. Jumbin and the rest of Crazy Raccoons will take to the floor right now as Proper is actually assaulted on the backline. Stalker's gone deep as well. The entirety of Team Falcons are trying to flip the map, and Chorong has had it flipped upon him. Now Hisang isolated in a 3 versus 1. Escape is going to be difficult to manage, but Jumbin tries to get it done. A chase here onto Hisang could be everything. An attempt to eat the heals, but dashing away onto the Mega. Hisang's going to keep themselves surviving here. But first it comes on through for Team Falcons. Hisang chased on down by Proper. The MVP's on your tail. He's sniffing you out and trying to make it happen as Hisang grabs around once again. Chorong down to half after returning from the spawn.
Jumbin is
low on time already. Jumbin almost has the primal, you better believe it. Hope he's got twice as much ult charge right now, and Stalker's already down. That could be enough already from Crazy Raccoons.
The problem is Falcons couldn't get any picks. Yes, they routed Crazy Raccoon, forced him to run away, spread to all different parts of the map. But unfortunately, not a single converted target. Falcons just needed to lock down a single target to retain player advantage, and they just couldn't do it.
A desperate Pharaoh to try and make it work. Hisang already having to burn the recall. Kitsune rush into the mist. Oh my god! Chio dies with the beats! This could be exactly what Crazy Raccoon needs to get back into this one. It's a wild thing of the pulse bomb. And yeah, Hardening can eat it. Shu around the back actually dies. It's good, maybe a Kitsune Jax, but it seems like the remainder of Crazy Raccoon is trying to get it done off the back of this. Lip back on his signature hero. We wondered if he's here for the virus. And yeah, that boy's uploading. He's a torrent freak, let me tell you. That's going to be Crazy Raccoon bringing themselves back. It's 3-2.
The series is still alive. Crazy Raccoon looking in. Potential dire straits on Nimbani. Bring it back once again. Falcons, as mentioned, failing to capitalize on their area control. They stuck to the point. Good. That's what Crazy Raccoon couldn't do on regulation attack, but they couldn't get any kills. Crazy Raccoon were allowed to recontest, regroup, find all their members again, and better yet, on the following fight, take down Chio at the worst possible time. We got a game on our hands, fellas. The grand finals continues after this.
아 뒤에 디바 혼자야. 나 진짜 오늘 이기고 싶거든. 근데 진짜.
There was an idea that we would find the greatest Overwatch teams in Asia, we would lock them in a best-of-7 grand finals, and they would deliver unto us a match for the ages. Between Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons, delivery is here.
I certainly had to wait for this one. Not an overnight or same day. Unfortunately, haven't figured out the technology for that. 5 matches worth of 4-0s and 4-1s to finally get into a grand final worthy of the name. 3-2 so far. A back and forth affair where essentially now we've reset the map pool. If you look at the map pool now, every single map that hasn't previously been chosen is now once again available. And because this is Falcons at match point, Crazy Raccoon are gonna have to be kind of in the passenger seat for this one, as Falcons get to choose every single following map from here, and Falcons are gonna have first ban every single map from here if Crazy Raccoon continue to win.
And guess what? The Malga ban has been burned. Team Falcons can return to their tried and true if they so desire.
Most of the good bans have been burned.
Yeah, most of the good bans are gone. Have we seen the Wrecking Ball ban yet?
No, we haven't, and that's an important one because we're actually going to New Junk City here. Another Flashpoint, another potential ball map, and another potential Malga map as well. Interesting that of the remaining map choices, this is immediately where they want to take it to. We're not seeing some of the classics come through, like the King's Row. Seems like that is being heavily respected by Falcons. No Havana here either. No maps where they're forcing Max to get subbed on. And I actually believe that the best line of play following this, if we go to a map 7, it would be good to see Falcons force this into a Max substitution. Reason why is you're now putting major pressure on a substitute to come in on a map 7 grand finals to deliver. That's going to be tough. But for now, Crazy Raccoon need to deliver themselves on this map 6 on New Junk City. It's going to be the ball ban into the Brig ban. So the ball ban's been saved for maps 6. The ball ban was not really available earlier on. I think for Survasa, they could have banned it if they wanted to. They opted for the Winston ban instead. And they subsequently lost at Survasa 0-3. Not a very good map for them. Now New Junk City hoping to come through with a different result to that. But they need to really look good here on this Flashpoint, because if it's anything like Survasa, we're going to map 7.
I dream of a map 7, Avril, but I also dream of good Overwatch, and thus far this series has been providing in spades. What a performance from Proper during that previous map, but Junbin is absolutely legendary. Every single player in this lobby is firing on all cylinders. Overwatch Champions Series Asia could end here and now.
And Chance still going strong, 6 maps deep, and we could still be going further because I think Crazy Raccoon still got an extra little bit in there. Of course, with ball gone, it's going to get hummed through for the Malga. Some other options could have been there, but for our opening point is very ball favored. You do not want to be on a dive here for our opening arena.
Flip open the switch to get that last little bit in the tank. Activate the nitrous. Feels very Raccoon thing to do. Oh, Heesang sliced across by Proper. The Kurosawa kill coming in at just the right moment for Team Falcons to grab the initial cap.
No further kills to come on through, but the cap is what is important. Just a singular frag will enable Falcons to get the lead here. That's what they were looking for on New Junk City. Notice the difference in support line here as well. No one's actually even playing Ana, which is available. Understandably, it might be easy to be able to flank and get a kill onto Ana on a flashpoint map like New Junk City.
Lip
Juno, you'd have to imagine. I think Juno is just far better enabling the Malga. Fielder, though, took a couple of big hits.
Yeah, Fielder so low off the back of that initial rail that it was easy to clean up for Junbin. Lip opening it up once again. Back and forth was the promise, and it seems like that's going to be the case. Proper tried his luck on Lip, and while getting close, still wasn't immune to the bullets.
Paying attention to Shu here as well. Crazy Raccoon losing that last fight, but because 4 players made it out alive, they transferred all healing to Shu, which is going to cycle him into his very first Kitsune rush, far ahead of anyone else in the lobby. Lip, despite all that carrying that he did in that last fight, still only at 77. Crazy Raccoon in a good position here. Falcons might not be aware that the Kitsune is already available. Falcons need to go faster. If they can go in, force a Kitsune, even if they lose, they'll be having enough time to go for another retake.
Well, Chorong's already forced off the point right here. Nasty right click onto Heesang. Proper really stepping up onto this point and daring anyone to come in and try and deal with him. Shu just getting the passive regen here, and Team Falcons slowly accruing that percentage on the point. That's going to be the Kitsune rush. Mission complete if they can disengage now, but if they can't, it's going to be messy. Proper, the second he draws out the blade, gets caught by both Stomp and by Disruptor Shot. Even more invested here from Team Falcons in the form of the Ray.
They just didn't have enough time. Chio was so close to Ray. He was catching up. You're getting to the position in the game now where it's like, well, you've waited long enough. Maybe you just play this one slowly and hope for ultimates, but Shu is like, no, time is up. We're now within 1 fight contention. This is the time to roll out in the Kitsune rush. And if you haven't caught up here on ultimates on the Falcon side, then it's over. And it was certainly over. The Ray could have been a game changer, might have kept Proper alive, but Proper loses Blade. Chio drops a Ray and it's all over.
Oh, several caught within the cage, and now it's time to slice and dice. Call it the blend tech blender, because I believe that the Falcons will blend. Peter disagree, but I think the evidence is clear.
Looking like a dominant New Junk City flashpoint so far for Crazy Raccoon. Outside of that opening fight where Heesang drops the Proper, it's all been Crazy Raccoon so far. They have the initiative, they have the momentum. Able to use these ultimate combos. Chio, of course, swapping over to Lucio now. Didn't have anything played through. Lips turn to get it done.
Overclock popped off. Junbin, Chorong, Shu. The bowling pins lined up, knocked down. Fully charged rail here has gone awry. And the remainder of Crazy Raccoon will be wiped off the point.
And it's Chorong dying first. That is the pivotal key pick here. Chorong, no opportunity to use the sound barrier. He was instantly put low. Something got him low. Wasn't a shot from Stalker, I don't believe. Actually, maybe it was, because we didn't see Stalker's POV. But Chorong was on 1 HP, couldn't go for the sound barrier, would have absolutely have Ajaxed. And so ends up falling. No sound barrier to stop Falcons from getting their fight in there off Kitsune Rush. Now suddenly Falcons back in control.
Speedy Gonzalez here. Chorong going in with the sound barrier. It's aggressive. Lip doesn't get it on the backside. Stalker thinks they've got enough power to try and rebuff this, utilizing the shots of the overclock, getting all that energy. Choron,
okay.
oh, he gets caught in the toesies. Oh, that's nasty on the nails. The pedicurist going to be unhappy about this one as a retake comes through from Chio. 3 players given over with the sound barrier, and that could be enough as Heesang comes around the back though with the help of a Kitsune Rush. That's all the frame power he needs. Stalker's down as well, and the point has been flipped over in favor of Crazy Raccoons, but only Heesang remains at this point as Hanbin scurries away.
Well, they need to get the flip coming through. They can't now. Heesang might have just saved the day with his play. Things were looking actually pretty doable for Stalker and the rest of Falcons. A lot of low HP members on Crazy Raccoon, and eventually they start falling. But as the respawn is coming in, it still swings the way up. Crazy Raccoon now forcing it into final fight territory proper. And a little bit of trouble here. Might get dashed through. Has the blade and outplayed. Chio coming for the save.
Yeah, nice reflect there. Got a headshot onto Heesang, and then the follow-up was simple. Lip sent to the moon there, midway through the slide. I think this one might be chalked already as Hanbin needs to get rid of Shu. It's only Junbin remaining. Does not want to use the cage, of course, but the blender's ready again.
And proper saves his ult as well, which is fantastic. Hanbin is very close to his own cage coming on in. Kitsune Rush will be a defining ult in this next fight. Can certainly do a lot to survive inside the cage of either player. It's not necessarily... Oh my lord! Lip going down that early is not a good sign.
Difficult to try and make it happen. Heesang goes deep, grabs Proper on the back foot. Unreal kill as the Kitsune Rush tries to drag Team Falcons back into this one. Junbin, a distracting sideshow as Cage is layered upon Cage. It's a Venn diagram of death, but in the end, Crazy Raccoons cannot stand up to Team Falcons' absolute smorgasbord of damage.
Yeah, it was a 5v4 anyway. Heesang does his best at the cost of an ultimate to bring it back. Lip, by the way, swaps off of Sojin, loses about 63% ult charge, and that is going to cost him in terms of trying to catch up to Stalker again. It was indeed the Kitsune Rush as mentioned that became the difference maker. The blade from Heesang was gone. Can't combo that. Proper dead. Doesn't have a blade, obviously being dead. Junbin and Hanbin both dropping in cages, and the big difference is the Kitsune Rush that allows the extra DPS for Hanbin to heal more, get more value out of his own cardiac overdrive, and for the team just to out-damage the cage, and for Junbin's cage to break instantly.
An opener here from Stalker already. Risk given over by Heesang. Shu definitely needs to try and hide away. Super low. The cleave could be everything. A Kitsune Rush to try and shut this one down. Double support ultimate here from Crazy Raccoon. A desperate attempt to try and make something happen. The slices are too much. Lip's gone down. Fielder exchange though. Moving into the back.
Oh my lord.
He's just so dirty. He's rancid. He's filthy. What a terrible day to have eyes, because I just can't see that again.
Papa Nerg will be pleased with that level of play coming on through as Crazy Raccoon gonna have to cop a bit of an L on that opening. Proper coming in big, even with double sound barriers being expended. As the green HP phase, Proper finds his target. Probably wouldn't have been as successful as it was without Fielder also TPing in. Heads up play by Fielder to recognize a kill onto Lip was available. He trades his own life, but the reward is that they get the cap.
Team Falcons with their first cap here. And Team Falcons, they are going to be trying to do this without ults. However, playing in the neutral here can try and do it defensively. Lip getting aggressive. The double dash is everything that you need to try and take away that space. Choron caught on the backside by Hanbin of all people, who was just wrapping around at the bottom, keeping feet on the point. A big overrun here could be a massive stun, and Junbin caught out at exactly the wrong time.
Not too sure about Fielder dropping in a Kitsune Rush at this point in time. Crazy Raccoon have enough to be able to go for a retake, and that Kitsune Rush would be very important for that final fight here. It's not quite over. Crazy Raccoon have enough in the bank to make it worthwhile. You are seeing Falcons get very aggressive though. Wrongly positioned. This is going to be a flank from Crazy Raccoon, goading themselves onto the point. Now Falcons are actually not on the point themselves.
Flipped around, Crazy Raccoon. 2 ults to play with here if they feel like they need them. Oh my god, Choron first picked again. It can't keep happening. A big overrun. They match into each other. Heesang lost the target, but it's okay because Lip's there to try and make it happen. Unreal turnaround. Proper grab Junbin though. This is far from over. Do you dare try to use the overclock in the midst of all of this? Heesang's caught within the cage in a 2 versus 1, and all Lip can do is stare from afar. Drags on him. Double dashes, trying to keep it contested. Choron can come back in the midst of all this as well. We'll be able to grab overtime. It's a clean combo, surely, from Proper to try and finish it, and Crazy Raccoons are going to call it.
Respectable clutch coming through from Heesang in terms of the potential But the extra cage at the end, note that Proper and Hanbin were the last two players alive, so Hanbin really carried that fight. When it really comes down to it, he got the first 2 kills that really put things into a very bad spot for Crazy Raccoon. He's saying now post-Blade, looking for the swap over towards the fire. Proper still holding on to previous Blade, looking for advantage now. However, Jimbin has a cage coming online. I don't think Falcons have much to play against that.
Dreams of an owl championship that never was. Drawing out the blade, the souls of the ancestors flow through the steel, but they've been taken out by a rocket in the midst of all this. All of your mystic mumbo jumbo is no match for all of that explosive power.
The cage was retained here as well. Falcons would have liked to have gotten the extra cage on the Jimbin. Just the Kitsune Rush is a little too cheap for Crazy Raccoon from the Falcons POV. Blade for Kitsune Rush while losing. A 1-to-1 trade is really poor for Falcons. And now they still have to contend with this one. An early cage, only onto Honda, but it might be enough. Extra plays jumping in.
Forcing out the sound barrier, and that's a disengage. He's saying grabbed by Stalker. Lip is going to be low on HP already, but gets the exact headshot that's needed. At this point, everyone's just going away. Gio, get down, Mr. President.
2v3.
Lost themselves a rail. A 3 versus 3. A nice kill here from Stalker could be everything. And while Jimbin does have themselves a cardiac overdrive, they don't have enough healing to make it work. 60% is all Crazy Raccoon get.
Critically, Chorong waited too long for the beat. He doesn't save Heesang. Heesang's taken down early. It's a 4v5, and the green HP disappears so fast as the headshots continue to fly on through from Stalker. And eventually, as the chips fall, Falcons, they just had slightly more numbers. 3 versus 2, and it will be more than enough. Been able to catch up now. Still early days on this point, but it is map point and match point 2-1 on New Junk City. If Falcons win this point, it's all over.
Jumpin and Lip both desperately need healing. Fielder could put the boot in if they do desire. Asusa for themselves, they're playing it greedy to try and find that pick. Junbin falling low. It could be overwhelming. Manages to overrun away, but look at the aggression here from Stalker.
They need to lose fast.
They've managed to lose Junbin. It needs to be right now. But no, Lip's taken out late. So is Shu. It's going to be a mad dash for the point, Avril.
80%, it's just enough time. They will be able to reach the point in time and they will have ultimates. But how good is this cage going to be? He's saying needs to be in consideration of the fact that cage is available. He has to be one to break the cage. Can they touch? He's saying can't die yet. He's saying cannot die.
Oh, they get the touch. Jumbin's just there. In time, Shu making it happen with the Kitsune Rush. But he's already got Shu. It's over! Down goes the cage. Jumbin can't get his own. Team Falcons turning around. It was an arduous battle. An odyssey as well. But in the end, the Falcons soar high. And every other team is green with envy as they take Asia.
This is what a team that is sandbagging properly looks like. NYXL in 2018 could never lose 0-8 to Crazy Raccoon in the previous 2 matches, come back and then win the grand finals. The trophy is theirs. Team Falcons, when it counts the most, they lock in and they lock down the championship trophy. Crazy Raccoon, for how good they looked, something changed. Gibraltar happened. The Gibraltar memory will never fade. But for Falcons, this is going to be the best day that they're going to remember for a long time.
The elation of turning absolute despair and ruin on Gibraltar into an upset victory. The spirits of Element Mystic and of all the previous teams that these players were the avatars of flowing through them to unlock skill sets hitherto undreamt of. Falcons, they truly broke through the wall. They beat their boogeyman. They managed to get one over on the team that had them 0-8 heading into this.
Yeah. Their second main event win. Last year, they lost Stage 1 main event to Crazy Raccoon in a 1-4 this time around. Or rather, I should say, Stage 2 last year, they ended up taking it through. But now in 2025, for our very first stage, Hanbin's going to take the POTM. And I talked to you about this behind the scenes when we were talking about who should get player of the match. And I said very bluntly, if Hanbin can make the turnaround that he did on Gibraltar mid-map with the entire team surrounding him to do so as well, but then on his own personal POV, to suddenly look like a more than competent Winston up against Jimbin, the best of the best currently in the world on the tank position, that's player of the match category right there. That's the DNA we're looking for.
Maybe Fearless is more than a person. Maybe Fearless is a state of mind. A carnival of courage, and Hanbin had that in spades to go Winston on Winston against Junbin, against Crazy Raccoon, the dive team. We had them down as the Malga Merchants. Hanbin said that I have no weakness. I have no hole in my hero pool. I'm the complete package.
And now for this Falcons team, they finally get to push their record slightly higher. And this time, I'm not just talking about the match-to-match record, which I believe now stands at 12-8. So we've closed the gap ever so slightly. More importantly, though, is the Grand Finals record. Because that's right, when it really counts, Falcons have the ability to set up to a level that we didn't think that they would be at the reach. Not at all, but in time. We know they can do it. The potential has always been there. But when you're down 0-8 in 2 matches, looking very tiresome in how they were navigating the previous matches versus Crazy Raccoon, to come back like this is insane. It's now 4-1. Previously, till before this, it was 3-3 in Grand Finals 1 between these two teams facing off in a head-to-head. So Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons, specifically in Grand Finals, was the 3-3. Now it's 4-1 in the direction of Team Falcons. And of course, this on top of the Stockholm win last year really cements them as such a competent and amazing team. The only blunder in between all of this was the fact that Falcons did not go to the Grand Finals for the Korea domestic regional playoffs in that final. That was Crazy Raccoon. But when it really matters, Asia is what locks you in to Hangzhou. Asia is the real finals for this entire extended region. And for that, Team Falcons did not hold back.
And, well, that stat is going to get a little bit of padding, I dare say, in Hangzhou. I don't want to disregard the other regions, but I think the Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon are likely to meet in the finals once more. That was an absolutely wild series, and every player had a moment at which point they were the man of the match, the highlight, the avatar of skill themselves.
Beating hearts here. What a series. We waited patiently throughout the entire playoffs 5 times. We had just 4-0s and a single 4-1. We finally got the game that we'd all been waiting for. A Grand Finals game worthy of the Grand Finals title. And man, the way that Falcons won was brilliant. Again, you have to look back at the key pivotal map that changed everything. That was the Gibraltar. Up until that point, you were thinking this game is still surely winnable by both teams, but Crazy Raccoon just felt like they might have still had the edge. Several winnable maps there. Lijiang, they kind of just fumbled slightly. That second round got away from them. Massive Chio outplays to be able to save the control center. Lijiang is when it started, and Suravasa so clean. Esperanza, they lost by 2 meters. Like, think about it. Crazy Raccoon had everything still in position to take this grand final and win these matches, but then something changed on Gibraltar, and from that point onwards, it just didn't feel like the same series anymore. Look, Nambani was still brilliant. That came down to the wire, but New Junk City, a 3-1, and right at the end there, Crazy Raccoon just didn't have enough left. They're going to finish this one 2-4, but they still get to go to Hangzhou, Harry, so it won't be the end. Of course, it's these 2 teams going to China.
We'll have our awards ceremony here for Team Falcons. Hopefully with translation provided by WDG.
됐습니다. 아시아 스테이지 1 우승팀에 대한 시상식을 지금부터 진행을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 시상에는 블리자드 엔터테인먼트 코리아의 아시아 e스포츠 프로덕트 리더이신 천성찬님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다. 큰 박수로
2025
맞이해 주시기
OWCS
바라겠습니다.
Asia main stage has been concluded. Let's begin the award ceremony for the winning team.
Presented by Craig Chon, Asia Esports Product Lead.
자, 그럼 바로 우승팀을 불러보도록 하겠습니다. 2025 오버워치 챔피언스 시리즈 아시아 스테이지 1 명예 우승팀! 큰 박수로 맞이해 주시기 바라겠습니다. 팀 팔콘입니다!
Team Falcons.
Wow,
Rocky
all
Manu,
jacketed up,
OWCS.
all
Yeah,
ready
look
to
at
go.
those.
But Jed got
Ambers
another
are sick.
chip.
자, 이렇게
So many Team Falcon support staff. I don't think we had enough jackets for everybody.
입장을 했고요. 챔피언 자켓까지 이렇게 입고 모두 입장을 완료했습니다. 지금부터
Chris Chung back there as well, former GM of Shock now. Manager for Falcons. The DNA
자, 스테이지 1 아시아
continues.
기간 동안 정말 멋진
Of
모습을
course,
보여주고
as I mentioned,
take a village.
팀 팔콘에게 큰 박수와
Everyone
다시 한번 더
wearing the
부탁드리겠습니다.
championship jackets. Start the official interview now as we roll through all the players. Can't wait for Midget's part of the interview. I'm really curious.
트로피와
Yeah, it's going to be big.
전달해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 자, 팀 팔콘에게는 트로피와
Who gets the trophy, though?
항저우에서 열리는 2025 OWCS 챔피언스
MVP Hardman going to be holding that.
티켓이 주어지겠습니다. 꽃다발도 함께 받아주시고요.
I got
자,
flowers
포토타임도
and
함께
trophies.
가져가겠습니다. 지금 사진 찍으세요, 여러분들. 자, 앞에 봐주시고요.
Never know what to do with the flowers afterwards. Do you display them? What are you supposed to do with these? Put them in your garden?
웃으세요. 맞아요, 웃으세요.
Jurgen Majed tends his garden, green thumb.
자, 여기까지 포토타임 갖도록 하겠습니다. 다시 한번 팀 팔콘이
Certainly got a lot of time on his hands, that's for sure.
자, 그리고 오늘 시상해주신 블리자드 코리아의 아시아 e스포츠 프로덕트 리더 천성찬 님에게도 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 이제 인터뷰를 좀 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
Okay, beginning our interview. Looks like it's going to be Proper who's up first.
먼저 들어볼게요.
일단 오랜만에 값진 우승이라서 일단 기분이 되게 좋고요. 뭔가 생각보다 그렇게 막 크게 기쁘진 않은 것 같아요 아직.
왜요?
아직 큰 대회가 많이 남아있기 때문에. 네.
앞으로 뭐 항저우도 있고 추후에 있을 뭐 EWC도 있고 그리고 그 뒤에 있을 나중에
Proper said this is my first big win in a long time, but I'm still not happy. There are still many competitions left.
That's because Happy retired from Falcons last year.
True.
There you go.
사실 오늘 그냥 다 이길 거라는 자신은 있긴 했어요.
That's the biblically accurate retirement.
그 전에 사실 0대4 패배가 2번이나 있었잖아요, 라쿤한테.
네.
그래서 좀 기세가 많이 꺾이기도 했었을 거고 자신감도 많이 내려가 있었을 것 같은데 그때 팀 분위기 좀 어땠습니까?
뭐 그거는 이제 그런 패배를 얻어가지고 저희가 좀 얻었던 게 되게 많았던 것 같아가지고 그거 덕분에 우승한 것 같습니다.
그렇군요. 자, 이 우승을 보면서 프로퍼 선수가 사실 뭐 아시아 대회에서 항상 최고의 자리를 오는 그런 모습을 좀 보여줬습니다. 특히나 딜러 부문에서.
Just want to say that this isn't the official answer, but for a while the question said, what is the secret to winning? The answer said yes. The real answer is, I think I gained a lot from group activities.
잘 모르겠긴 한데.
Some team building going on, maybe some karaoke.
전체적으로 그냥 프로 때 좀 세지는 경향이 좀 있는 것 같아요.
그래서 뭐 결승에서도 이런 그림을 만들어낼 수 있었다.
네.
알겠습니다. 카메라 보면서 그리고 현장에 계신 팬분들에게 마지막으로 한 말씀.
오늘 일단 우승해서 되게 기분 좋고 보답드릴 수 있어서 되게
Proper.
행복하고요. 그다음에
You've always shown a strong performance on DPS, and why is that?
우승할 수 있도록 열심히 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
I think our team as a whole is getting stronger in playoffs. Proper said, humble king as always. I'm happy to be able to. And as for our words of our fans, he says, I'm happy to be able to give back to my fans.
이번 시즌 작년보다 되게 정신적으로 힘들었는데
Yeah, Stalker's thoughts on winning. Of course, we also got the pre-match interview from Stalker.
이겨보겠습니다.
Now to get to look at that.
0대4를
As a post-match.
연속으로 당했을 때.
And he says it was harder than last year, but I feel like I was rewarded.
올라갔을 때 라쿤을 상대로 이런 스코어를 만들고 우승을 할 거라고 예상을 하셨습니까?
이 스코어까지는 예상하지 못했지만 이제 마지막에 이기면 모든 게 다 되기 때문에 이길 거라 생각했습니다.
오늘 폼이 예사롭지 않았어요.
Do you expect a score like this against Raccoon? And he said, I thought I would win.
물론 뭐 워낙에 좋기도 했었지만 스토커 선수가
Accurate thought.
아니 오늘 유독 더 좋았던 것 같거든요.
저희 팀이 저를 혹사시킨 결과지 않을까 싶습니다.
도대체 무슨 혹사를 시킨 거예요?
제 영웅폭을 보면 알 수 있습니다.
근데 그런 많은 영웅폭을 플레이하면서 본인이
What happened so far to make it so good? And he says, my team worked hard for me.
좀 재밌었는데
네.
대회에서 많이 보여드리지 못해서 아쉽네요.
You can tell by looking at my hero, Paul.
가장 최악의 영웅은 뭐예요?
He's always the one flexing.
그만하고 싶습니다.
소전이요. 근데 그렇게 잘하는데 소전.
Saying that Sombra was fun recently, but it's a shame that I couldn't show it.
이제 좀 소전 말고 손브라 같은 거 이제 재밌게 게임하고 싶습니다.
그러면 잠깐만요.
The worst here is Sojin. It's so boring. Wow.
갑자기
And I took that personally.
프로퍼.
Not my queen, Sojin, please.
I want to play Sombra instead of Sojourn.
Wow.
생각이 있습니까?
Me too, bud. Me too.
할때 제가 소전하긴 하는데 그때마다
But I am a
좀
bad
재밌게 해요.
person.
그럼 앞으로 계속 쭉 소전 드는 거예요?
뭐 할 수 그냥 시키면은 저는 다 해가지고 그냥 시키면은 뭐 해야죠.
스토커 선수 어떻게 생각해요? 지금 프로퍼가 소전 재밌던데요? 막 그런 얘기를 하는데
잠깐 해서 그래요.
Question if Proper will play Sojin, and he says, I have fun, I'll do it if you ask me to.
스토커 선수 오늘 우승을 차지하면서 팬분들이 정말 좋아하셨을 것 같습니다. 팬분들께도 한 말씀 해주셔야죠.
응원해주시는 점 항상 감사하고 항저우에서도 꼭 우승해보겠습니다. 감사합니다.
큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Proper also saying that if you try Sojourn more, your thoughts will change.
마지막에 할게요. 한버지는
Ended with
마지막에
a
하겠습니다.
thank you for your
파이널
support.
POTM이니까.
Grand Finals MVP.
아니 일단 우승 소감부터 먼저 들어볼게요. 어때요?
Hanbin.
솔직히 라쿤한테
I lied.
Skipping Hanbin.
무기력하게 좀 힘들다 생각했었는데 오늘
To Hanbin last, I suppose.
느낌이 좋았어가지고 오늘이면 라쿤도 이길 수 있다 약간 이런 생각이어서 좋은 것 같아요.
오늘이면 라쿤을 이길 수 있겠다라는 생각이 제타전 하면서 딱 들었었나요?
네.
그러면 본인이 생각했을 때 우리 팀의 가장 우승을 하는 데 있어서 가장 큰 일조를 했던 조합은 뭐라고 생각해요? 필더 선수가 생각했을 때 전체 조합에서
당연히 윈스턴 아브
윈스턴 기반 조합.
I feel they're talking about the momentum here, thinking it would be difficult to beat CR after losing twice, but he felt it in the Zeta match today and really thought they could win afterwards.
항상 필더 선수의 그런 색깔이라고 하면은 원래 좀 안정적인
Which hero combination played the biggest role in helping the team win?
공격적인
This is, I think, the combination of Winston and Diva is good.
팀적으로 혹시 뭐 코칭 스텝
That's
쪽에서
that's 6v6. I'm afraid that's.
Yeah, I mean they might have been popping off in 6v6 scrims. Who knows?
Yeah. That's why they lost 0-8 before, because they were playing 6v6 instead of 5v5. Must be it. That must be it.
저 사이드 시켜달라고 해가지고 그렇게 했던 것 같아요.
Played more aggressively than usual. Is that the coach's opinion? As I was doing it, I thought it would be better to be aggressive against Razor-kun, so I asked the coach first.
한 말씀 해주셔야죠.
저희가 무기력하게 졌을 때 많이 좀 실망들 하셨을 텐데 이제 다시 원래 폼 돌아왔으니까.
Asking for a word to the fans from Fielder.
필더 선수에게 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 마짓, 잠깐만요. 제가 영어가 안 되는데 잠깐만요. 마지드.
Fielder responds, you must have been disappointed when we lost yesterday. But we are back, so please support us. Now for the legendary Samajid interview. The one and only.
Chris is going to come here.
이번 시즌 일단 출전은 없었긴 했는데 오늘 우승을 차지하게 됐습니다. 팀적으로. 우승 소감 좀 부탁드릴게요.
The question was thoughts on the winning.
I feel good, to be honest, especially for qualifying for China. It means a lot. I just want to thank all the Falcons fans for supporting us, and hopefully we'll bring the next major for you guys. Thank you.
He feels good.
A good translation, like that, accurate.
Thank you. You're welcome. I kind of ace at this.
우승해서 되게 기쁘다고 하고요. 물론 본인한테 치면 팀원들이 이겨가지고 되게 기쁘다고 하고 그리고 팬들한테 너무 감사하다고 말을 하고 그다음에 항저우에서도 되게 좋은 모습 보여주겠다고 합니다.
마지드 선수에게도 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 치오 우승하셨습니다. 우승 소감 좀 부탁드릴게요.
우선은 오늘
Cheer up next, of course.
총 10세트를 했는데 이제 확실히
thoughts on winning are requested.
후반에 가면 갈수록 더 잘해가지고 우승해서 기분 좋은 것보다는 이제 너무 놀라웠어요 저희 팀에 대해서.
오늘 자체가 좀 놀라웠었다.
Cheer said, I did 10 sets, and I think I won because my teammates had good stamina. That's, of course, referring to 6 maps plus 4. Good math. Rather than being happy about winning, I was more surprised.
많이 얘기 나오고요, 당연히. 그리고 진지하게 말하면 이제 라쿤이 저희 상대로 특히 아예 다른 전략이 있다 생각해가지고.
Question is, what kind of feedback did you get after yesterday's loss? He says, I looked into who was at fault, and as hard as he looked, he couldn't find Dongak, surprisingly.
항저우로 가게 되는데 항저우에 대한 챔피언스 클래시에 대한 그 각오 한 말씀 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 치오 선수.
우선 항저우가 이제 많이
It
큰
says, I thought Crazy
기회이기
Coon had a different
때문에
strategy against us, so we did
꼭 우승해야
image
되고,
training.
이제 가서
I love image training.
라쿤도 라쿤이지만
I'm going to
거기
Hangzhou. What are your
이제
plans? He says, Hangzhou is a very big tournament, so I really want to win.
복사하러 가겠습니다.
아, 마지막으로 팬분들께 한 말씀 해주세요. 치우 선수 팬분들께.
I will go and get revenge on the Chinese national team rather than Crazy Raccoons. Aha!
사람들이 응원하기 좀 싫었을 텐데 다들 믿고 계속 응원해 주. 아니에요?
아니래요.
Was this a reference to losing to once again at EWC last year?
다들 너무 감사드리고 아까 전에 말했듯이 저희 팀은 결국에 다 이겨낼 것 때문에 계속 많은 응원 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Asking for a word to the fans. Chiu apologized for yesterday's loss, and the fans shouted at him, no.
한팔 받아 한 버지.
And then saying, thank you for your support.
적시셨네. 오늘 파이널 PO팀을 달성한 한빈 선수입니다. 우승 소감 좀 부탁드립니다.
일단 너무 좋고요. 근데 윈스턴을 해서 지브롤터를
Wonder what hero he just
크다
said.
생각해가지고
I think it's about Ilyari.
말하고 싶은
I
거는
see.
제가 윈스턴 같은 거를 원래 진짜 못하는데
Majed's been teaching him.
팀원들이 진짜 너무 많이 도와줘가지고 솔직히 제 윈스턴이 잘한다고 생각하지 않고
The question is thoughts on winning the POTM for Hanbin. He says, I'm so thankful that my teammates helped me when I played Winston.
진짜 말이 안 된다고 생각해요. 제가 항상 메인탱 할 때는 서팅 할 때도 똑같지만 그냥 죄송해요. 말을 잘못했는데 지금
아니 괜찮아요. 예. 하고 싶은 말 다 하세요.
감사.
He says, I think my Winston is lacking a lot. Very humble.
Not anymore, King. Not anymore.
해설 쪽에서 이런 얘기가 나왔었거든요.
I'm so grateful to my team members.
한빈의 윈스턴 드리블, 원시의 분노 드리블.
Humble King.
이거는 한두 번 연습해서 나올 수 있는 드리블 실력이 아니다. 정말 기가 막힌 드리블 실력을 보여준다. 도대체 얼마나 골방에 박혀서 윈스턴 연습을 얼마나 많이 했으면 이런 드리블이 나왔겠느냐? 이런 얘기가 나왔었습니다. 도대체 그동안 연습을 얼마나 많이 한 겁니까, 윈스턴?
일단 심심할 때는 가끔
I'm a rage. I really like your dribbling. How much did you practice?
2023년도랑 2022년도 델러스
think juggling.
그 윈스턴 드리블이 있었는데 그 워크샵이 일단 준이가 저를 그걸로 너무 때려가지고
Hamid said he did it whenever he was bored. Oh, doing the primal rage practices whenever you're bored? You can incorporate this into your routine. What's your excuse, chat?
플레이하게 되는 그런 영웅들도 플레이하면서
I had a lot of fun with workshops in Dallas in 2023 and 2022. I remember those days. A little reminiscing.
물론 연습할 때 많이 힘들긴 했는데 왜냐면은 많이 죽고 또 죽어서 계속 죽었는데 애들이 잘 이제 말해준 것 같습니다. 잘한다고. 그래서 계속 할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
옆에서 팀원들이 이렇게 도움을 많이 줬어요. 자신감을 많이 심어주다 보니까 한빈 선수가 또 잘할 수 있게 된 계기가 된 거 아닌 것 같습니다.
Have you had any difficulties? Next question. Even though
참 신기한 게
so many people died, I gained strength thanks to the support of my teammates.
In game, of course.
사실 시즌
in
중에
game,
팀을 받을 수
thankfully.
있는 그런 여건이 분명히 있었지만 옆에 정말 잘하는 딜러들, 힐러들, 팀원들이 있다 보니까 본인은 계속해서 좀 백업하고 좀 뒷받침해주는 그런 아버지 같은 모습을 보여줬었는데 오늘 아버지 힘이 제대로 발휘가 됐고 결국 파이널에서 PO팀을 받게 됐습니다. 이걸 보시고 팬분들이 정말 많이 좋아하셨을 것 같거든요. 채팅창에서도 현장에서도 한버지 얘기가 계속해서 올라왔었습니다. 팬분들께 한 말씀 해주시죠.
일단은 항상 응원해 주셔서 너무
And
감사드리고
message to the fans for his first time receiving I assume a grand finals POTM. He says thank you so much for always supporting me.
거라는 자신은 없는데 진짜 솔직하게 말씀드리면은 자신은 없는데 근데 항상 저희가 열심히 할 거라는 거는 약속드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
한빈 선수에게 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
I always lost helplessly to Crazy Coon, but I'm still very thankful.
자, 그리고 오늘 우승에 있어서 정말 큰 역할을 해줬고 여기까지 달려오는 데 있어서
It will be difficult in Hangzhou, but I will try my
중요한
best.
역할을 했던 분들이 뒤에도 계십니다. 코칭 스텝 세 분 잠깐 앞으로 나와 주시겠어요?
It will be difficult once he goes up against Crazy Raccoon again.
먼저 감독님은 마지막에 할게요. 감독님은 마지막에. 예. 스파클 코치님.
네.
I'll coach interview as well.
소감이 어때요?
Sparkle up first.
일단은 제가 처음 코치를 팔콘에서 하게 됐는데
많이 힘들더라고요. 제가 근데 저번 시즌 우승한 팀에 와가지고 약간 좀 도움이 되나 싶은 생각이 있어가지고 좀
It was my first time coaching Falcons, and it was very difficult.
오늘 그 결과로
I
증명해가지고
also want to add that I think it was his first time coaching just in general after retiring.
Big gig.
저희 딜러들을
I
보면서
felt pressure coming from the winning team last season, but I'm glad that the results were good.
어떻게 복귀를 그러면 아예 이제 안 하시고 코치로 아예 그냥 쭉 전향을 하시는 건가요?
막상 코치도 재밌고 잘 맞는 옷인 것 같아요.
그래서 확답은 지금 당장 하긴 힘들지만 어쨌든 지금 당장의 생활이 좋다?
네.
알겠습니다. 팬분들께도 말씀을 한번 해주시죠. 팬분들께도 마지막으로.
저희가 여태까지 좀 라쿤한테 안 좋은 모습을 최근에 보여드렸는데
Coach is very fun and feels like a good fit. I'm satisfied with my current role. Asking now for a word to the fans.
한 걸음 남았으니까 그때까지 계속 저희 선수들 다 응원 부탁드리겠습니다.
큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 에이드 코치님, 우승하셨어요.
감사합니다.
Showed a bad side of Crazy Raccoon until the end, but glad.
저도
But since you won, you must be relieved. There's still Hangzhou left, so please keep supporting us.
좀 있었고 워낙 잘하는 선수들이 있다 보니까 좀 생각보다 좀 쉽지 않을까라는 생각도 했었는데 막상 오니까 힘들더라고요. 근데 또 모처럼 이런 기분 느끼려고 사실 다시 코치로 온 거니까 잘 왔다고 저는 생각을 합니다 지금.
알겠습니다. 아까 보니까 뭐 선수들하고 뭐 다독이면서 좀 여러 가지 이야기들 하는 모습들이 좀 잡히기도 했었거든요. 오늘 정말 고생 많이 해서 우승한 팔콘 선수들에게 한 말씀
Now
해주신다면.
moving on to Aid, asking how he feels about winning. Aid responds that it was very difficult, but I was expecting it, and I'm happy that we won.
해본 조합이 없을 정도로 저희 시간 갈아놓고 막 시뮬레이션도 돌려보고 진짜 많이 힘들었을 것 같은데 저희가 마침 이제 우승을 해서 마침내 이제 보상받은 기분이라 사실 전 선수들이 너무 고맙죠. 예, 왜냐면 저희 틀리지 않았거든요.
우린 틀리지 않았다. 에이드 코치님입니다. 하나만 더 여쭤볼게요. 옵치 대회가 어떻게 되는 거예요?
우승했으니까 해볼게요.
A word, asking for a word to the Falcon players, saying that it must have been difficult for our players due to the heavy amount of practice, but I'm very thankful that they were rewarded with the win. I don't think we're wrong, probably referring to how much practice they were putting in.
박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 지금까지 에이드 코치님이었고요. 마지막 9K 감독님.
안녕하세요.
네, 우승 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
어제 무슨 일이 있었던 겁니까?
어제요?
네.
퇴근이 매우 늦어서 혼났어요.
어제 도대체 몇 시에 퇴근을 하셨길래?
뭐 시간상으로는 퇴근이 그렇게 늦지는 않았는데
네.
얘기를 너무 많이 해서 애들이 약간 목이 다 쉴 정도로 얘기를 좀 하다 보니까 네, 그래서 정신없이 얘기를 하다 보니 이제 집에 갈 시간이더라고요.
어떤 이야기를 좀 주로 많이 하셨어요? 이제 주문을 많이 하신 게 있을 것 같은데.
그건 영업 비밀이니까 그냥.
영업 비밀이라서 이런 것까지 좀 그렇고.
근데 준이한테 좀 섭섭한 게 사실 준이한테 제일 많이 말한 것 같은데.
필더? 필더한테?
아니 일단은 웃고 넘어가고.
근데 필더가 쳐다보는데요?
제가 원래 잘 몰라요.
Asking here for 9K's feedback that was given to the players, and he said, I cannot disclose that.
중에서 조금 비중이 높았던 선수가 있다면 어떤 선수가 있었어요?
I talk to Fielder the most, is the only thing that he said.
알겠습니다.
Kind of based, honestly.
참 놀라운 게
I think Fielder was struggling a little bit
꺾일 것 같으면서
for a while.
같으면서 그리고 심지어 0대4 두 번을 당했는데도 불구하고 결국 우승을 하세요.
Whatever he said certainly put Fielder back on track. That's for
여러
sure.
커뮤니티나 SNS나
Yeah.
9K 코치님 이야기가 굉장히 많습니다. 도대체 뭐 하는 거냐? 하지만 결국 이 사람은 해낸다. 명장이다. 그런 이야기를 많이 올라오곤 합니다. 팬분들께 한 말씀 해주시죠.
원래 제가 이제 스파클 코치랑 이제 에이드 코치를 뽑은 건 좀 자동 사냥하려고 뽑았는데.
예? 잠깐 그런 얘기 해도 돼요?
왜냐면 제가 이제 좀 바빴던 일정이 있다 보니까 좀 도움이 필요해서.
결혼을 하셔가지고.
Although they lost a lot to Crazy Raccoon, they eventually won. There are many opinions in the community, but in the end, we won.
잘할 수 있었던 부분 외적으로 더 많은 게 이제 코칭 스태프에게 요구 사항이 좀
Asking for a word to the fans now from Director 9K.
이제 스태프들도 이제
9K says, originally, I wanted to make it easier for myself by calling Aid the coach, brackets, just kidding.
그렇군요. 자, 나인케이 코치님은 이제 마지막 말씀
So you can blame
들어봤고
Aid for the losses,
항저우
you know?
마지막으로
네.
각오 좀 들어보도록
각오요?
하겠습니다.
It was a bit difficult due to the ban system,
각오라고
but the coaches were very
말씀드리면
helpful in getting used to it.
다 이겨야죠.
We just looked at what Zeta did and then
우승하겠답니다.
didn't do that.
나인케이 감독님에게 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 우승팀의 인터뷰를 모두 나눠봤습니다. 이렇게 슬슬 마무리할 시간이
They also made
왔는데요.
resolutions for Hangzhou.
이번 2025
Director 9K said we have to win it
아시아
all.
스테이지 1의 주인공은 팔콘이 됐습니다. 사실 팔콘이 라쿤에게 0대4 패배 2번을 당하는 모습도 있었기에 오늘 결승전이 과연 팔콘이 이길 수 있을까? 여러 의견들이 많이 있었습니다. 하지만 그들은 해냈고 극복해냈습니다. 그리고 아시아 트로피를 들어올렸습니다. 항저우에서 챔피언스 클래시가 열리게 되는데 거기에 팀팔콘과 크레이지 라쿤이 향하게 됩니다. 거기서도 두 팀이 좀 선전하는 모습을 보이길 기원하면서 OWCS 아시아는 여기서 모두 마무리 짓도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 한 가지 더, 챔피언 자켓 오픈됐습니다. 링크 꼭 확인하시길 바라겠고요. 저는 여기서 슬슬 물러가 보도록 하겠습니다. 마지막은 팔콘의 세레머니로 이어지니까 끝까지 함께 해주시길 바라겠고 저는 여기서 인사를 드리도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 고맙습니다.
Team Falcons walk away with the trophy, and so draws to an end the penultimate event of Stage 1 here at OWCS. Only one last step remains in Hangzhou, China, where the greatest teams in the world will gather to lay a crown upon one's head.
Of course, the most likely final there again will be Falcons versus Crazy Raccoon. So a lot of respect being given in the sentiments in the post-match interview saying we will try our best to win Hangzhou. It will be hard. We don't know what meta is going to occur during Hangzhou. It will be after mid-season patch coming through for Season 15. A little bit of rest required here as they move forward. We also have a large question mark of how China is going to look at that event as well. Two Chinese teams, including once again, most likely being the favored team to be making a return to the global stage after EWC last year and famously beating Falcons at that same event in EWC last year. Falcons certainly have their work cut out for them once more, and well, we saw how much Crazy Raccoon came in big time after a rough seeding match week, losing 2 matches in a row between Zeta and Falcons, and Coach Moon gave his team a good talking to. Crazy Raccoon came back looking very strong up until this very grand final, although that could be chalked up to the fact that Falcons just stepped up much more in the finals than Crazy Raccoon. I wonder how much this break will improve Crazy Raccoon again as we head into Hangzhou.
It feels like these two teams continually reach higher and higher heights. Even the trophy they lift, otherwise they would be supplanted by the other teams in the scene who are always improving, always doing better, always striving, and always iterating. But still, our two titans stand unblemished and unreached on opposite sides of a battlefield.
I'll run through the last bit of highlights. Yeah, what a grand finals day. Amazing casting with you after so many years. Korea playoffs was fantastic. A much better playoffs in terms of overall tournament, but this grand final delivered more than everything else.
Yeah, this grand final was everything. Just showing the two best teams in the world, giving everything that they've got. It's been an absolute honor casting alongside you. I hope that we get to do this again, but if it's the last hurrah, then I'm happy saluting off with you, bud.
All right, man. That's it. Thank you guys so much for watching the English broadcast for Asia. We'll see you all next time. Have fun watching Hangzhou. It's going to be a great tournament. Don't miss out. See you later.